for day 3 of this county championship match between Sussex and Durham, which is very closely poised. Sussex closing last night on 332 for 9. It means they trail by 44 runs, and the players are making their way out onto the ground. As ever, very warm welcome to Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle, who will be joining us today, together with Liam O'Brien, the physical disability cricketer who made his radio debut yesterday. Liam is here today. He's not here tomorrow because I believe he's going up to Loughborough tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's a game or a training camp.
Lawborough, as somebody once called it.
He can tell us. We spoke to Cheteshwar Pujara last night, who came out and was... that was the standout performance yesterday, making that wonderful innings of 115. And Cheteshwar spoke about the determination within the Sussex squad to get promotion this year. And that interview is available on the BBC website if you'd like to have a nat. I don't know if you spoke to anyone from Durham.
I tweeted and retweeted an interview that I did with Ollie Robinson, the keeper. He said Durham yesterday came out playing aggressive shots because they wanted to push the game along. And we've got a game in the balance, haven't we, really? 44 runs, the deficit at the moment. The last pair in from Sussex's point of view, and Crocombe will resume on 10, McAndrew on debut on 36, the partnership's 18. Importantly, George Garton got hit in the head yesterday off delivery from Matty Potts and is out as a result of concussion protocol, so Finn Hudson-Prentice replaces him for the rest of the game, and because it's concussion, he'll be able to take a full part rather than just be restricted to the limits of, for instance, a 12th man.
Yeah, and we wish George well. If you're listening, George, or if the family are listening, we wish you well, because you've had a rotten time with injuries and illness over the last few years. It was the last thing you needed to get a clonk on the head yesterday. So we hope everything's okay, and it's the protocols mean that it's just going to be a little while and you'll be back for the game against Yorkshire. So fingers crossed that everything will be okay. Martin's going next door to give an update as in comes Ben Range on the first ball of the day, and a play and a miss outside the off stump by Nathan McAndrew. The ball goes through to Ollie Robinson and there is no run. While Martin does his update, Liam's going to have a little natter to us as well. Liam O'Brien, who was with us yesterday, as Ben Range wanders out. Good morning to you, Liam.
Morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. You okay?
Yeah, brilliant. I just had a little walk around Hove just before the game started, and the crowd's starting to build up as well. It's going to be a great day.
Let's hope so. Ben Rain turns down in front of him. He's got a long off and a long on for Nathan McAndrew, so they're letting him have the single as in comes Rain and bowls, and cut away by McAndrew. That's exactly what he does. He takes a single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and it is one more to McAndrew, who's having a good game. He goes to 37 and Sussex to 333 for 9. I was saying to our listeners, Liam, that you're off to Loughborough tomorrow, and I couldn't remember whether that because there was a game or it's a training session or quite what you're doing.
Yeah, so we've got a game against Leicester Academy tomorrow, so that'll be a fun one. And knowing if I venture past London way, it's always freezing in April, so hopefully
things will be good tomorrow. Things will be
really?
I think it'll be nice tomorrow. In comes Ben Rain over the wicket bowls, and Crocombe lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Robinson, and there is no run. So what will the format of that game be tomorrow?
So our English stuff, which I absolutely love, is exclusively 2020. So I'm kind of down as a white ball specialist, whether I like it or not at the moment.
Yeah.
Don't have a say in it. So all our training this winter at Edgbaston has been towards 2020s, and hopefully tour in India in October. So I've been practicing the sweep and everything like that. Might be a little bit too early in the year to get that out against the spin, but we'll see how we go tomorrow.
Oh, there's a funny noise on the machine there, but it's still working. In comes Rain bowls, and forward comes Crocombe, who plays with a very straight back.
He shapes up well. He shapes up really well for a number 11. You know, sometimes you see if you look a little bit scratchy early on, but that's a solid looking shot.
And you know a lot of these Sussex boys, and you know we talk a lot here about everybody can bat and they work hard in the nets on their batting. How hard would someone like Henry Crocombe have worked in? Would they be in the net saying, well, you might be number 11, but you've got to be able to play a forward defensive. And he has made. He's got a top score, I think, of 40 odd. He made him against Northamptonshire 4 years ago, so he can bat, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, if you speak to any number 11, I don't think they call themselves number 11s. It's just where they get picked. Like my brother, for example, for club cricket, he's number 11 on the score sheet, but he thinks he can bat up by number 6 or 7. So it's normally where the coach puts them, rather than when they think they deserve to be. He can definitely hold a bat.
Rain in again, bowls, and Crocombe is forward. He was looking to turn that on the leg side, but he was rather squared up by then rain, and there is no run. So just to give you the field, there are 2 slips, a sweeper on the cover point boundary, an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. And the one thing I haven't done is to say, can you hear us around the ground this morning? They can.
There's a big wave.
Julian is waving, a gentleman behind him is waving. I don't know if that's Tim sitting up there. I think it probably is. Julian is without hat this morning, and in fact there's been a cloud around this morning as in comes rain and bowls, and Crocombe stands up and plays that into the offside, and there is no run. So the end of the opening over of the third day, and Sussex have moved on to 333 for 9. They trail by 43. Interestingly, I mean, the new ball is, only 12 overs old. You've got a number 11 there who's looking pretty comfortable, which suggests, Liam, that this is a pretty decent surface.
Yeah, it looked really good yesterday at tee. I went out to the square and had a little look at the deck, and there's a bit of rough building up, especially from how Cast just tears him down the hill and has those big footmarks where he's landing. But he was he's causing a bit of rough there. So I think maybe later on in the day, especially with Carson, you might see changes and goes up the hill against some of the left-handers against Durham. But it's a proper good deck for April.
It is, and in terms of the game itself, it'd be quite interesting if Durham come to bat second time around, because you'd have thought that for there to be a result in this game, 20 wickets have got to fall in the next 2 days. We had 19 in the first 2, so someone's going to have to take the initiative here.
No, absolutely, and we've got Potts in now coming down the hill, and it clocks him straight in the thigh, but I think that's nibbled back down the hill. Yeah, no, I completely agree, and it'll be interesting to see how they do it captaincy-wise as well. I think they've got to be quite positive as captains, try and search for wickets, and likewise Durham. I imagine when they get into bat, they'll be very aggressive and positive.
Well, Durham were very positive, and Ryan Campbell came here. It was excellent to get the Durham coach up here on whatever day it was, Thursday. And he said, he spoke about, need to play aggressive attacking cricket. So I don't think we'll see Durham sort of fiddling around. I think they'll be looking to set a total.
Absolutely. Now, Potts looks like he's found his rhythm as he comes down the hill, finds the outside edge of McAndrew, but everybody's out on the offside pretty much, so he just rocks it to cover for 1. And no, I completely agree. And I spoke about this a few years ago about sometimes people are unnecessarily defensive in 4-day cricket just because it's how it used to be done, rather than there was a lot of 4 balls that they knew they could hit and they kind of restrained from doing it. So I actually really like the intent that players are showing. Lees, I always talk about it, in his 3rd ball or something, he got a ball outside off against Crocombe and just nailed it to point, which you don't normally see. And now Potts is coming down the hill again, bowls a ball, and there's a shout for LBW, but I think he got a bit of bat on that, and he's found his length straight away. Potts definitely bowling a little bit fuller than he was yesterday. He was a little bit short in my opinion yesterday.
Yeah. We mentioned that George Gartner will take no further part in the match because of these concussion protocols. But it's a like-for-like replacement, really, isn't it? Hudson Prentice, who bowls a similar sort of pace to George, and bats as well. So.
Yeah, hopefully he's doing well. And Potts is coming in again, delivers a ball, and Crocombe plays that very comfortably down to fine leg, a little bit shorter from Potts, and Crocombe just gets on the back foot, rocks it down to fine leg for 1. And Crocombe's looking really good. Obviously, I'm known for probably giving lower order batsmen a little bit of grief for not shaping up well, but he's looked really good so far, and I don't want to jinx him, but yeah, he's looked very solid in at number 11. But yeah, it's funny with Gartons because we watched it yesterday, and I kind of said it's just nothing. It didn't look like much, but he must have had his concussion testing after play and must have failed a few tests, and they just held him back. And now Potts is steaming in again, full of delivery, goes down the leg side, and that is a dot ball. But yeah, I hope he's doing well. He's been really unlucky, hasn't he, with injury?
Do you know George?
I know him briefly. If you told him my name, he wouldn't know me by name, but he would probably recognise my face and things like that. But he's a really nice guy. He's known really around the club circuit as well. Grew up at Three Bridges, didn't he, or something like that, and really nice guy. And he's just been so unlucky. It was because he made his England debut, didn't he, from memory, and then he's kind of just been really unlucky since there, where you thought he'd kick on. He's
been really unlucky with COVID and with illness and with side strains. So let's hope it's just a blip.
Now Potts is into bowl, full of delivery, and it feels like it's deja vu because all of yesterday he was just beating the outside edge, and it's a good length delivery. McAndrew goes to play it straight, and it nibbles away to the keeper for a dot ball, and that's the end of the over. So 335 for 9, Sussex are. 1 more wicket for Durham to get back into bat, and we're going to have rain continue up the hill.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, live from Hove. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Liam O'Brien. Martin will be back with us shortly, and then we'll rotate the commentary team throughout the day. Of course, throughout the afternoon on both BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Newcastle will be coverage of the Premier League matches today, as Ben Rain is in and bowls and Crocombe plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run, fielded there by Graham Clark. It's not such a sunny day as it was yesterday. In fact, there's quite a lot of heavy cloud around. The forecast is good, certainly dry all day, and in fact tomorrow is meant to be even a little warmer. So despite the fact that it's very overcast, hopefully we're going to get a full day's play.
So what, there was a bit of a breeze, Adrian, when I was walking around the ground earlier. There is a little bit of wind. Obviously the flagpole doesn't show it there because it's covered, but there is a little bit of wind around as well.
In comes Rain and bowls, and Crocombe with a waft outside of the off stump. He took one hand off of the bat. The ball goes through to Robinson, and there is no run. From a Durham perspective here, Liam, they will be very keen now to take this final wicket. They won't want to hang around. They'll be chomping at the bit to get in and really put their stamp on the match if they can. So any runs are just going to be irritation value now for Durham.
Yeah, I completely agree, and they're in a really good position because there's going to be scoreboard pressure when Sussex come in their second innings. So if they can get some runs on the board.
Rain in bowls, Crocombe plays forward defensively out into the offside.
Yeah, it's not talked about enough. They're going to be getting Sussex back in. Hopefully they can get some runs on the board from their point of view quite quickly, get Sussex in for a full day tomorrow, and scoreboard pressure, they're going to try and get Sussex to chase. And we spoke about it a little bit yesterday, they don't have the biggest depth of bat in Sussex, so if they get a few early wickets with Sussex trying to chase a score, they could be in with the game there.
On the other hand, if we have another masterclass of an innings from Cheteshwar Pujara, Sussex will feel confident they can chase a score down. As in comes Rain over the wicket, bowls, and Crocombe is bowled, and there is the wicket that finally goes down. Henry Crocombe has gone for 11, and Sussex are bowled out for 335. So they've added 3 runs this morning. And so that makes the deficit on first innings by my really awful maths 41.
Yep.
And so the players make their way off. They go running up the steps in the corner of the ground. And Ben Rain picks up the final wicket, and he finishes with figures of 3 for 72.
Yeah, I think he's played all around that. I'm just watching that back here on the replay, and pretty straight delivery from Rain there, pitched up, and Crocombe's gone to try and nail it through mid-wicket for a flick, and he's played all around that. But so Durham will be really happy with that, won't they? Getting them off early, getting into bat with a full day's worth of cricket.
Well, they will. So what we could do, if you want to, Liam, you can run through, we can have a look at the scorecard. We'll wait for Martin to come back. Normally we'd have a bit of a breather here, but we've only been on air for 5 minutes, so we might as well chat through the scorecard as well and how we see this game progressing. I can see Ollie Robinson there just having a natter away to the umpires as he makes his way off, so I wonder what that's about. As on comes the roller as well. The ground staff are out there with their brushes and their paint and their groundskeeping paraphernalia, and we will have a turnaround now. In fact, I can see they're sort of cleaning the roller as it comes out as well. I must admit, I get very confused over light rollers, heavy rollers, what wicket is. We'll bring Marty in a minute because he'll know definitively the rules on rollers and what they can have and what they can't have. But nonetheless, what you have to say about this game, Liam, is it's very finely set up, and trying to pick who's going to win the game from here is quite tricky.
Absolutely, it's going to be a really, really important first 10 overs, I would say. Sussex are going to want to get a few early wickets, get Durham 2 or 3 down early on, and then to flip that, Durham are going to be aggressive, positive, get some runs on the board early. I still think Lees has a point to prove. I don't think he's going to sit around and block a few out. I think he's got a point to prove. I think he's not far off that England squad again. I think he was unlucky to get dropped, in my opinion, and if he has another good knock like the first innings, he's going to be knocking on that door, so he's got a point to prove.
I guess the other interesting point about this Durham reply will be if they go too hard and Sussex would pick up some early wickets, Sussex gets themselves right back in the game. So I guess from there's a judgment here, isn't there, between wanting to set Sussex a target tomorrow, but on the other hand not wanting to go so hard that they lose wickets and give Sussex a chance of winning tomorrow. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this game plays out.
I don't think they'll be reckless, but all they'll be talking about in that changing room is about how to win the game. They're not going to be talking about how to draw and get through the game. And the way Durham win this game is get runs on the board today and put Sussex in tomorrow with a full day's worth of cricket. And with Durham's bowling attack, Potts bowled really well, Rain bowled nicely there today. Cast really impressed me yesterday, and Koeneman was consistent. They'll fancy themselves winning tomorrow. So I think Durham are only going to speak about winning this game today, and doing that, they'll need to bat well and put some runs on the board fairly quickly, I reckon.
Well, let's just run through that Sussex scorecard. Ali Orr, first man out, run out by Ben Rain when he'd made 29 in innings that contained 2 sixes and 2 fours. He looked in prime form, Ali Orr. And it was the identical way that he was out at the end of last season when he was out for 198 against Glenmorgan, where Tom Haynes was batting as well. So exactly the same form dismissal. Next man out, Tom Haynes, who was caught by Ollie Robinson, who I thought was excellent behind the stumps for Durham yesterday off the bowling of Ben Rain for 11. Tom Alsop was bowled by Matthew Potts for 10, played on. Tom Clark was bowled by Bushnell for 4. And then there was that excellent partnership between Ollie Carter and Cheteshwar Pujara. Carter eventually going caught by Robinson off the bowling of McAndrew for 41. George Garton was caught by Graham Clark off the bowling of Koeneman for 28, caught on the boundary, but that was after he'd been hit on the head, George Garton, and he's not playing any further part in this match. He's been replaced by Finn Hudson-Prentice. The innings of the day, Cheteshwar Pujara, who was eventually LBW to Ben Rain for 115 in 163 balls, 13 fours and 1 6. Jack Carson was bowled by Bryden Cast for 29. Sean Hunt caught by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Potts for 5. And this morning, Henry Crocombe bowled by Ben Rain for 11. In terms of the bowling, Potts 21 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 50. Ben Rain 23.4 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 72. Bryden Cast 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 80. Matt Koeneman 23 overs, no maidens, 2 for 77. And Jonathan Bushnell 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 51. We spoke a lot about Ollie Robinson's wicket keeping yesterday. He was excellent, but I thought as a unit Durham bowled pretty well, actually.
Yeah, they had a good plan, and they really committed to their plans, didn't they? Sometimes we noticed that maybe not was the right plan at the time, but they really committed to their plans, and that eventually got them bowling out Sussex. You see a lot of these here bowled and LBWs and stuff like that. As soon as Durham started pitching the ball up and getting them on the stumps, there was a lot more success. So we might see Sussex doing that as well, trying to get the ball on the stumps early on. There's a bit of life in this pitch, so a bit of nibble early on with the new ball, and they could be in here as well. But Durham were very consistent. I was really impressed with how Koeneman got through his overs. He bowled 23 overs yesterday, which is a lot of overs to get through bowling up that hill, and he only went for 3 and over, so he got through his overs really well, very consistent with his line, and got the Sussex players to kind of get themselves out. They tried to force the shots, and he got a few good wickets, which he definitely deserved.
The players are gathering in front of the pavilion. We witnessed the innings from Cheteshwar Pujara yesterday, from someone who plays the game. Give your take on how well Pujara played.
It was really impressive because he built the score up. For anyone listening at home, sometimes you don't realise how valuable getting the odd single is to build up your total. You always see the 4s and then a few dot balls, and Pujara just seemed to always rotate the strike, didn't he? He never seemed like he was facing the ball. He was always just blocking it, nicking a 1, looking for a 1 here or there, and then he got a bad ball, put it away, and without even realising, he was suddenly on 115. And if you heard it all yesterday on the radio, the Sussex fans was chanting his name, and I've not heard them chanting people's names for years here on a 4-day game, so he's a fan favourite.
Not very cricket, is it? But yeah, no, he is. And actually, if you want to see the interview that Cheteshwar gave last night, if you go to the BBC Sussex Twitter feed, you can see that interview, as indeed he was interviewed on the club site as well, and by members of the national press who were here as well. So everybody wanted to speak to Cheteshwar, and he gave us, probably called it over his time last night, which was terrific for him. So the roller is on. What we're going to do here, we're going to bring Martin back into commentary. Liam, and then Liam will have a break for 15 minutes. I'll do my radio update, then Liam can rejoin us at 11:30. Just in terms of the Sussex, obviously Pujara with his 115. I was impressed yesterday by Ollie Carter, who came in at a tricky time for Sussex, because Sussex at that time were 91 for 4. They'd lost a couple of wickets after lunch. They needed to rebuild, but they did it in a clever way, I thought.
No, absolutely. I think Carter would be really disappointed with how he got out, because he looked like he was never going to get out at the time, and then he kind of took his first risk with the shot, and it didn't really pay off for him. But he's a little bit scratchy early on, struggled with the way the ball was moving, but as soon as he found his confidence, I remember yesterday he leant back on a pull shot, nailed it for 4, and he seemed like a different player. His confidence was really high. He had a really good off season over in Australia, where he won Player of the Year in his league as well. So it was really nice to see him getting the runs. And then George Garton came in once Carter came out, and you were worried that it might swing in Durham's favour, but he came out, hit a really big 6 yesterday, slog sweep, and hit a few 4s real quick, and he had a really nice strike rate. And then McAndrew came in and made it look easy along with Carson. So I was really impressed by how Sussex kept going. It very easily could have been a couple of cluster of wickets, and Durham could have been right in, but they batted well all the way down, and then they fought well at the end this morning.
First email of the day is coming from John Maloney. If you'd like to join our conversation, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us as well at BBC Sussex Sport or at Marty Cricket. Lots of ways to get in touch with us. Good morning, Adrian, Martin and Liam, says John. He says, an interesting couple of days coming up for Sussex in the match. I'll be juggling gardening, football and cricket. Not necessarily in that order throughout the day. Have a good day, lads. Regards, John. Yeah, and just in terms of schedules, because it is Saturday, there is some important football being played. We're concentrating on cricket here, clearly, but if you want, during the afternoon, to listen to the Albion game at Tottenham this afternoon, that game will be available live on BBC Radio Sussex. The coverage begins from 2 o'clock. The game begins at 3. Newcastle, I believe, are at West Ham today. And I would imagine that's a game that's going to be covered by BBC Radio Newcastle as well. So lots of sport going on at the minute. The Sussex players are making...
Sussex players are making their way out
to the middle, as are the umpires. Sorry, I was distracted there. And Alex Lees will be making his way out to the middle with Michael Jones. And these two batted really nicely in the first innings. Jones making 87, Alex Lees making 79. And they set about the Sussex bowling with great gusto on the opening morning. It'd be interesting to see how they do now, particularly Alex Lees. As you were saying, he probably feels if he's going to get himself back into England wrestling, he needs to play in a more aggressive way than he did in the West Indies a couple of years ago.
I agree. I watched him for England. He wasn't batting as aggressively, and he got out a few times. And there was that switch where he just started coming out and just nailing them. And then I think he'll feel a little bit hard done by not being selected over the winter for England. But he looked unbelievable in his first innings. Looked like he'd been playing all pre-season.
Now this is interesting because Nathan McAndrew looks like he's going to take the new ball. Now Bruce Talbot asked him the question after close of play on Thursday and said, he said, well, I've always been first change bowler. That's what I like, really. He said, I'm not really expecting to open the bowling, but very interestingly, he's been given the new ball, which kind of makes sense when you've taken 5 wickets in the first innings.
I just think he should have been taking the new ball. Crocombe didn't get into his spell as well as I think he would have hoped, and Sussex really need a good start here. You've brought an overseas in to take wickets. You need him with the new ball when the ball's doing the most, and he really impressed me with his first innings stint. So it'd be interesting to see McAndrew with the new ball, see if he can get a bit of nibble. I imagine he's not going to try and swing it. He's going to attack those stumps and see if Lees is going to be aggressive. Good
stuff. Well, we'll hand over to Martin, and it's going to be Nathan McAndrew who's going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road Inn. Leah will be back with us in about 15 minutes' time. As in comes McAndrew, around the wicket, bowls to Lees, and there's a loud appeal. Well, in the end, it was a stifled appeal, I presume, for LBW, and I can only think that maybe Alex Lees got a little inside edge on that because the slips and the keeper were all up. Lees goes down and does a little bit of gardening. There are 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Nathan McAndrew wanders back to the far end of the ground under cloudy skies here at Hove this morning, and maybe that might help the ball to swing around a little bit. They may not be bad bowling conditions this morning. Durham with a lead of 41 on the first innings after Sussex bowled out this morning for 335. If you're just joining us, Henry Crocombe, the final man out for 11. And Nathan McAndrew's had a good match. He's picked up those 5 wickets in the first innings for Sussex, and then he makes 38 not out. So a very good impression by the new Sussex overseas, an area where Sussex have struggled in recent seasons, particularly last season with lots of comings and going. McAndrew in bowls, and Lees is forward. That sounded like there was some bat on that. I mean, McAndrew was running down the wicket, imploring the umpire to give Alex Lees out. But it did sound like there was a bit of bat on that, didn't it? Umpire unmoved. Now, we need to get the umpires the right way round here, Martin.
Well, it'll now be James Middlebrook at the far end.
Yeah, I think it's Billy
down this end, won't it?
Yeah, I think it's Billy Taylor at the far end.
Yeah. Well, Billy Taylor was down this end of the ground.
Yeah, so it ought to be Billy Taylor. But they just look so similar with their, their uniform is exactly the same. As in comes McAndrew bowls, so he beats Lees outside the off stump. This is a really good opening over from Nathan McAndrew. Bowled really well in the first innings, bowled with good pace, and spoke to him on Thursday night and asked him whether, because a lot of overseas bowlers come here, and bowlers who have never played at home before talk about how they struggle to bowl down the hill. McAndrew said, yeah, it was a bit different, but he was pleased. He just bowled the one no ball, and he felt towards the end of his spell that he was getting some of the stiffness out of his body where he'd only flown over from Australia last week. And he looks fired up today. He comes around the wicket, bowls, and Lees clips this to mid-wicket, fielded by Alior, who returns to Carter, and there is no run. So 5 dot balls to start the Durham reply, and come on Macca, lots of chatter from the Sussex players in the field. I bought some biscuits today, lads, as it's Easter. I thought we'll have some nice chocolate biscuits, so we'll get those open during the day.
Contentious.
What's that?
Biscuits in the press box.
Well,
I've been wrongly accused of biscuit theft in the past. On a national newspaper website, no less.
Really? You have to tell us more. In comes McAndrew, bowls to Lees, who lets that go through to Carter. End of the opening over of the Durham reply, and a good over from Nathan McAndrew that draws good applause around the ground here at home. So Durham yet to open their account in the second innings. They lead by 41, and we've got another 98 overs left to be bowled today because of the play that we lost on Thursday. So we're all set, and Marty's back with us.
Yes, it's a few years ago now, but I was reading a live blog from a Durham game that I was commentating on to discover that I'd been accused of stealing lots of biscuits from the press box, which I was absolutely unaware of the existence of the biscuits.
You sure?
Oh yeah, I had no idea. Well, I was able to prove my innocence because what happened was the chef at Durham at the time decided to treat the members of the press. It was back in the days when you used to get a few more reporters turning up than you do now. So he brought a tray of biscuits up that he'd baked, and I never saw them. And they were at the back of the press box. 1 or 2 people helped themselves to them, and then later in the day they'd vanished. And the question was, where had they gone? Hunt up the hill. And that's an inadvertent 4 from a leave from Michael Jones. He raised his bat to let that one go away, and then it's shaped off the face and gone all the way up to third man. The vacant third man is open early today. Orders at the bar. So anyway, what had happened was, which I found out later, the chef had come back in the middle of the afternoon, saw the tray of biscuits, and thought, oh, they haven't gone down well, so he removed them and took them back to the pavilion. And I was accused of stealing them all, even though I didn't know of their existence. Hunt, left arm over from the C end. That's gone off towards backward square leg. And I think we may see a signal for a leg by here, will we, or not? Yes, there we go.
How do you see, Leo was giving his take on things here from a Durham perspective, Martin? They'll clearly want to make sure they set Sussex a good total, and attempt to bowl Sussex out on the final day. I guess will they need to be cautious? I mean, they don't want to suddenly lose wickets.
Well, I know that is the risk, but I think they'll come out and play like they did on day one, bearing in mind the majority of Durham's runs, was it 376, were scored in 2 sessions, whereas Sussex have got near them in it was a day, wasn't it, really? So
yeah,
because Durham lost their last 3 wickets fairly cheaply yesterday morning, but They went slightly quicker, didn't they? I'm just looking at what were the run rates for the...
Well, they were rattling up 5 and over for much of the first day, weren't they? Sussex will want to bowl better than they did on that opening day.
And in... There's a lot of bat in that. They're appealing for everything here. Calm yourselves down. Silly.
Yeah.
Durham's...
Had an email in from Benjamin Cook. Hello, Benjamin. I'll read your email out in a minute. He's tuning in on the M25, going up to Brentford to watch the mighty Bees take on Newcastle this afternoon. So a big weekend of battles against North East teams this Easter for me. Let's hope that the London and the South East can prevail, says Benjamin.
Hunt in again. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper way across to his left-hand side. Full stretch there. Good work from him.
Good take. He said, I'm very pleased with the Sussex fight back in the last 2 days. Can't help but think that last season would have let Durham hit 500 plus before collapsing after Pujara was out. Hopefully bodes well for a more competitive season. Hoping to get down to Hove tomorrow and watch a successful run chase. Come on, Sussex, says Benjamin. Hi, Benjamin. Good for you to get in touch, and I hope your journey around the M25 isn't too stressful this morning on your way to Brentford.
And bowls, that's gone through to the keeper quite low. He's taking that in front of the shins of first slip, end of the over. I'm just trying to look on the scorecard here to see the sort of match summary and the run rates. Durham were above 5 on day one most of the day, but then I think they finished just under 5. I'm just wondering what Sussex were in comparison.
I mean, it was interesting actually, the stats that Liam came up with yesterday in terms of Pujara and his scoring rates in county championship cricket as compared to test match cricket. They're far quicker in championship cricket.
Well, of course, because he's played against county players and not international players.
In comes McAndrew, let go outside the off stump by Lees. There is no run, but it's substantially better. And of course, you're playing against better bowlers. But it was interesting, Pujara talking to him last night, like he felt as well that his game is expanded, and he did speak very highly of Sussex last night, and the fact it's really helped him in his Indian career of late. And interestingly, they've got this Test World Championship coming up at the Oval against Australia in early June, and very hopeful of being in the Indian side. It means he will miss the game here against Worcestershire. I think that's how it works out, as McAndrew is in around the wicket bowls and let go by Lees outside the off stump, taken very cleanly by Ollie Carter, and there is no run.
That was interesting, that delivery. I don't know if it was a little bit of a slow ball maybe, but it bounced again before it reached the keeper, and generally everything's been carrying through this week.
Yeah. So 6 without loss are Durham. The lead on first innings was 41. After Henry Crocombe was the last man out for Sussex today, bowled by Ben Rain for 11. McAndrew turns at the far end and runs down the slope here at home with 3 slips. He's in and bowls and leases forward and plays that firmly to mid-on. There is no run. He's not off the mark, Alex Lees. He's faced 11 deliveries. Michael Jones is on 4, and there's some real chatter out there from the Sussex lads this morning. You could probably hear that in your or in our effects microphone. The rest of the field, there's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And just to reiterate, no George Garton in the Sussex side. He was hit on the head. It looked as if he'd almost got an edge onto his helmet. But concussion protocols demanding that he doesn't play today. He's been replaced by Finn Hudson-Prentice. In comes McAndrew, clipped away down towards fine leg by Alex Lees, and he's off on his way here with a couple of runs, and Durham go to 8 without loss. We'll be going for an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a couple of moments' time. The sun's trying to come out here at Hove. There's a lot more cloud around today, and these look like quite good bowling conditions to me. Sussex will be keen that maybe the sun stays in for a little longer. In comes McAndrew around the wicket, bowls, and it's a bouncer, and Lees just ducks underneath it. But good case again by Nathan McAndrew, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. We're just going to go to an update, Marty. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Amani. Here at Hove, play getting underway on time. 104 overs in the day today. Durham are 8 without loss in their second innings. They lead by 49. Then after Sussex were bowled out for 335 this morning. The last man out, Henry Crocombe, who was out for 11. Meanwhile, up at Old Trafford, Surrey bowled out yesterday for 442. Lancashire in reply are 257 for 8. As in comes McAndrew, bowls to Lees, who tucks inside the line. See if that came off the 5 pad or if there was a bit of bat. Came off the 5 pad. So one more to the total. It is 9 without loss. Jones is on 4. Lees is on 2. I'm going to take leave of absence. I'm going to leave you
just before
with...
you go, I was looking up these stats and I couldn't understand what was going on with the scorecard. Then I realised I'd gone off line for some strange reason. Back on now. So Durham's run rate was 4.68 and it only came down below 5 yesterday morning. And Sussex went along at 3.57. So
Thank you, Martin.
there's your differences.
So I'm going to leave for a minute. I'm going to open these biscuits and I'm going to leave you with Martin and with Liam O'Brien.
In comes Hunt from the sea end. It's dragged away by Lees down to long leg. 1 run. Lent back a long way there to pull that around the corner. If you want to get in touch, it's wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk or @MartyCricket on Twitter. It's Liam Obbs 1, 2, 3. Was there a 4 in there as well or not? No, turn yourself up.
My bad, sorry, yeah, it's
1, 2,
Liam
3.
Obbs. 1, 2, 3.
Bit more. Hunt comes in and bowls. Pushed away by Jones off towards point. So Liam Obbs, as in obviously 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 was 1, 2, 3.
OBS 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Or in deux trois in French.
What about in German?
Ein, zwei, drei.
Yeah, I think so.
For those German listeners out there. It's been a good start by Durham.
Hunt comes in. He's got 3 slips in place. Bowls. That's gone way down the leg side and it's away for 4 byes. As signalled by James Middlebrook, the umpire, who's originally from the Yorkshire area. When I first met him, he was playing for NCC against Durham in the first champion county match to be played in Abu Dhabi with the pink ball. And he just left Essex and moved to Northampton at that point in time. I remember asking him why he'd moved clubs. He said because Essex didn't want him anymore. So, but his dad was quite a good sort of talent scout in the Yorkshire area, and there was I think it was an Afghan bowler who came and played for Northampton, who'd been spotted playing in the Yorkshire leagues by James's father. That's off the pads and looked from here, even though we're at about 30 degrees, that it was drifting down the leg side. And they're obviously going to appeal for everything here, as we've already seen in the first few overs, but they all went up as one and then pretty quickly gave up on that there, didn't they?
It's a tactic that us cricketers use. The more appeals you get, surely you get one soon, and it's actually weird at work.
Warning.
Yeah, don't go too excessive, but I like the fact they're appealing. It means they're up.
That's going a long way down the leg side, just watching that. Here comes Hunt again, the left armour, he bowls, that's gone the other way. That was a decent delivery, playing a miss there from Jones through to the keeper, angled away past the off stump.
Hunt's radar's not been on so far. His first over's a little bit wayward, a few balls down the leg side, then one right, well outside off. So he needs to find his length, and that was a much better ball there.
I've not actually looked at the weather forecast today in the belief that I didn't need to, but there's quite a lot of cloud around.
I think it's supposed to be good. I had a little look this morning. I don't think there's any rain, but it's good conditions for Sussex.
Yeah. Hunt bowls, played off the back foot. Late cut there from Jones to point, no run, end of the over. So Durham are 14 without loss. Remember, they bowled, or if you're just joining us, they bowled Sussex out and ended up with a 41-run lead after bowling him out for 335. McAndrew not out for 38. Rain taking 3 for 72, plus of course the run out of Orr yesterday. And Crocombe, the last man to go for 11. So fractionally ahead Durham, not much in this game really from what we've seen so far, other than what I mentioned was Durham's scoring rate was quicker than Sussex. So Durham just under 5 and Sussex were around about 3.5.
I'm a really big fan of them opening the bowling with McAndrew. They brought him over from Australia and he's here to take wickets, so give him the best opportunity with a new ball when he's had a really good battle with Lees early on. Lees hasn't really managed to get the ball away, but that's not from a lack of trying.
Well, according to NetWeather and the Cricket Ground forecast, so it brings up each county location, it says here there's a cloud cover of 99% for the next few hours. No rain, though.
Now McAndrew's tearing down. Bowls the ball, and that's an inside edge. He's trying to play it straight, but it goes through mid-wicket, and that is going to be a single. It's a great length from McAndrew, pitching the ball up, trying to keep the stumps in play, and there's been a few balls early on today that haven't quite carried through to the keeper, but I don't think they've been slow.
It's an interesting development in the progression of the game, and I think it needs to be taken a lot more seriously.
Yeah.
I was listening to a debate. Feed's frozen again.
Typical, but I completely agree. I played rugby when I was a little bit younger and I got a few concussions and they took it very serious, but it's an important thing to look after as McAndrew comes into bowl, and that's much fuller and it beats the outside edge again. He's going to feel hard done by that. He's not nicked that, and it's well taken from Carter, and all the Sussex players start running up thinking it's the end of the over, but there's one ball left, so they'll have to run back to their mark. But great start from McAndrew, and Durham players just be thanking their lucky stars that they haven't been nicking these balls, because he's had a few player misses and no nick.
I think that might have been a leave actually, but I was going to say with head injuries, and I didn't really have any knowledge of this until last year, and I missed the game here, which we were talking about in commentary yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, McAndrew's into bowl again, and it's a big swipe from Jones outside the off stump, well taken from Carter, but that's another dot ball, and that is the end of the over. So where are we? 15 without loss. Durham are 5 overs in. It's going to be Hunt to bowl from the sea end.
Yeah, so I tripped over in the street last year and knocked myself out, walking home one night with my daughter and my wife, and fractured my eye socket. But in the weeks afterwards, my short-term memory was absolutely all over the place, to the point where commentating on a cricket match, seeing clouds approaching and thinking to myself, ooh, as the weather forecast changed, picking up my phone, and then by the time I'd sort of opened the screen to look at the weather, I'd forgotten what I had the phone in my hand for. This is pulled by Lees quite smartly through mid-wicket. Slightly short of a length around about off stump from Hunt, and he's planted that away for 4 towards the museum door. Put them into the pavilion.
Wasn't quite there to do, I don't think, but he's just managed to pick up the length early and then swivel on it, and he didn't fully commit to the shot. He kind of glanced at for 4. Excellent shot.
The weather forecast, by the way, today is suggesting no rain, and temperatures around about 10 degrees. So that's a bit of broken cloud and sunshine this afternoon. But at the moment, you would imagine these are good conditions for the bowlers, because it's grey everywhere. Quite low cloud, but it is moving through. So Hunt comes in and bowls again to Lees. Lees flicks that off his hips, and it's gone off towards the backward square leg for 1. Which way is the cloud moving today? Is it sitting there? Is it?
It looks pretty still, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does actually, doesn't it? Because there's a bit of sunshine on the ground. So this is often what happens at Sunderland, where I live. With the sea breezes, the cloud pushes inland a little bit, and so along the coast it'll actually be sunny, but go a mile in towards the Stadium of Light or whatever, and that's under cloud. Yeah. And I'm just wondering here if this is just blown in slightly from the coast and is just sitting on top of us for the time being. Hunt again. That's gone down the leg side and is left alone. Paul Wilson's emailed. He says, "Hi Marty and your band of merry men. Greetings from a sun-kissed and mild Costadale Hartlepool. Finally balanced this game at the moment." And he said, now that they've knocked the tail ender over, steadily build a big lead. Quickly build a big lead. Should be with you until around about 6, apart from nipping out to the chippy around 12, before going out to watch an excellent rock band called Fire Lady Luck. Have fun. Hunt in. Ooh, that nips back in and almost doubles Jones up. He's fended that away one-handed there. And he's gone for a little walk. I think that might have hit the box area on its way through as well.
I felt that one as a batter, going to play forward, thinking the ball's just going to come onto your bat and it nibbles back towards your body. You just got to pray it doesn't hit you in the box. And I reckon it's just missed him, but you still feel it even if it's your thigh pad.
Morning could be interesting this if the new coach is true to his word. about not being interested in draws as the bowler comes in. It's a no ball. It's played off towards the covers, but Durham will get another delivery and the extras as a result of that. Dave McCall says if the new coach is true to his word about not being interested in draws, then I reckon they'll have a good go at this and leave Sussex with a few overs to negotiate this evening with a lead of over 300 if it comes off, he says.
Hunt needs to get back on this because he's already gone for 14 runs here, and McAndrew's been really good from the other end, and you need a big partnership from your bowlers here, and if one of them's leaking runs they can play out McAndrew, so it's important he finds his line here.
He comes in again, a bit of a better ball, roundabout off stumps, defended, played out a short extra cover, no run there by Jones. Matthew Mullen says, good morning guys, currently stopped at the services on the way to Leicester away. A massive game, 3 points needed. Have recovered from yesterday's 4-4 Sunderland game, hoping Durham can kick on and post a good score up the cherries, says Matthew. So that's Bournemouth then, isn't it, playing at Leicester, are they? In comes Hunt, played safely back to the bowler. When I left the press box last night to go and do an interview, and as I was walking round, Sunderland got their 4th goal, and as I was standing waiting to speak to Ollie Robinson, there was 92 minutes played of the 95, and as he came out and I turned it off, and I thought, I bet they don't hold on here, this is going to finish in a draw. And then William, the Durham scorer, said Hull had equalised in the 98th minute from a penalty. And up the hill, bowls, and it's another no ball. Oh, this is becoming a problem. He stares at the sky in disbelief as he hears the noise behind him from the umpire.
Makes you feel sick as a football fan, doesn't it? I can relate exactly to that feeling. I still relate. Man United played Newcastle, I think it was, at Everton last year, and we were playing okay. We just managed to nick it 3-2. Then last minute, free kick comes in the box, Calvert-Lewin scores, and Everton celebrate like they just won the league. And you remember those ones more when they get it back for a draw rather than you losing.
Why do you support Man United?
My dad's Irish side of the family. He's loved George Best growing up, so when I was born, I didn't really have a choice, to be honest with you.
Hunt bowls, that's defended. That is the end eventually of the over, which had 2 no balls in it. In fact, 3. So the first shot went for 4, which was also a no ball. I hadn't spotted the arm going up on that first delivery when it was whipped away by Alex Lee's through to the museum steps.
Yeah, it was a long old over, and I was born in '99. Not to make you feel old or anything, but that was just before the Champions League final over in Barcelona for United versus Bayern Munich, and my dad was going to go over and head over, I believe, but I was born, and instead he watched it with his friend in my living room, and I think I was in his arms celebrating as Solskjaer scored, so I was kind of born into it from an early age.
I remember watching that, being on a later news reporter shift at Radio Newcastle, and we had a bar upstairs. There was a BBC club at the time, and I watched the end of the game in there.
Yeah, amazing. As McAndrew's back to start his next over, and Lees drives that straight to extra cover, and I think that's Pujara, that extra cover, picking the ball up, shining it away, and McAndrew walks back.
Watched a bit of Man United in the mid-90s because a friend, Barry, he was pals with, he knew some of the directors and used to be able to get us tickets, and I went to see Man U Liverpool at Old Trafford. We went out to Turin and watched them play Juventus. And they lost 1-0. Alan Boksic scored, who I think later ended up at Middlesbrough. So watched a few matches. I went to Wembley for the League Cup final when they lost to Aston Villa.
Oh, brilliant. You're an unlucky charm then, and as McAndrew comes in, that's a great ball. Lees goes to play that straight and it nibbles away, and Carter takes that. McAndrew's bowled really well in a much fuller length. I spoke about it yesterday. Potts was a bit more back of a length, but in his last spell yesterday, Potts pitched the ball up, and there's a lot of player misses, a lot more life in that pitch when you bowl a bit fuller, and McAndrew's on the money.
Yeah, I knew a few of the Man U fans quite well, actually. And there was a lad called Pete Boyle who used to write one of the fanzines, and he just so happened he worked in a solicitor's office in Manchester with a friend of mine. So,
and now McAndrew's tearing in. Bowls that again. It's another player miss. Excellent ball. He's just hanging around the off-stump line. The ball's just pitching off the seam and goes straight to the hands of Carter. It's either a really good leave or he's playing at that and it's just doing a lot. So can we call you like a second United fan? Is that your second team?
Not really. I used to go and watch a lot of football back in those days. Me and my mate Dean used to just rock up at random grounds just to tick them off the list, Found ourselves watching a pitch invasion at Chesterfield once.
Amazing. McAndrew's back into bowl, down the hill, and that is left by Lees. And great carry there. It's similar length to the ones that have been dying, so there's a little bit too pace maybe this pitch.
We went to Chesterfield. We were playing Walsall, and for the life of you, couldn't say why there was so much needle between the two sets of fans. But there was a pitch invasion at one point. Went to watch Lincoln City play Rochdale or somebody like that, and when we were buying the tickets, it was the day Lincoln City opened their new main stand, which back in those days when Sunderland were playing in Roker Park, which was an antique venue really.
And McAndrew's coming down the hill. He's found his rhythm early on today. Pitches a ball up, and that's driven really well from Lees. But McAndrew manages just to get a hand on it as it's driven back at him and stops the ball dead. But that could have been a 4 there if he didn't get a hand to it.
Yeah, we were at Lincoln and we walked into this brand new stand, and underneath there was all this area, lovely new bars, big TVs hanging off the walls, and we're thinking, wow, how can a team like Lincoln afford something like this? And Sunderland are rattling around in rather old Roker Park, but...
Well, look at you now, stadium the light. I don't know what Lincoln's still got the same stadium?
Yeah.
McAndrew's now into bowl again. Full delivery, and they're celebrating. I don't think that was out. But yeah, that's a Yorker from McAndrew. Just misses the off stump, and I think they're just celebrating because it was close, and they're trying to get the umpire to give him a decision. But that's an excellent over again from McAndrew. So Durham are 26 without loss, and they've kind of snuck to that total, haven't they, really? They've like out of nowhere, but a lot of that's from Hunt and his extras as well, I would say.
Well, how much was that last over worth that he bowled? And was it his last over as well?
He's back on again, but they've only got 13 runs off the bat, so is that 13 extras they've had as well? That's a lot.
Where's that gone to? That's looking at the wrong innings there. I'm thinking that's describing bowlers who haven't had the ball in their hand. So that previous over went for 11 runs. He's still bowling though, as Liam said. That's a dot ball, just played on the offside. I tell you where I did go to. It was me and my dad just shot down to Elland Road one day. Managed to get spare tickets off people outside the ground, and it was Eric Cantona's return to Leeds.
Amazing.
With Man United, and I think Man United won 4-0. He scored a penalty, and he was being given absolute pelters by the Leeds fans. When he scored the penalty, he ran to the stanchion at the back of the goal and leapt up on it and swiveled around it.
My dad's hero, Eric Cantona.
Yeah, he was a cracking player, Eric Cantona.
It was my dad's 60th in October, and me and my brother, we're not massive on big presents and stuff like that, but normally we get a few little ones and we go for a big meal and we'll sort that. And we thought this year, all he does is talk about Cantona and that celebration when he did the chip and just the arrogance of him. And
well, that was against Sunderland. I was there for that.
Really? Sorry to rub it in.
Lionel Perez, that's one of the best goals I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I think Sunderland lost 5-0 that day, but Cantona chipped the keeper from outside the edge of the box as Hunt comes in, and that's pushed away towards point. And it was such an incredible goal. Most of the people around me in the Sunderland end just stood up and applauded, and he just turned like a gladiator and threw his arms out to the stands as if to say, what do you think about that?
Are you not entertained?
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got him a signed Cantona shirt from that year as well, and he was absolutely chuffed with it. So chuffed that it's still laying there on the floor and he's not even hung it up yet. So
right.
Dad, if you're listening, get it hung up, please.
Hunt bowls to Jones. Oh, bit of an inside edge. It's gone off towards square leg. No run there. You know, the night he jumped into the crowd at Crystal Palace, I mean, that was an incredible moment to see on the TV. And the following day, I spent the entire day sitting outside of the referee's house in Chesley Street. And this was back in the days when referees weren't full-time. So Alan Wilkie, who was the referee, was actually, I think he was a British telecom engineer or something like that. And I sat all day waiting for him to come back from London on the train, and he came walking along the street as Hunt bowls. That's gone through to the keeper, and said, hello Alan. I was working for North News and Pictures at the time, freelance agency. He said, I can't say anything. And he said, how long have you been sitting there for? And I said, all day. He said, oh, that's a pity. He said, but I'm not allowed to say anything. And I actually did, years later, interview him for a sports show on Radio Newcastle, and he was retired by then, so he was able to go into great detail about it a few years later.
What a man. It's turned into a Man United radio here.
Here comes Hunt. That's gone through to the keeper, and that is the end of the over. Durham are 26 for none. And it's coming up to 5 to 12. I'll have to go and do an update for Radio Newcastle in a few minutes. I'll tell you one other story about Eric Cantona. Around about the same period, after... Now, had he retired from football or maybe not? I was trying to remember. We got notice that he was starring in a film. And the film was being filmed at Alnwick Castle. Was it Henry V or something? I can't remember what the film was now. Anyway, I was dispatched to Alnwick Castle and spent hours and hours going around the grounds of Alnwick Castle and sitting in a farmer's field on the other side of the river with a camera to try and see if I could spot anything.
Now McAndrew's into bowl against Lees, and that's another player miss. Deja vu again. Feels like we're just seeing the same ball over and over, but he's bowling well at the moment, McAndrew, and the slips are up for it.
But I couldn't see him. I could see some production crews and the odd camera and things like that, but never saw any actors or actresses there at all that day.
So did you just get tricked into it?
No, it's just, I mean, they were filming there, and the film did come out with him in it, in scenes in Alnwick Castle, but just the day I was up there, couldn't find anything.
And McAndrew's tearing down the hill again. Delivers a ball, and that's another player miss. I think Lees is being smart here. He's trying to get in line. If the ball does nibble away, he's just moving his hands inside the line of the ball so he can't edge it. But it looks great for the viewers. Looks like he's playing and missing every ball.
Wandered down the riverbank to try and look into the grounds from the opposite side of the river and bumped into another reporter who had the same tip-off, so I think the word had gone around. Last summer, the year before, Harrison Ford was spotted. He was making a new Indiana Jones film at Bamborough Castle in Northumberland.
That's out this year.
Is it?
Yeah. Now McAndrew's coming into bowl. And that is a genuine player miss. They're all celebrating, but it's one of those where you're more just appealing because you just want the batsman to have nicked it. But just too good at the moment. McAndrew's really doing well here. He's only gone for 3 runs, and Durham are on 26. So hopefully from the other end he can get a bit of support because he's had a really good spell. And I've bowled a couple of times down the hill here at Sussex, and it's a really hard hill to get used to because it's quite steep as you come jumping in. So it's impressive that he's found his rhythm so early on.
Still overcast. The cloud is not really moving at the moment. It's blue sky to the west of us, but here it's a bit gloomy.
And he's into bowl again, and that is edged down to third man. Very loose shot there from Alex Lees. Outside off delivery from McAndrew. A lot fuller, and he's gone to play it through cover, but edged it into the vacant third man area for 4 runs.
You should have somebody down there because that's a really small boundary to try and defend. And even with somebody down there, it might be difficult to stop some of the runs, but...
Well, the way he's been shaping the ball, they have 3 men on the in front of square on the leg side, a square leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Yeah. I'd be taking out mid-on or something.
He's got a long leg here who's probably not likely to see any action, you know.
I agree.
Move him to third man.
No, I completely agree, unless Alex Lees wants to get the ramp out early doors. Now McAndrew's back into bowl, full depth delivery, and that is a beautiful ball again. I feel bad for him. I just bowler's union, seeing him tearing the hill, working hard, tearing down the hill. Working hard, and he's just player missing.
Robert Potts has emailed. He says, "Does this Sussex appealing remind you of the days of Chris Adams when the leg spinner usually slaughtered Durham?"
Mushtaq Ahmed, isn't it? A lot of noise. I don't know if you can hear it in your headphones. Sussex guys are up for this. That's going to be the last.
So that's the interesting part from a Durham point of view. They've just got to nullify this.
Absolutely. Now last ball over here from McAndrew, and Lees actually comes down the wicket, so I think McAndrew's found his length, so he started coming down the wicket just to try and put him off, made it into a half volley, just leant into it, hit it straight to Pujara, and that's a dot ball. And I'm surprised here Hunt's getting another over. I don't think he's been too impressive so far. 4 for 16, few leg bars as well, but McAndrew's been really good from the other end, so they need a partnership here, and Hunt's not been on the money yet.
Times Newcastle's game today at Brentford, 3 o'clock.
I think United at the early kick-off.
12:30 against them. Now that is what I do annoy me about Man United fans, how they just constantly refer to United when there's loads of Uniteds. There's Newcastle, there's Leeds, Sheffield.
We're the United, aren't we? But you would call Sunderland United, wouldn't you, when you're up home?
No. Hunt comes in, bowls. I would call Sunderland United. That's a dot ball, by the way. How do you mean?
Well, would you not, when you're talking about Sunderland when you're at home, would you say Sunderland or would you go, oh, yeah, United played well?
Well, I would say Sunderland because they don't have United in their title.
Good point.
But I also refer to your United as Man U, not United.
Do you?
Yeah.
Just slang down here in the south, isn't it?
Man U.
Man U seems effort. I don't know why. United, it just seems right. And everyone knows if you say United, that it's Man U, or they seem to, anyways.
Hunt to Jones. Jones drives at that ball and it bobbles up to Pujara at mid-off. There's no run there.
For some reason, I always thought it was Sunderland United. Sunderland AFC.
Sunderland AFC, yeah. That's why I was completely confused.
You should have seen the look I got there. Sunderland United. Who's this youngster calling him Sunderland United? But Marty's going to leave us now. He's got to do an update here, so you're going to be left with me. And I promise this isn't a Man United radio, so you're not going to have any more Cantona stories for the next 5 minutes or so. So we've got Hunt here. 9.2 overs into the game. Nearly called them Sunderland. Durham at 3 and over at the moment, and Hunt's up the hill, and that's an absolute seed, and they're celebrating. And the Durham player Jones walks off. Great delivery there from Hunt, and I was saying how he needed to find his line and length, and he's found it. Good ball, hitting the top of off, just nibbled away a bit, and Jones just prodded at it, and it's edged through to Carter, who's taken it well. So that's going to be Jones gone for 4. Excellent delivery there from Hunt. I'm just going to watch it back on the replay just to see what's happened here. So yeah, it's a good length ball, and that's done a lot off the seam. Jones can't do anything about that, to be honest with you. Excellent ball, and it's one of those ones as a batter early on where you feel like you've been hard done by, but excellent delivery. And that's going to bring in McKinney. So Hunt's going to be really happy with that. He hadn't really found his length early on, been a little bit away with his line as well. So that's going to be a confidence booster. And knowing how it is as a bowler, McAndrew's going to feel really hard done by. He's done so much hard work down the hill, making them play a miss, and then Hunt comes in and nicks the wicket. But it's always the way, isn't it? I always have a story about my brother. One year he was playing with my club team, and there was one guy from the other end who took all these wickets, and he was absolutely fuming because my brother was bowling so well at the other end, and this other guy would be bowling, lobbing it up, and people would be going after him instead. And the other guy that year outdid him for wickets, and he was absolutely fuming. And at the end of the year he didn't realise it's a team game, and actually because he was bowling well they went after the other guy. But hey ho, I think he's got over it now. But Hunt be really happy with that, and big smiles from Pujara there at mid-off. Brings in the left-hander McKinney, and I've been really impressed. I watched a bit of McKinney in the first innings. Obviously I wasn't here for day one, but I did catch some of the highlights, and it was really impressive. So it'd be good to see him bat again. Very tall stature here. And a lot of noise from Sussex here. They're up for this. So 30 for 1 here, 9.3 overs in, and I reckon Hunt might get his tail up here. So he's running up the hill, coming into bowl at McKinney for his first ball. Full length delivery, and that's nearly chopped onto the stumps. Bit more pace from Hunt. McKinney goes to block it, and it just rolls back past the stumps for a dot ball. A lot of noise from Sussex. They are up for this today. And I don't envy Hunt running up that hill, trying to bend your back, get the ball moving, and it's quite a steep hill here at Sussex. I'm just having a look around the ground. The ground's starting to fill up a little bit. Easter Saturday here. And yeah, good bit of noise from the Sussex players. So now Hunt's coming up the hill. Coming into bowl. Full left delivery, and that's driven back by McKinney. Confident shot for his second ball, and that's hit straight back at Hunt, who's shaking his hand now. That's going to sting. Definitely stings early on with a new ball getting hit at you as a fielder, and yeah, gets hit straight back at Hunt on his follow through. He managed to stop it. And interestingly enough, normally you have first slip as the one shining the ball, so it'll go through to the keeper. They'll be shining the ball, but this time they've got Tom Haynes in at extra cover, who pulls out his jumper, and he's got the reddest jumper of all time, where he just shines it in at extra cover. And Hunt's going to be coming into bowl. Full left delivery, and that's a play and miss. Excellent delivery, and that's going to be the over there. And the Sussex guys are sprinting back to their mark to see McAndrew bowl, but that's a much better over from Hunt, and maybe he'll be able to find his line a little bit better now that there's two left-handers into bat. Now we're joined by the legend Adrian Harms. If you weren't here yesterday, he was referred to on the radio broadcast as a legend, and he wasn't here for it, so now we're just reminding him every time he comes on for a stint. How are you doing, Adrian? You okay?
fine. I'm just going to reconnect the wires.
Always change around the.
There we are, that's better. We're back with you. Apologies, we missed a delivery there from Nathan McAndrew. What have you made of this Sussex attack, Jamie? Because I'll be very pleased to have taken that wicket of Michael Jones. McAndrew running in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and Lees turns it onto the onside, and there is no run. Can we hear you loud and clear? I think we can.
Right, we're back. A few technical errors. I was trying to big up Adrian Harms, then he unplugs my headset, so I think he's had enough of me today, guys.
Yeah, we had a lot of wires in here, so we're trying to do all sorts in the commentary box today, but we got there in the end.
And he's smartly placed his hobnobs right in front of my line of view, so he's going to. I imagine you're a little bit crunching later on when he starts diving into those hobnobs.
They look nice, don't they? Yeah. I don't know whether you guys help yourself to any of them, but you're more than welcome. But Campbell, still a very overcast day here at home. He's in around the wicket bowls, leads his forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. I certainly think Sussex have bowled as a unit better here this morning than they did in the first innings.
Yeah, well, I think it's come largely from McAndrew. That last over from Hunt was very good, but he wasn't on the money before then, and McAndrew built up a lot of pressure from the other end, and it was good to see Hunt finding his line, and it was an absolute jaffa to get out Jones, who couldn't really do anything about that. It's one of those early on where you just walk off and go, fair play, I got a good ball. But if they can bowl as a partnership here, they could be in for a few wickets here.
In his sixth over, round the wicket, in and bowls. Lees again his forward, plays to mid-off. It was something that Martin was talking about, and we'll get Martin back on in a moment, was the fact that Durham can't go chasing here to set up some sort of a target and risk losing wickets. And Sussex have certainly asked questions, and Alex Lees is batting certainly in a different vein than he did in the first innings, where you could say on the other hand he hasn't had the balls to hit. I think there were plenty of balls that he was able to hit for four in the first innings. That hasn't been the case today, and you can see that by McAndrew's figures. He's 2 maidens in his 5 overs and 4 balls. He's in and bowls, and Lees lets that one go. Good take by Carter low down in front of Tom Alsop at first slip.
Yeah, he's bowled like a stroke bowler. Someone who's just making him play and miss, and it builds a lot of pressure. It's a shame Hunt couldn't get his rhythm early on, because they could have had a really good start here, and Durham have probably got about 15 runs too many, I think Sussex will say, for how well McAndrew's been bowling. So I think they'll be hoping that Hunt can find his rhythm, and it'll be really important that whoever comes on for first change makes an instant impact, I would say, Adrian.
Yeah, and a bit of discussion as well in the press room about Nathan McAndrew, and that Sussex have been really looking for an overseas for some time. In comes McAndrew, bowls let go by Lees outside the off stump. There is no run, and hasn't really worked out. It's a maiden over from Nathan McAndrew. 6 overs, 3 maids, no wicket for 7. Durham are 30 for 1 with Lees on 13. McKinney yet to score. So we're going to have a little change around, I think, because I think it's probably time for Liam to have a breather until about 12:30, and we'll bring Martin back in to the commentary box, and he will rejoin us, and it's going to be Sean Hunt who's going to carry on from this C end of the ground with that 1 wicket to his name. Sussex is, so just push that little button, that's there, that comes out there, that's it. We're in comes Sean Hunt, running away from us, comes into bowl to McKinney, who's forward and plays with soft hands to backward point, fielded there by, who's that at backward point? Phil Hudson-Prentice, who's warming up to bowl.
Before Liam departs, we were talking about Manchester United and stuff. We're dragged out of the audience.
We're just very reserved. It's in comes Hunt. 3 slips in place. He's in and bowls, and forward comes McKinney. Plays that shot again. He's going to pick up more runs here, but not 2 on this occasion. Again, it's Jack Carstairs to run back to field. So end of the over from Sean Hunt, an over in which he conceded 3 runs, and Durham have progressed to 33 for 1. Alex Lee's on 13. McKinney is on 3. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms, Martin Emerson, with you on commentary. Liam O'Brien, the 3rd member of our commentary team. And just a reminder, if you are looking for your football coverage this afternoon, because there are big games involving both Brighton and Newcastle today, those will be available on the radio. I don't know about I think the Brentford Newcastle game is a 3 o'clock kickoff.
Yeah.
Certainly the Brighton game at Tottenham is a 3 o'clock kickoff. So I'm sure those that are here at the cricket will have, whilst they're absorbed in the cricket, I'm sure they will have half an hour events going on in North London as well.
So Finn Hudson-Prentice started here, then went to Derbyshire, then has come back here. And he comes, right arm over, defended by Ben McKinney. Norman's email to say Chris Rushworth's just got his 600th first-class wicket. He left Durham with 598. 578 of those were in the Championship. So Lewis Gregory, the Somerset skipper, the man who he claimed. Another milestone for Rushy. Hudson-Prentice, right arm, round the wicket to the left-handed McKinney. Good line there. Ball is seaming around a bit today. It's nipping about, and these overhead conditions have been helping. Having looked up momentarily, that bank of cloud has sort of slightly drifted to the north of us now, and we're starting to see a bit more blue sky appearing.
Yes, I mean, it's certainly overcast. It's more overcast than it was yesterday. These are good bowling conditions, but it maybe explains the way that Alex Lees has been a lot more cautious in his approach this morning.
Hudson-Prentice in. That's through to the keeper. Got a little man bun going on there, hasn't he?
Yes, he's got long flowing locks as Finn Hudson-Prentice. It's great to see Finn back, actually, because he had a wretched time with injuries last year as well. It was the start of last season, literally as the season was getting underway, that he was diagnosed with a stress fracture of the back. He came in and did some commentary duties for last year. It was great to see him, but he was so frustrated. And of course, it's this long process then of physiotherapy. He did play some cricket in the end of the season, but not anything like as much as he hoped.
He bowls. McKinney dabs the ball down into the ground, and it's stopped at second slip.
And of course, this is where Finn started his career down at Sussex before he was released. Spent some time with the MCC before he was picked up by Derbyshire and made a really favourable impression up at Derby. I was talking to the guys who travel around, Dave Griffin particularly, who the photographer, spends a lot of time with Derbyshire, and they spoke very highly of Finn. And he'll be really keen to recapture some of that Derbyshire form here at Hove.
Oh, McKinney plays and misses. He's nearly fallen over there as he's played that. Bit of a false shot. I'm just looking up Hudson-Prentice's record against Durham. He's played against them in 4 games for Derbyshire. And now this one as well, for 3 games for Derbyshire, this one today. And he's taken 2 wickets, best bowling 1 for 27. Highest score of 26, so he's had a fairly quiet time against Durham over the years. Comes in and bowls. That's a good rising pace. Delivery, which
good pace.
McKinney looked to play and then dropped his hands out the road off. Decent over that one, it's a maiden, and he's Asked a few questions to the batsman there.
Well, I certainly feel that Sussex have bowled a lot better this morning than they did in the opening session of the match. Of course, it was delayed till 1:30, so it was the first afternoon of the match. But Sussex bowled far too many loose deliveries, which enabled Durham to really get away on that opening day. And I think they bowled a much, much better line and length today. I'm sure that James Kirtley and Paul Farbrace would have spoken about the amount of loose deliveries there were. And Sussex have been a lot tighter today. And I think the conditions, as you said, are a lot more conducive to seam bowling. There's still quite a lot of heavy cloud around Hove, but we've got a double change, and it's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to come into the attack. Picked up a couple of wickets first time around, 2 for 57 in the 13 overs that he bowled, and he's going to come in from the C end of the ground. Cheteshwar Pujara keeping the pressure on here. 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down in the distance in front of the changing rooms. Crocombe around the wicket comes in and bowls. He strikes Lees, I thought, round about the thigh pad. There was a stifled appeal. And it looked from this angle as if the ball was disappearing down the leg side. The voice you can hear in the effects microphone is a couple of people talking to photographers down below us, and you're picking up their conversation in the effects microphone. So apologies if that's distracting you from the commentary on the game, as in comes Crocombe again. Around the wicket, he's in and bowls, and nice looking shot by Alex Lee through mid-wicket, and that's going to be 4 runs. A little bit too loose from Henry Crocombe. And Sussex need to be sure to keep the pressure on here, because a couple of wickets here under these what look like pretty favourable bowling conditions. Sussex could find themselves in a very strong position in this match. But that was a loose delivery, and Alex Lee's far too good a player to miss out. He goes to 17 and Durham to 37 for 1.
Finn Hudson-Prentice, by the way, needs 3 wickets to reach 50 in first-class cricket, so that might be something we see today or tomorrow, perhaps. I wonder what the photographers are talking about. If they're talking about shutter speeds and f-stops, then I might learn something.
Are you a keen photographer?
Well, yeah, but I'm not very... I read up on it all and then forget it all, if you know what I mean.
Comes Crocombe around the wicket, bowls, and a player to miss out. Oh, he is caught behind. Well, that's a big wicket, and Alex Lees is on his way. It didn't look like the greatest of shots from Alex Lees. You'll be able to see it again on the replay.
He's got an inside edge there. He's played it one-handed.
One-handed to bat. And the ball goes through to Ollie Carter, who makes no mistake. So credit Cheteshwar Pujara. He's made the change. He's brought on Henry Crocombe, I should say. A loose delivery, the previous delivery. But Alex Lee's looking to drive that one away through the offside. He is on his way for 17. And Sussex have picked up a couple of wickets here this morning and will feel they're right back in this game. You need to add 41, which was the lead at the end of the innings, and I'm just watching the replay of this dismissal. He certainly took his hand off the bat, did Alex Lee. Yeah, he was looking to drive it away through the offside. He's got an inside edge. The ball has gone through to Ollie Carter, who's made no mistake. So both Durham openers are back in the pavilion. Michael Jones and Alex Lees, who made 87 and 79 respectively in the first innings. But they're gone, and Sussex are jubilant. So 37 for 2, add 41 for that, gives you what, 78, is that right? That's the lead. So effectively 78 for 2, as the new man comes out, who I suspect is David Bedingham. Yes, indeed it is. So 2 new batsmen in. And Henry Crocombe, we picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings, has now packed up his 3rd of the match. Interesting, if you want to hear more from Cheteshwar Pujara, the Sussex skipper, who spoke yesterday about this group of players and about learning and the fact that they want to get promotion. And he spoke very well last night, Cheteshwar Pujara. And he'll be really, really pleased as he stands there at mid-off. 2 slips in a gully, and Crocombe is on his way. And this the C end of the ground. He's in and bowls to Bedingham, who's forward, a ball of good length. He punches that into the covers, and there is no run fielded there by Tom Haynes. I was rather frantically looking for my mobile phone a couple of moments ago. I'd actually left it in the press room where I made myself a cup of coffee when I was off commentary. The reason I was looking for it, I'm disappearing a bit early today because I'm going to London a bit later to see Elton John. Some tickets we've had for about 5 years on this farewell tour, and the concert's been rearranged on numerous occasions as Crocombe is in and Bowles let go outside the off stump by Bedingham through to Carter, and there is no run. And I had a bit of a panic last night because I'm a bit old school, and I'm used to when I go
Where are
to...
the tickets?
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
I'm used to having a paper ticket in my hand, and my wife said to me, "Have you got your ticket for tomorrow?" And I said, "Well, no." "Oh, you have to download it on your phone." So then we had a frantic half an hour while Adrian, who is not particularly tech savvy, is desperately trying to download his ticket on the phone. Liam's looking at me as if I'm round the bend, because I know people of your age group, Liam, it's second nature. In comes Crocombe, bowls to Bedingham, and that's a nice looking shot. Slightly overpitched by Henry Crocombe, and David Bedingham drove the ball through the covers for a boundary. His first runs, he goes to 4. Durham 41 for 2. It means that the lead is 82. But I know that everything is done on phones these days, and I need to up my game in terms of tickets. But I had this half hour desperately trying to download the app, then find the ticket. And so the most important thing I have in my possession today is my phone, because if I get to London and I haven't got my phone, I'm not getting in. And on the instructions that came through from the O2, it said entry by phone only. So, oh, crumbs. I don't need the stress for it. I like it in the old days. You get a physical ticket and you hand it in. But anyway, those days are gone.
Chris tweeted early, he's gone to a particular discount store and I'm taking Marty Cricket for company. And Sophie says, "I'd love to hear his thoughts on this week's special buys in the middle aisle." Well, the wicket comes. Hudson Prentice played by McKinney out towards mid-wicket.
It's, do you know,
the
that's
throws.
sloppy. That's really
That's,
sloppy.
Who's the little kid who's thrown that there?
Yeah.
Bertie Foreman.
So the throw came in. It was a poor throw, and it's one of those.
Well, the keeper was at full stretch, and he was nowhere near the stumps. It went over him, went through the slip cord, and off down towards third man. But it didn't go out for a 4. But he looks quite shocked there, doesn't he, after that throw? He's got his hand on his mouth in disbelief.
I'm just trying to work out who
Now he's apologising. It's Foreman.
Yeah, but who's gone off the field?
All right.
Let's see if we can work out.
Well, who's just finished bowling?
Is it Nathan McAndrew who's gone off?
Is Hunt out there? Hudson Prentice, right arm over. That's left by David Bedingham, who was out for 10 in the first innings here.
It's either Sean Hunt or Nathan McAndrew. Who's that standing up there at mid-on? Is it a long way away from where we're commentating? Yes, I think it is Nathan McAndrew who's gone off the field.
David Bedingham was the leading batsman all the way through the 2021 season in the county championship. First to 600, 700, 800, 900 runs, then pipped. Possibly, was it Tom Haynes who pipped him right at the end to 1,000?
Well, Tom last season.
This is played into the covers, no run there.
The final game of the season where Tom Haynes made 177 and 108 in the game against Glamorgan. So Tom had a cracking end.
2 years ago that was.
Oh, sorry, you were talking about last season. Yeah.
It was Tom Haynes who just got ahead of him.
Yeah.
I think it was that Middlesex match. There was a really high-scoring game against Middlesex here.
Let's have a look.
Bedingham started off really well last year and then suffered a back injury and missed quite a bit of cricket from mid-May onwards. Hudson Prentice bowls. This is played back to the bowler. And he's got nearly 4,700 runs. In fact, he's just gone past 4,700 today. He's on 4 now. And in that total, 1,300s, 1850s.
Yes, in that game against Middlesex here the season before last, Tom Haynes made 156 against Middlesex.
Here's the bowler. This is pushed up towards wide mid-on, no run there.
And then he needed another, I made a note of it, he needed 57 in the second innings to pass 1,000 runs, and he made 87. So your memory's very good, Martin. It was a game against Middlesex. It is, yes, I can see. Thank you, Liam. It is Nathan McAndrew. We can see number 43 on the back of his shirt at mid-on. So it is Sean Hunt who's off the field.
Muller comes in, Bellingham forward, pushes that to point, no run there. Game last year, Alex Lee's got a duck in the first innings, but then got 105 in the second in an opening stand of 313 with Sean Dixon. Dixon went on to score 186, but he's now at Somerset. And their opening stand was a run short of Durham's opening record in the county championship, a figure set by Michael Di Venuto and Kyle Coates in 2009 in a match against Notts, where they were playing at home and they amassed a massive score. It was their highest score at the time, and won the title with 2 matches remaining.
So Henry Crocombe is going to carry on from the C end of the ground. Nathan McAndrew's got something in his hand, hasn't he? What's he got in his left hand there? Do you think it might be a warmer? I mean, he's got a short sleeve shirt on, but he's definitely got something in his left hand fielding there at mid on. As in comes Crocombe around the wicket, bowls. Oh, he's caught behind, and the wicket goes down. And Henry Crocombe picks up the wicket of Ben McKinney, who's caught behind. A third catch for Ollie Carter, a third wicket for Sussex. And Sussex are having a terrific morning here. These look like good bowling conditions, but that being said, Sussex are bowling a whole lot better than they did on the first day, and they're picking up their wickets for their reward for bowling line and length. So 3 wickets go down. McKinney is on his way for 4. In 26 minutes, he faced 17 balls. And Sussex are right back in this match. Not that they were ever out of it. So you need to add 41 to the Durham
83.
Total of 42, which means the lead is 83. So effectively Durham 83 for 3, coming up to 12:30 on the third day here. So undoubtedly been Sussex's morning. And Ollie Carter picking up 3 catches behind the gun. Oh, someone's singing an Ollie Robinson song around the ground. I'm not sure who that is. But he had a little nibble at that, didn't he, McKinney? It was just wide of the off stump. He was tempted into playing at the ball. Probably didn't need to. But the new man coming in is not the Sussex Ollie Robinson, it is the Kent Ollie Robinson, who kept wicket beautifully, I thought, for Kent throughout. Made 30 in the first innings before rather giving it away, and he's coming into bat in rather different circumstances here for his new county. 41 for 3.
42 for 3.
Sorry, 42 for 3.
You had me checking my scorecard there, because I'm
apologies.
Just tweeting the wrong score.
So, Henry Crocombe brought into the attack and has immediately picked up a couple of wickets. And he's going to bowl to Ollie Robinson. The Sussex lads are cock-a-hoop with that. 4 slips go down and Crocombe races away from us. He's in and bowls, and Robinson lets that go outside the off stump, and you probably heard the howl in our effects microphone as the ball thudded into the gloves of Ollie Carter behind the stumps. So often we've seen Martin in county championship cricket in the certainly the last 2 or 3 seasons. That's so important for the bowling side to pick up wickets when the ball is hard and new. And that's just what Sussex have done this morning. Crocombe is in and bowls. Oh, Robinson nearly plays on. He was
towed it along the floor and it's gone to first slip.
Yeah, he was looking to drive that away on the offside. There was a puff of dust. And there's a few nerves out there now from a Durham point of view.
He's played it down into the ground. It was quite wide of the stumps when he played it, actually. Came off the toe of the bat, straight into the ground. Durham have just got to watch themselves here.
Yeah, they have. Crocombe again. In and bowls. And Robinson again looking to drive through the covers. His feet weren't in the right position to play that shot at all. And the ball goes through to Ollie Carter, who takes that round about the midriff. Shot by Ollie Robinson. When you can hear the Sussex lads, they are full of beans and full of chatter out there. Robinson retakes guard. Came into bat in a much different position in the first innings because Durham were well on top. Crocombe in again, bowls, and Robinson drives, and he's going to get a run. But it was, I don't think it was a chance to Jack Carson. My first impression was...
You know what? I think that was off the ground, you know.
Do you? Do you think it was a chance? Difficult to tell.
It's landed right
Right in front of him.
at his hands.
Right.
So as he's gone down, the ball's pitched and it's gone through his hands.
I'm just looking to see. That looks like Ali Orr in there, actually. I think it is Ali Orr. So would you give that as a chance or not?
It was pitching as he went down to meet
Right.
it.
Okay. Crocombe again.
A nervous period for Durham, this.
Runs in and bowls and driven nicely
well stopped.
by Bedingham. And Henry Crocombe, I think, stopped that with his foot.
Yes.
Ouch.
That's stinging.
That hurts. And David Bedingham, very, very sportingly said to Henry Crocombe, I hope you're okay. And I'm sure Henry is, because he's picked up a wicket. And he's got the very impressive figures of 2 overs, no maidens, 2 for 9. Durham.
Those 2 wickets were 5 balls apart as well.
Yes, Durham 43 for 3. Bedingham on 1, Bedingham on 4, Robinson on 1. And it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Lunch today at 1:10, because we're making up overs again from the first day. We'll be having an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a few moments' time. Ollie Carter clapping his gloves together. Well done, Henry Crocombe. He gets a nice round of applause from those spectators sitting in the southwest corner of the ground. Is it me or you, Martin? I think it's you.
This is me, but I was waiting for your... Tell me when your update's coming. Here's some Prentice bowling to Robinson. It's defended, goes out on the offside, no run there. Picked up by Pujara.
Amazing what a couple of wickets does, doesn't it? To here, Ollie Carter, he's banging his clubs together behind the stumps. There's the noise you can hear in the effects microphone.
Some Prentice in again. Oh, playing a miss. The ball's obviously really tantalisingly leaping about here. They just can't get their lines right, the batsmen, can they? This is much better from Sussex compared to day one.
I couldn't agree more. On the first day, Sussex were too loose, and that was the feeling. When we spoke to Nathan McAndrew at the end of the first day, he said, with far too many 4 balls. But they've really tightened up their lines. I can imagine that James Kirtley probably had a few choice words, and it's been a much improved bowling performance from Sussex.
Bowler comes back in again to bowl to Robinson down the hill. Robinson pushes that towards point. Moved only a little bit, that previous delivery. Just a little bit of swing late on and went past the off stump.
Oh, here comes the update, Martin. So if you don't mind, I'll just very quickly take over.
Overnight tonight,
Got the weather forecast.
and a bit cloudier, so I don't think we'll see so much
Hudson Prentice wheels round at the
today. Tomorrow,
far end of the ground.
breeze generally, and then
And he's in and bowls, and forward comes Robinson. Plays onto the leg side, and there is no run.
It'll be feeling cooler as well, 16 and 17.
2 slips and a gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg and a fine leg. Just hearing a very good weather forecast for tomorrow, but not great on Monday, but we won't worry about that as Hudson Prentice is in bowls and Robinson's right in behind that. Plays it to mid off, fielded by the Sussex skipper, Cheteshwar Pujara. So Durham 43 for 3. Dingham on 4, Robinson on 1. So Durham have lost 3 for 13, having reached 30 without loss.
13-18 and the breeze.
Hudson Prentice turns and he's on his way down the hill and bowls, and Robinson drives slightly away from his body, but it's a maiden over from Finn Hudson-Prentice, and Sussex are keeping the pressure on here at Hove. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Armani. It's turning into a very good morning here for Sussex at Hove. They were bowled out for 335, which gave Durham a lead of 41. But since then, they've taken 3 Durham wickets, 2 to Henry Crocombe, 1 to Sean Hunt. Durham are 43 for 3. It therefore means that their lead is 84. Meanwhile, up at Old Trafford, Lancashire bowled out this morning for 291 against Surrey. Surrey in their second innings are 4 without loss, leading by 155. Crocombe is in over the wicket bowls, clipped away nicely. That's a lovely shot. Slightly over pitch by Henry Crocombe, and a classy shot by David Bedingham. Clips the ball away through mid-wicket and just relieves a little bit of that pressure. Lovely looking shot. He goes to 8, and Durham to 47 for 3. Sun is out probably more strongly than it's been for most of the morning, actually, and away to the west, where I think the weather is coming from. There's a lot of blue sky, so these, what we think are quite favourable conditions, may not last a lot longer, but as Martin was saying, Sussex have bowled a whole pile better in this second innings. In comes Crocombe on bowls, and Bedingham cuts that away on the bounce, fielded by Hudson Prentice. Eagerly at backward point, he throws the ball into Ollie Carter, and there is no run. We'll carry on as we are for a couple of minutes, then we'll bring back in Liam, I think is going to join me for the lead up to the lunch break, which is at 10 past 1. We've got a present for you all as well, which is your...
What is it today?
Which is the same as yesterday.
With more supplies?
Hopefully. Yeah, I hope so. And in comes Crocombe running away from us to bowl to Bedingham. He bowls short, and Bedingham ducks underneath the ball, rattles through into the gloves of Ollie Carter. And there is no run. I'm not sure if there's someone doing some DIY around the grave, but there's some thumping and hammering going on. Could well be in one of the flats around Hove. 2 slips and a gully. Cover point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. And chattering away to the photographer down below us as well. As in comes Crocombe, bowls and driven nicely. That's a lovely looking shot by David Bedingham, and it's going to be his second boundary in consecutive overs. In fact, his second in this over. Slightly over pitched again by Henry Crocombe. The first one on the leg stump, which we clipped away nicely through mid-wicket for 4. The next one over pitched on the off stump and driven away through the covers for 4. So Cheteshwar Pujara just having a little word, and I think that's good captaincy, actually. You know, Pujara comes up, has a word to Henry Crocombe, just getting the bowlers buy-in as well to the fact that he wants to change the field. I think the change in the field is that they're going to take the gully out and move it into the cover. So he's pitching the ball up, which is, I'm sure, what they'd want Sussex to do here in these conditions, which are quite favourable for bowling. But he's just over-pitched on a couple of occasions. A bit of extra protection. There's a short extra cover has gone in. So now 4 men on that offside as Crocombe is on his way and bowls, and that looked like kept a little low actually, and David Bedingham ducked that out, plays it into the covers, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. So there's a slip. It's not almost a gully, I would say it's almost like a slip and a 4th slip. There's a point, a shortish extra cover, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on who's kneeling down at mid-on. I'm not quite sure who that is or what he's doing. It is Nathan McAndrew. There's a mid-wicket and a fine leg. In comes Crocombe, bowls, cut away by Bedingham, and that's going to probably be a couple on this occasion. Tom Haynes chases back towards the Spenkarma Pavilion. A couple more runs. Having picked up a couple of wickets, that was a more expensive over from Henry Crocombe, which has gone for 10 runs. His figures are 3 overs, no maidens, 2 for 19. And Durham have moved on to 50... Is that
53 for 3.
53 for 3. So add 41 to 53.
Have you not got NV play up on your scorecard again?
Which is 94. No, I will in a mo. So Martin's going to do this over. Then we'll go back to Liam. And then I think Liam and I will see us through to lunch. I think that's the way the rota goes.
Yeah, I teach you these things, you know, Adrian, and I mean, I just waste my breath, don't I? You know what I mean?
Martin, I can't get to grips with tickets on my iPhone.
Hudson Prentice comes in, right arm over, down the hill, and this is played towards backward point by Robinson. I've just written in my update for BBC's cricket feed on the web that Durham needs somebody to come in and steady the nerves here and calm things down again, because at the moment Sussex are right on their toes and really up for this. It's been a good morning for them. Bowled a lot better than they did on Thursday. Hudson Prentice bowls. This has gone behind point and down towards the wide third man boundary. 2 runs for Ollie Robinson as it's chased by Ali Orr, and he flicks it to his teammate, who is Jack Carson. Mervyn Hardy says, good morning, Martin and Adrian. It's lovely to have you back. I'm embarking on a new outlook this season. Thus, the outlook is it's only a game. As I say this, I'm beginning my first nail-biting session of the new season. But remember, it's only a game. Best wishes for the season. Thanks, Mervyn. And Liam as well, Mervyn, who you'll be hearing from in a minute. Oh, Norman's emailed with an email entitled There's More Than One United. Hudson Prentice to Robinson. Robinson drives that nicely through the covers, and that's gone for 4. Just short of a length from the bowler there. And if you're wondering why you haven't heard Hudson Prentice's name in this game until today, that's because he hadn't featured. He's now a concussion replacement for George Garton, who got hit on the head yesterday by Matthew Potts, and as a result of that has had to leave the game. But under the new protocol with concussion replacements, they are allowed to bat and bowl and not just end up being treated like a 12th man who can.
And I think that's a really good rule change, to be honest. It's.
Hudson Prentice is up to his mark. He's coming in from about 25 yards out. 2 slips in a gully. The ball goes to Orr at point. Norman says it might be worthwhile to give your commentary a little football history lesson. Hartlepool United beat Manchester United 6-0 in a pre-season game in August 1988. Manchester United paraded 6 full internationals. Stanley lad Kevin Dixon scored a hat-trick. He played cricket for Kimblesworth there in the Gateshead area. Here comes the bowler, and that's gone out through the covers again from Robinson. He's found the gap once more. The ball hasn't got the revs on it this time, though. It's only going to get him 2. It's fielded just in front of the scoreboard.
Yes, just having built that pressure with the wickets, a couple of boundaries. David Bellingham's come in and looked very confident, as indeed as Ollie Robinson played a couple of very scratchy shots, didn't he, early on? Last couple of overs. What was that? 10 from the previous over from Henry Crocombe, 8 off of this over. Just forcing a little rethink from Pujara in terms of the field that he's setting.
Comes in and bowls. Nearly gets the outside edge there. Played a miss from Robinson. And that is the end of the over. Durham here are 61 for 3. Remember, they had a first innings lead of 41, so they've just gone past that 100 mark. And there's about 25 minutes to go to lunch, isn't it? Because it's 10 past 1 against lunch. 104 over day again.
It is. So
I will. I might go off to the burger bar before it runs out of everything.
Good idea.
And get all the best of the goodies before you've got the chance to get there.
Thank you very much, Martin. Martin Emerson, who will be with us after lunch here on BBC Radio Surrey, BBC Radio Newcastle. Bertie Foreman has come back out onto the field, and I missed who left the field there. But he's after a 12th man duties. I think it might be. Is that Sean Hunt down at fine leg, Liam? I think it is.
Yeah, I'm just trying to have a look. So Pujara's there, Tom Haynes is there, Ali Orr, maybe? I can't see Ali.
Who's the talking to James? Henry Crocombe talking to James Kirtley in front of the spin. In comes Crocombe bowls, played by Bedingham straight back down the Crocombe fields of his own bowling, and there is no run yet. Finn Hudson Prentice is talking to James Kirtley, literally down in front of. In fact, Julian, who's sitting up there, he might be able to eavesdrop on the conversation between James Kirtley and Finn Hudson-Prentice on the boundary edge.
So a bit of insight for you as well. Yesterday, James Kirtley and Hudson-Prentice were out in the square during the lunch break, and they were there for 40 minutes going through Hudson-Prentice bowling a bit of a way swing and trying to hit the seam. So not surprised he's found his rhythm straight away today.
Crocombe in bowl. Short, pulled away by Bellingham. It's in the air in the direction of Jack Carson. You probably heard the cries of catch, but it was a long way short of Jack Carson, who comes in off the deep mid-wicket boundary to field. Bellingham picks up a single. He goes to 15. And the total advances by 1 to 62 for 3. Add 41 to that, which makes the lead 103.
Yeah, it's finely balanced at the moment, isn't it? And I'll be honest, I've been really impressed with Bellingham. He's looked really, really good today, hasn't he?
He has. Crocombe away from us, coming into bowl to Ollie Robinson. Robinson drives nicely down the ground, fielded there by Nathan McAndrew, and there is no run. He did play a couple of very expansive shots, Ollie Robinson, when he first came in, didn't he? And he could have easily got a nick to either of those. Since then he's settled down a little. He's on 9. The field has a slip and a gully. Now, I'm calling it gully. Would you call that fourth slip, or do you think that it's not really an orthodox gully there, is it? He's sort of betwixt and between as Crocombe is in again and bowls, and Robinson covers up and plays straight back down the track. Crocombe fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
I'll tell you what it is, Adrian. It's kind of one of those things where, as a captain, you have no idea where the ball's going to go. So you want a slip and you want a gully, but obviously you don't have enough men to be able to put everyone there. So you kind of just put them in a no man's land area. So you let the batsman know that you can't quite do a late cut. So it's more of just like a nothing position to let them know that you still can't play that shot. But yeah, I'd probably say it's a fourth slip, wouldn't you?
Yeah, Crocombe in bowls. Robinson is forward to a ball of good length. Punches it to mid-off, fielded by Pujara. There is no run. I think this is good field placing by Pujara, because in these conditions the ball is clearly doing a little bit, and I'm sure the word to Henry Crocombe is pitch the ball up here. Now, if you're pitching the ball up, the chances are you could turn it into a half volley, and that's what happened in the previous over. But he's just got some protection in there now, Pujara, which I think is good captaincy. Crocombe in again, bowls, and Robinson sways out of the way of the short delivery. The ball rattles into the gloves of Ollie Carter. Just the one run coming off the over there. Durham lead by 103 at the end of the over. Bellingham on 15. Robinson is on 9. If you've just joined us, Sussex bowled out for 335 this morning. Henry Crocombe, the last man out, for 11. Nathan McAndrew undefeated on 38. Ben Rain, the most successful bowler for Durham, taking 3 for 72. So a Durham lead of 41, which they have extended now to 103, but in so doing they've lost those 3 wickets. Alex Lees for 17, Michael Jones and Ben McKinney both out for 4. The next voice you'll hear be that of Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, thanks, Adrian. Just interesting looking at the way Bellingham started his innings. He looked so assured straight away, and it was a sign that he was going to take control of this innings, and he's hit some really good shots early on, looked really comfortable, and it's going to be a good battle here as Hudson-Prentice comes down the hill. Full length delivery, and that's a confident drive there, straight to mid-on from Bellingham. Yeah, he's just looked really comfortable straight away, and he's kind of owned the crease, the way he's been tapping away, and he's been in his own little bubble. He's looked really impressive so far, and I'm a big fan of Ollie Robinson, as we spoke about yesterday. So it's a really big partnership they need to break here. And yeah, just a little insight for the viewers, like I said earlier. Hudson-Prentice on the square for the whole of the lunch break yesterday with James Kirtley, and they're talking about how to hit the seam and the different angles. And he's really bowled well today, so I'm not surprised. And he's coming in again. Good length delivery, and that is just blocked away for a dot ball. But yeah, they were there for ages yesterday trying to hit their length, and I'm not surprised he's found his rhythm straight away, because he bowled quite a few overs yesterday, and they were talking in great discussion about hitting the seam and the angles and swinging the ball away to left-handers, and it was quite interesting for me to watch. And I did have James Kirtley as my bowling coach when I was with the England PD team a few years ago, and he's so intelligent, and he doesn't give you loads of information. It just always feels like he drip feeds the information you need to hear the most, and it's very easy as a bowler to learn off him. As Hudson-Prentice comes in again, good left delivery. They're going up to a peel, but I think that's too high for me, and probably going down leg as well.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we've been explaining to our listeners here that all week that we're looking over sort of between second and third slips. It's quite difficult to tell the line. Interesting you talk about James, because he was sort of number 2 in command here, and was really, really good with the media with this last year. I'm delighted that he's still here, and working around this young group of bowlers, particularly working with like Henry Crocombe and Sean Hunt, they can only learn from James.
No, 100%. Just while Hudson Prentice comes into bowl here, good length delivery, and that's blocked away. Where it's quite tricky with Curly is he's not the most forthcoming person with information. You've really got to search for it yourself. He'll observe really well from the back, and if you want to get the information and learn, you can go to him. But he doesn't just swamp his bowlers with loads of information. As a young bowler, it's quite tough early on to go to him and ask for advice. Normally you'd want your coach to give it to you, so I bet there was a bit of a learning process about how to get the best out of your coach as well, and it's an interesting dynamic. But he's an excellent coach, and really nice guy as well. Big fan of JK. As Hudson Prentice comes into bowl here. Oh, and that's nicked her first slip. That's an excellent delivery, and that's the massive wicket of Bedingham. He's looked really good in, and excellent delivery from Hudson Prentice. 4th stump line, looks like it's just nipped away, and that's an excellent take by, I think, Allsop at first slip.
Yeah. What a morning for Sussex.
And yeah, they were working on that all day yesterday, Hudson Prentice and Kirtley. So I think JK will be really, really happy with that in the changing room, sitting there. They were discussing just the over before out at deep cover about bowling, I imagine, and the lengths. And Hudson Prentice deserved that, hasn't he, Adrian? He's bowled really well so far.
No, he has bowled an excellent line of length throughout, Finn Hudson Prentice. And Sussex are bowling themselves into a really strong position.
Absolutely.
In this match, they picked up 4 wickets this morning. So the lead for Durham is only 103, and whether there's a bit of help, I just think Sussex have bowled a whole pile better.
Yeah,
Liam, than they did in the first innings. I think that's what's happened here.
It's that length we were talking about yesterday, wasn't it? I sounded probably quite negative on the broadcast, but Durham were kind of bowling quite back of a length, and it just means if the ball seams or anything like that, because it's so short, it has a lot more time to move sideways, and it just means the batsman's always missing it rather than getting the edge. So if you just pitch the ball up slightly, you then get the batsman pushing at the ball, and if it nibbles or hits the seam, as they say, it then brings slips into play a lot more. And Sussex have definitely bowled a fuller length today, and they've earned their wickets. They bowled really well. It wasn't a brilliant start from Hunt up the hill, and then he managed to bowl an absolute seed and found his rhythm. And the first change bowlers, we spoke about it earlier, didn't we, Adrian? The first change bowlers are going to be the key for Sussex. Can they keep that momentum going? And Hudson Prentice and Crocombe have both been really good at first change, and Sussex is going to be really pleased. They've been aggressive, taken their chances, which is always important. That's a big wicket of Bedingham, because he was looking really good, and I've just watched it back on the replay, and excellent ball going on off stump and nibbling away to first slip. So now we've got Clark into bat, and that's a great start onto middle stump. It just seams in a little bit, and he rocks on the front foot and plays it down to fine leg for 1. So that's going to be the over. Excellent over there from Hudson Prentice with the wicket of Bedingham, and that leaves Durham 63 for 4.
Well, Graham Clark is the new batsman who played very aggressively in the first innings, but he's going to play a very different innings now. He made 47. Of those 47, 36 of them were in sixes.
I know, and then it's quite an interesting one as well, just while we're on the conversation of Kirtley as well. And there was a lot of talk last year when Kirtley and Salisbury got announced, the coaches, and the dynamic, and they actually had the exact same dynamic with my England physical disability team as we were playing. So everyone was so shocked by it, but they worked so well in our team that I wasn't, because I knew how well they'd do. Now obviously Salisbury's moved on to Middlesex, and I wish him all the best, because he was a big influential part of my upbringing and growth in the England PD team. But yeah, I wasn't surprised that that dynamic worked, and yeah, I'm glad JK stuck around, because they've got such young bowlers that could do with a good coach like JK.
Here comes Henry Crocombe in and bowls. Oh, he's gone behind. Another wicket goes down. That's an awful shot by Graham Clark outside of the off stump. He tickles it through. He's on his way, and Durham are collapsing in a heap here. They're 63 for 5. Henry Crocombe picks up his 3rd wicket, and Sussex are really in the box seat. What a morning for Sussex. Poor shot though by Graham Clark outside of the off stump, and he's nicked it through. He's on his way, for just a single, and Durham are 63 for 5.
I've just watched that ball back, and that's the exact shot. I know as a batsman, you just want to get a bat and ball early on. He's not tried to nail it through cover. It's a back of a length ball. Normally one, when you're in, you're happy to leave, but early on, you just want to get a bit of bat of ball, and it seemed away a little bit. It's hit the edge, and he'll be really disappointed with that because he batted so well in the first innings, and Sussex really have their tails up at the moment. They're looking good. Croker's bowled really well up that hill, and he's bowled with a bit of pace as well, hasn't he, Adrian?
He absolutely has bowled with a bit of pace. So the new man coming in is going to be Jonathan Bushnell, I would imagine. Yes, it is indeed, the 21-year-old. And
got 27 in the first innings, so he can hold a bat as well.
He did. What I would say is the circumstances of every Durham player who came in the first innings were entirely different because they were looking to build a big score, and this is now entirely different. Well, you never know with 4-day cricket, you know.
Yeah, I know. Well, Bushnell last year averaged 43. Played 4 games, 7 innings, high score of 100. High score of 66. My bad. I was reading someone else's stats there. So he averaged 43. So he could definitely hold a bat. But they're Sussex. They're loud, aren't they? They're up for this today, Sussex.
Henry Crocombe's taken 3 for 20. He's running away from us. He's in and bowled right up in the block hole. Bushnell jags down on that, plays it into the offside. And you would know, Liam, I mean, sitting here now, the Sussex don't want lunch to come. Sussex just want to stay out there now, don't they?
I guarantee as soon as the over's up, how many balls do we have left? Oh, we've still got 4 balls left. As soon as the over's up, you're going to see all the slips and the fielders sprint into their position ready for their next over. They want to get as many overs in as they can in the next 15 minutes.
No, they definitely do. Crocombe runs away from us. He's in bowls. Forward come Bushnell. Crocombe fields of his own bowling. There is no. In fact, Durham have lost 5 for 33. They were 30 without loss.
And it's one of those as a bowler. I know the exact feeling, the way Croker's feeling right now. As soon as you start getting the momentum and the team's behind you, you just seem to bowl a little bit quicker, put a little bit more into it, and that's the last thing you need as a new batter coming in as a bowler with his tail up. Now, in the third man region, I've just seen, I think it's Ali Orr's coming in with a helmet, so maybe a bit of the short stuff as well, coming in at short leg as well. Yeah. Maybe it's just mind games, Adrian. This one's going to be pitched up as well, but interesting. I like how aggressive Sussex are being. They're hunting for wickets, and Bertie Foreman's on the pitch as well.
Yeah, Bertie Foreman's going to mid-wicket. Tom Haynes has come across to mid-on, so we've got a short leg, 2 slips in a gully, backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, short leg. Bertie Foreman is going sort of backward square leg, and there's a fine leg as well. Crocombe steaming in, comes in and bowls to Bushnell, who's forward and drives, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run.
And talking about Bertie Foreman, as a 12th man goes, he's an absolute gun of a fielder. I've played with him at Preston Nomads the last couple of years. We won the Premier League with him a few years back, and as a fielder, he is so quick. So imagine they're buzzing having a 12th man as good at fielding as that as well. It feels like that Ashes. You remember when Ricky Ponting got run out by that gun fielder? I can't remember his name.
Bradley Pratt. In comes. There could be a run out. If he hits it out, he's out. Oh! Well. It was played into the offside by Jonathan Bushnell. He didn't want the single. Ollie Robinson called him through. It wasn't Robinson's call. In the end, Bushnell had to go. If Pujara had hit the stumps, he was long gone.
Yeah, poor throw from Pujara. He'll be disappointed with that. But it's all going on today. And Gary Pratt was the fielder, wasn't it? Where during the Ashes, England brought in a load of gun fielders, didn't they? And then bowlers would go off.
That was at Trent Bridge, I think that happened.
Yeah, Trent Bridge in 2005. That was the one.
And he ran out, and Ricky Ponting was not happy about it.
No, but oh well. I remember when I was
one of the great series of cricket that was.
I was a youngster, and I asked Ricky Ponting to sign my bat down here, and he didn't sign it. So I'm glad he got run out now.
In comes Crocombe, bowls. I'm not sure if it was your delivery or mine. The ball sails high over the head of Ollie Robinson. Through into the gloves of Ollie Carter, and as you predicted, Liam, the Sussex boys are racing between overs because they don't want the lunch break to come. They want to keep on going. Henry Crocombe, I'm sure, will get a good round of applause as he makes his way down to the third man boundary.
There's nothing nicer as a bowler as well, going back and having a little round of applause. It's always a little bit awkward because you kind of just want to concentrate, but it's quite nice getting the applause. And if he's got any family here, they'll be loving that as well. Yeah, he's got a round of applause and he deserves it. I'm going to see if he gives a little wave to the crowd. He's got a smile. I don't think he wants to acknowledge it, but well deserved a little round of applause there. Excellent spell at the moment. Now we've got Hudson Prentice down the hill, and we were speaking about it yesterday. I feel he was a bit unlucky to get left out. I think Sussex could have done with another batter, and then someone with Hudson Prentice be able to bowl as well as he does. I think it would have been an advantage and given him a bit more depth, but it's worked out that he's in the team now and he's coming into bowl, and that's flicked away to the leg side. Crocombe's working hard to stop them getting two, and they only take one. And Sussex Field is really on it at the moment. And there's this buzz about Sussex where they've come out, they've been aggressive, and I was expecting Durham to be positive, and they have. And Sussex have bowled really well, to be fair to them. I think Lees is going to be a little bit disappointed with how he got out, but there's been a lot of good deliveries today.
Well, I just think they've bowled a lot better, haven't they? They would have been very, very disappointed. Whether there's a little bit more help for the conditions as well, whether that's a part. But I just think Sussex have bowled a lot better, and they've created some pressure now for the Durham batsmen, which wasn't evident in the first innings.
No, I absolutely agree. And Hudson Prentice is really running in down that hill now. Bowls the ball, and that is seamed in, going to the leg side. Croker's working hard to stop it going for four, and he manages to cut it off, and they only get two. So Hudson Prentice is really banging in at this off-stump line, trying to bowl a good length ball, and he got Beddingham with it, just seaming away. But the last two have just seamed back towards the batsman, and they've gone down to fine legs. So he's working hard and really hitting that seam. It's going to be interesting. I'd probably bring in like another slip or something like that. Just try and create a bit of pressure, get them driving and trying to score runs. And Pujara's just waving at Crocombe to come round a little bit more. And so Hudson Prentice running in now, coming into bowl, and that is left by Robinson. So it's a big phase of the game now where Durham just want to see it through, don't want to lose another wicket, and Sussex are right up for this.
There's a lot of cricket to be played today, but you're quite right. Durham's first thought here is they need to get to lunch without losing another wicket.
Absolutely.
But Sussex absolutely cock open. Durham can't afford to go gung-ho here. There needs to be some rebuilding.
Absolutely. 100 Prentice into bowl, good length delivery, and that is well blocked out by Ollie Robinson. And a big thing here that Robinson's doing that other players maybe haven't been is he's very soft hand. So a lot of the Durham players have been reaching against the ball, driving hard, and that means that if there is a nick, it carries through quite well to the slips, rather than here. He appreciates that the ball's seaming around, so he's playing the ball a lot later, soft hands, and it means that if he does get an edge, it lessens the likelihood of it carrying, which is a mature way of playing in a situation like this. Now Hudson Prentice is coming into bowl, 2 balls left in the over, soft hands again, and that's blocked away. But you can hear the noise in the background. Sussex are right up for this.
No, they are. When you've picked up wickets like they have this morning, they're sort of led by Ollie Carter, who really sort of thumps his gloves together, doesn't he? This was a big game for Ollie Carter because Paul Farbrace said at the press day that there was one of the debates about who was going to be in the side was between Ollie Carter and Charlie Tier. I'll come back to that. We discussed it yesterday, but
yeah, we did. As Hudson Prentice bowls the last ball of the over, and that's really well played from Robinson. Really mature part of the game, or way of playing. Just soft hands, blocking it away, nothing aggressive. I think they're going to consolidate and hopefully make their way through to lunch. But I agree, Charlie Tier's been spoken about quite a bit recently with this glove work.
He has, and Paul Farbrace said that he would pick the best wicket keeper. So he'd clearly decided at the moment Ollie Carter is the best wicket keeper. Now there were a few doubts, I think it's fair to say, last season. I don't think he had his best season with the gloves, Ollie Carter, but he's gone away in the winter. He's clearly worked hard on his game, and he's picked up 4 catches in this second innings. Yeah,
I was personally surprised they didn't go out and get keeper in the summer, an experienced one that maybe Carter could have learnt off for another season or so. But they've given him the gloves today.
In comes Henry Crocombe, in on bowls, played away into the offside. A good diving stop at backward point by Finn Hudson Prentice, but not before the batsmen have gone through with a single. Now, for some reason, we've got music blaring in our ears, and I've no idea why that is. So if they were able to turn off the live feed in the studio, that would be much appreciated. We've only got 6 minutes to go until lunch, so we may have to put up with it, Liam. I'm sorry about that.
You managed to cut it out if you do like a little trick like that. Does that work?
Yeah.
But now if they come through to you, you have no idea.
Absolutely. That's one of the problems.
You can have the music in the
In
background.
comes Crocombe running in and bowls. Up on his toes is Robinson, plays into the onside, and there is no run. Much as I like Madness as a band, not when you're trying to commentate on cricket.
I agree, and I'd love to see McAndrew come on for an over or so, you know, just towards the end of lunch, just say, you know what, just bowl as quick as you can at the stumps and see if you can get something to happen. I spoke about it yesterday with Potts, but I just feel like in big moments you want your strike players to be bowling, and it looks like he's warming up.
He does, actually. There's not much longer to go until lunch. In comes Crocombe bowls, let go outside the off stump by Rob. That clearly didn't miss the off stump by very much. Taken by Ollie Carter. I would be surprised, having picked up a couple of wickets, whether they would actually change the bowling here before lunch. We're going to probably get one more over in after this, maybe two. The clock on the digital clock, which I need to ask the match referee which clock they go by. I'm assuming it's the digital clock, because there's not much point having it up there otherwise. Crocombe in and bowls, and Robinson plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Orr, and there is no run.
I reckon they run off their own watches. Because if there's ever a malfunction, what do they do? It's like a bit like a referee, isn't it, at Brighton? Can you imagine if you're at the Amex and he was running off the clock on the screen, and then it was slightly out? I think they must run off their own.
Generally speaking, at a ground, you'd have a plan of which clock it is. I mean, I agree. Clearly, if the clock stops working, you might have a problem. Crocombe on his way. Oh, the music stopped. Thank goodness for that. In and bowls, and Robinson. There was a bit of extra lift there from Henry Crocombe, but Robinson was right in behind it and played it with soft hands onto the onside, and there is no run. The way McAndrew is warming up suggests that maybe he's going to bowl, but I would be a little surprised. Hudson Prentice bowled a very good spell here. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13.
Sounds brutal, but you've got to get your strike bowlers on, and McAndrew bowled incredibly in that first spell, especially coming down the hill at Sussex. It's hard to adjust to it, and he was really good, and he's warming up quite
vigorously, isn't he?
Quite vigorously.
Crocombe in bowl down the leg side. There was an ooh and an ah there, but it was taken by Ollie Carter down the leg side. It is the end of the over. Now let's see what happens here, whether it is going to be Nathan McAndrew. Let's see who takes their cap off. Yeah, Hudson Prentice has taken his jumper, so it is going to be Nathan McAndrew. So good call, Liam. He's going to bowl the final over. So Cheteshwar Pujara is right on the money here today, isn't he? He's changing his bowlers around. He's taken off a bowler who's taken 1 for 13, and he's going to bring on his strike bowler.
It's one of those where, as a bowler, you get it. It's nothing against Hudson Prentice. He's bowled really well, but McAndrew, he's your strike bowler. He's the guy you've brought over to take your wickets, and he was looking really good earlier on, and he's going to be fresh coming down the hill. Give him an over just to see if he can get a wicket, change things up. And they've got a short leg in, so maybe they're just trying to back of their head. A bit of extra pace from McAndrew, trying to get a bit of life out of this pitch for the last over. But I have been really impressed with him. I watched him a lot in the Big Bash, and he was bowling quick, and he had a lot of spells that were match-winning spells. So I'm glad he's come over to Sussex. A big fan of him. So he's coming down the hill now. Bowled the ball, and that is well played. And you can hear the cameras going in the background as well. Clearly they want to get the money shot of McAndrew coming into bowl as well.
Interesting. What you want here as well is your bowler to make you want Bushnell to have to play every delivery in this over before lunch.
I completely agree. And so when I play, we actually have a stat on how many balls you've bowled straight, because obviously it increases your wicket taking chances by double, because you can bowl people and LBW, rather than if you're outside the stumps you can't do that. So I bet there's a big focus at the moment bowling straight and bringing wickets into play. As he comes into bowl, that's straight again, and well blocked out there by Bushnell. Yeah, it's a big focus as a bowler, is how many balls you bowl on the stump, and there was and then obviously the length you bowl as well. And it's good to see Hudson Prentice, Crocombe, McAndrew, and obviously Hunt as well, all trying to bowl quite straight and hitting the seam. And it just means that if it moves either way off the seam, you've got LBW in play, and then you also bring the slips in play. So I like the plan here from Sussex. And McAndrew's just taking his time. Now he's running in, trying to find his rhythm. He's coming into bowl. Good length delivery, and that is left outside the off stump by Bushnell.
pitch this, hasn't it? I mean, so early season, it's so difficult for groundsmen to get good wickets, and it's been so wet down here at home over the last month or so. But this is one of the criticisms last season was the pitch were a bit too much in favour of batting sides. But that's good carry through. It's the third day, and Carter's taken that above his midriff. Really good carry.
No, I completely agree. And I was actually supposed to play up in Leicester tomorrow, but the pitch wasn't ready in time, so now I've got to go to Loughborough. So Sussex done a great job as McAndrew comes in, and that is blocked away. They're looking for one, but they've decided against it as it goes to mid-wicket. So yeah, I'm really impressed by Sussex. The way the pitch is, it's more of like a June-July pitch, isn't it, than an early April pitch. But yeah, I was supposed to be playing in Leicester tomorrow, and the pitch wasn't ready in time, so they've changed it to Loughborough. So it just goes to show how well Sussex have done to create a pitch as good as this. And I was near the I was on the outfield yesterday, and it's as a golfer would say, it's absolutely pure. It's pristine over on the grass.
Yeah, there's a lot of work as well. I think some drainage work as well done in the winter as well.
Yeah, and there's 2 balls left in the over. McAndrew's coming into bowl. 4-length delivery, and that's flicked away through mid-wicket. They're looking for 2. Getting chased hard by, I think it is Hunt, and they're going to pick up 2 as he throws it into Ollie Carter. So that leaves us 1 ball left. I imagine this will be the last ball before lunch, won't it?
Well, that makes the lead 111 for Durham.
The thing I like there is it's still on the stumps, and there's a short leg in, a short mid-wicket as well, so he's got to make him play, and Bushnell's still pretty new to his innings. Only faced 11 balls, and McAndrew's a quality bowler who seems it around, so I'd like to see this last one on the stumps nice and pitched up and see if he can make anything happen. And this is awful as a batter. You're like, just please get through this ball. Please get through it. As McAndrew comes into bowl, 4-length delivery, and that is blocked very well by Bushnell. And that is going to be the lunch break as the umpire flicks off the bails. And that's a big round of applause from the Sussex fans. A little less attendance than yesterday. Yesterday was a complete sellout. Really good crowd yesterday, but still a good turnout today on Easter Saturday.
Welcome back to Sussex to Hove for the afternoon session on day 3 here of Sussex against Durham. Durham under the cosh in the morning session. They lost, I think it was 5 for 33. Having bowled Sussex out for 335 to give themselves a marginal lead of just 41. They then found themselves really struggling, and at lunch 100 was the lead with the score 70 for 5. They had been 30 without loss, and they lost. Michael Jones caught behind for 4, Lees caught behind for 17, McKinney caught behind for 4. Sean Hunt starts the afternoon from the end. Hunt got the first wicket actually. He'd not really been with it. He'd bowled, it was 1 over just before he got that wicket, where he bowled 3 no balls, and then he came back and got Jones caught behind for 4. Henry Crocombe then took the first of his 3 wickets. He got 2 of them in 5 balls when he got Lees caught behind for 17 and McKinney caught behind for 4. And then following them, Beddingham caught in the slips for 15 off Finn Hudson. Prentice by Tom Alsop. This defended. And the final wicket just before lunch, a waft and a ball from Crocombe. Graham Clark had only been out there seconds and he was caught behind for 1. So Durham have some work to do here because the lead is only 111, and if they're going to give themselves something to bowl at, they need to put a partnership together. Now, this can go on 2 ways really. The wickets continue to fall quickly, and this and that the immortal words muttered so many times by commentators over the years. I can't see us being here this time tomorrow, and this time tomorrow you're still there. The one that springs to mind in recent years was Essex away 2 years ago when Durham had Essex on the ropes on the Saturday morning, the 3rd day, and I remember ringing my wife saying I'll be home tonight, and then it didn't happen. Durham lost the following morning. Hunt again comes in, left arm over. Now, that was a bit more of a full toss delivery, that one. It's played by Robinson out towards Pujara at mid-off. I think maybe he was attempting a Yorker there. It didn't quite dip as he planned, and has come off the lower part of Robinson's bat. He was just examining the bottom of his bat there after playing that one. Celtic 2, Rangers 1. Is that a league game or any idea?
Not sure. To be honest with you.
In comes Hunt, defended by Robinson, and Maiden over to start with. So Robinson has 11. Bushnell joined him just before lunch. He's on 5. Durham 70. Live Premier League football on my flight to Dubai. So he's watching the match from the plane and tweeting from the plane as well.
And he's managed to flex that he's going to Dubai. He could have just said on his flight, but he wanted to drop in that he's on his way to Dubai as well.
Modern technology, eh?
I know, amazing. And McAndrew's coming into the bowl here. Right arm over. Bushnell just knocks it into the leg side for 1. They make a shot at the bowler's end, and it hits the batsman, and he manages to sneak in a single there.
I was just looking on my Facebook memories this morning, and it was 9 years ago that I was in Dubai with my wife and the 2 older kids. They came out and joined me after I commentated on Durham against MCC in Abu Dhabi. It was the second time Durham had been there. And on this day 9 years ago, we went up the Burj Khalifa Tower, watching the dancing fountains down below.
I've had a couple of cricket tours over in Dubai. It's beautiful.
I first went there in 1991, 92. There was absolutely nothing there back then.
Now McAndrew's coming into bowl again. Good length delivery, and that's well blocked again from Robinson. Looking very solid at the moment.
It was such a quiet little backwater out in the desert, tiny expat community. That was what it was. That was its charm, really.
So, what was the appeal? Just because it was like a quiet place? With
I was going out with a girl at the time, and her father went out there. He's working there for 3 or 4 years as an engineer, and so we had a few holidays there. On one of them, I went back out with my dad, and we spent a week with the Zimbabwe cricket team because John Hampshire was a friend of the family, and he was coaching them at the time, and they were playing Sri Lanka and Pakistan in Sharjah.
Oh, amazing. McAndrew's into bowl here. That's a bit of a loose shot from Robinson. He's been so tight behind his defence, but it's a good length ball, and he's decided to try and drive it up the hill, and it's gone straight to extra cover after a couple of bounces, and that's another dot ball, but McAndrew's bang on the money straight away.
Stayed in an apartment complex. There were 4 square-shaped apartment complexes on the edge of Dubai city centre, down near the creek, and they all were in the similar shape, like a quadrangle with a swimming pool and everything in the middle. And that was effectively the last building in Dubai. And then you drove along Sheikh Zayed Road for quite a period before you came to what was the World Trade Centre roundabout.
Yeah, it's changed a lot as McAndrew comes into bowl and flicks it down to the leg side. So I was going to say flick it for 4, and then I didn't realise where it actually gone. But that's a great shot from Robinson. A lot more controlled in this shot, and that's a loose delivery from McAndrew, just sliding it down the leg side, and it's clipped off his pads for 4 runs.
I was thinking, if you went north up the coast towards Jebel Ali Freeport, the only buildings you passed was the roundabout where the World Trade Centre was, and at the time it was the highest building in the Middle East, which you can't even spot it now. It's so small. And then there was a place called the Highland Lodge, which was like a pub hotel, and there was the Emirates Golf Course, and that was it. And now it's just one continuous line of development all the way up that road. Yeah, now McAndrew into bowl here, and that's a much better delivery, good length, and it is left for a double. So that's the end of the over, 75 for 5. I think we're going to have Adrian come in shortly as he needs to do an update, so I'm going to dip. Dip? Learning some new vocabulary this week, Adrian, with the youth. Hey? What's 2-0? Oh, and you were playing Everton,
Yes, I've got to give an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex.
Are you going to give it some heat?
Yeah, and smoke and various other things that Liam's taught me all this. It's a new dictionary for me.
Sky's clearing a bit now.
It is.
So
yeah, it is.
Batting a bit easier this afternoon.
Yeah. Sean Hunt running away from us comes into bowl to Jonathan Bushnell. He's in and bowls, and Bushnell defends into the offside, and there is no run. I mean, just for the benefit of our the Sussex listeners in particular, Martin, just sort of tell us about the Durham tale and the sort of resistance that Sussex can expect this afternoon.
Well, I mean, on the day they can get runs, can't they? If they're going to come out gung-ho, they're not going to have enough to win the game, are they? And whether you want to draw or you don't want to draw, it gets to a point where you've got to reassess what you're doing and try and be a bit more sensible about it and pragmatic.
Hunt in bowls. Bushnell lets that go through to Carter, and there is no run.
And as I said to Liam earlier, Lunch, I said, actually, Lunch may have come at the wrong time for Sussex because they wouldn't have wanted to have gone off then, would they?
No.
So...
Yeah, that is for sure. 2 slips in a gully, point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Nathan McAndrew seems to be going through some sort of Pilates exercise in front of us as in comes Hunt and bowls, and Bushnell right in behind that plate into the offside, and there is no run. And interesting point you made, Martin, as well, straight after lunch. So often in these situations, this could all be over today, but over the last few seasons particularly, I've lost count of the amount of games where someone loses 4 or 5 wickets.
Yeah.
You look at the game at Old Trafford with Surrey the other day, 70 odd for 4, they ended up getting over 400. I mean, batting does get easier as the ball gets older. That's one of the issues around the Duke ball. Hunt In bowls, and Bushnell plays this through the gully region. It's going to race up towards the pavilion. That could well go for 4 runs. Indeed, it does go for 4 runs. He just leant on that, did Jonathan Bushnell. Just played it on the pace of the ball, and he picks up a boundary. He goes to 10, and the total to 79 for 5.
So the sky's cleared. All the heavy cloud that was sitting over us has sort of burnt back. So we've got lots of blue sky on show now. I see all the vapour trails, which I've seen nothing of any sky until today, really. Well, today until now. So, plane just passing over us, Adrian, is the Edinburgh flight to Charles de Gaulle.
Right.
In Paris.
Very nice too.
Yes.
Comes Hunt running around from us. He's in on bowls.
It's another
And
four.
it's another 4. Played in exactly the same area. Makes you wonder whether maybe there should be a third man down. I think Cheteshwar Pujara has got his fielding positions pretty much right today, but that's another boundary to Bushnell, who goes to 14. So we're not quite sure where they're going to come to be here because we're going into our sports programme, so we'll just listen across.
They're just starting the show.
Yeah, Hunt wanders back to his mark. Still those 2 slips, still no third man, so despite those 2 boundaries, Cheteshwar Pujara has decided to keep it exactly the same field. In fact, the 3 slips are now spaced apart. There's almost sort of a first, third and fifth slip. As in comes Hunt and bowl, and Bushnell plays into the offside. There is no run. Fielded there by Finn Hudson-Prentice. It's the end of Sean Hunt's over. Hunt's figures 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. Durham 83 for 5. It means the lead is 124. And it is going to be Nathan McAndrew who's going to carry on. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 14. Tying up his bootlace at the far end of the ground. He's going to be bowling with 3 slips. Tom Alsop looks like he's putting on another jumper, actually. In fact, although we have got blue skies above, I think if you're out of the sun, it it's a bit chilly.
It was chilly at the takeaway van earlier.
Yeah.
It's quite a breeze coming up that street, isn't it?
Yeah. In comes McAndrew bowls. Robinson, who pulls that away. That could have gone all the way for 6.
6, it has. It's gone in the back of the pavilion.
It is. That's a big hit. Just pulled away by Ollie Robinson.
I wonder if his family, he said yesterday his family had been
Yes,
down
they were.
the first 2 days.
Yes. Good shot by Ollie Robinson. Just picked it up and hammered it away for 6 runs. Score goes to 89 for 5. The lead 130. Andrews has impressed everybody here at Sussex in this opening game. McAndrew on his way down the hill. He's in on bowls, and Robinson drives firmly to mid-on. Footed there by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Looks like Jack Carson warming up there at 3rd slip. I doubt if we'll see too much of him. I thought the Sussex seamers have bowled very well, so I'd be a little surprised if they turn to spin just yet. But a good response here from Durham since lunch.
Yeah.
Perhaps they've decided the best
away.
form. Yeah, maybe they've decided their best form of attack, of defence is attack. McAndrew. He's in and bowls. And Robinson forward, plays onto the onside and go through for a quick single, which takes Durham to 90 for 5, and Ollie Robinson goes to 22. The judge single looked at Jonathan Bushnell and called him through.
Where are they at today, Brighton? Are they at Spurs?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, they're describing the stadium. I saw it for the first time from the train the other day. It's massive,
yes,
isn't
it
it?
is.
That one stand's huge.
In comes McAndrew over the wicket, bowls, and forward come Bushnell, plays onto the onside, and fouled by Henry Crocombe at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Mervyn says at least he won't have to cut his fingernails until the end of September now with the nerves. I commentated on a few Sunderland matches at White Hart Lane, and you were so low down, you were just behind the dugout, and what was very obvious was the camber of the field.
Right.
But it was because you were so low down, it was really difficult to see players
I
across the far side.
Sort of half the ground in sun, half in shade, as in comes McAndrew bowls, forward comes Bushnell, who's got very compact in defence, and he just punches that 2 mid-on, and there is no run. So still those 2 slips in a gully. There's a backward point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Who's that wandering down below us, Martin?
That is Michael Jones and David Beddingham.
Okay, so
Wandering around the boundary having a chat.
a couple of the guys who are already out. Just wandering around down below us. Which is which?
Michael's just waved.
Oh, is he the taller one? Mm-hmm. Right.
And he's got the cap on.
Okay. Oh, we're going to go to the
David
cricket
looks
update now. Yes, thank you, Tim. Well, it's been a really good day for Sussex so far. They were bowled out for 335. Henry Crocombe, the last man out, for 11. That gave Durham a lead of 41. They extended that by 30. They were 30 without loss, but then lost 5 for 33 during the mid-morning session. 3 wickets for Henry Crocombe, 1 for Finn Hudson-Prentice, and 1 for Sean Hunt. They've recovered somewhat since then. They're now 90 for 5, Durham. Add 41 for that, Tim. The Durham lead here is 131, and we've still got 70 overs left to bowl today. Yes, I mean, they didn't bowl very well on the first day, and Durham really helped themselves to some pretty poor bowling. However, we saw a wonderful 100 yesterday from Cheteshwar Pujara, his 6th in Sussex colours, which really set the tone for the rest of the day. And Sussex have bowled a whole lot better today. Nathan McAndrew, the Australian overseas, he took 5 wickets in the first innings. He's led the attack, and he's been backed up by the younger bowlers who have really come to the party today, particularly Henry Crocombe with those 3 wickets. However, there were some helpful conditions this morning. It was quite overcast, the sun out now, and it may be more difficult for Sussex this afternoon with the sun out and the ball getting a little softer. Hunt runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and right in behind that is Ollie Robinson, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. I'll let you pick up the commentary, Martin. The clean feed has gone off, which is good. Thank you very much.
I got a name check there. I'll have to message Tim and thank him.
Hunt wanders back to his mark, and suddenly the cloud does seem to be thinning.
It does, doesn't it? It looks like a nice day again now.
It does.
Walking along, it was really warm this morning as Hunt comes up the hill, left arm round and played down into the ground, and it bobbles up to mid-on there from Robinson. And I said in commentary this morning, because you've been to our house, haven't you?
I have.
So we're right on the coast where we live, and you get these coastal breezes. Now, if you go and stand in the main entrance to the ground here, you'll feel that cold breeze coming straight up the road from the beach. But what it does do is it blows the cloud cover inland a bit. So, you know, we're often in sunshine, and yet the city centre in Sunderland or the stadium alike could be in shade. This is defended. And so I think that's what we had here today. It was lovely and sunny walking to the ground, but then just as play began, that big bank of cloud just came and settled over us, didn't it? And it's now broken up. I think it's possibly moved inland a bit more as well. But
interesting, we had Ryan Campbell here on commentary on the first day, Martin, and everybody talks about positive cricket and attacking cricket. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Robinson waits as Hunt bowls. That's played up to mid-on to... Is that Finn Hudson-Prentice?
No, that's McAndrew.
Oh, yes.
So although, whilst that's all very commendable and we all want to see attacking cricket and, you know, under Brendan McCullum, that's very much the way of things, there are times in games of cricket when that just isn't appropriate, and this is one of them. And I think these two Durham players, Bushnell and Robinson, have recognised that. Now is a time to dig in, isn't it? Now is a time not to be taking too many chances and trying to build a lead.
It's driven out into the covers and there'll be no run there. It's the diving stop by Tom Haynes, end of the over. So a better afternoon so far from a Durham point of view. They got off to a decent start. They had, in terms of where they are now, they had 30 on the board before they lost their first wicket, and then they were basically lost 5 wickets for 33 runs.
Yeah. A much improved Sussex bowling performance. But as I say, there are 2 factors here now. The softness of the ball. I mean, the ball is 30 overs old.
That was 5 for 33 in around about 11 overs.
It was extraordinary, yeah. Here comes McAndrew down the hill from the Cromwell Road. In bowls to Bushnell, who defends away on the leg side. And there is no run. Still those two slips in place, Tom Alsop and Tom Clark. Jack Carson is almost a fifth slip stroke gully position. Finn Hudson-Prentice at point. Ali Orr at cover. Cheteshwar Pujara at mid-off. Tom Haynes at mid-on. Henry Crocombe at mid-wicket and Sean Hunt down at fine leg. As McAndrew is on his way in bright sunshine now, comes in and bowls, and Bushnell looks to clip that one down towards fine leg. There's a bit of a howl because the ball got rather sort of lodged around his thigh pad and dribbled towards the stumps, but never really threatened the stumps. And there is no run. Good reply by Leicestershire. Martin up at Headingley, 3:45 for 8. They were in all sorts of trouble in that game, you know, against...
Yeah, that was a wet day though, wasn't it? When they were... didn't they only get about half a day in the day?
Yes, I think they did. Yes, there was a lot of problems on the first day. McAndrew runs towards us down the hill from the Cromwell Road in bowls. And Bushnell clips that away, and that's a nice looking shot. And that's going to be... I thought it was going to be 4, but actually very quickly round was Sean Hunt to prevent that boundary. Nice looking shot by Bushnell, who looks a nice organised cricketer to me. Martin, just flick that around the corner. All round,
Yes.
bowls at a brisk medium pace, and that was a nice looking shot. He goes to 16.
Product of Durham School and Durham Academy.
Durham School, is that a private school up in, you know?
Been there a few times to watch cycling because the Tour Series, which is the street circuit races, used to be based there, and there's a really stiff cobbled hill you used to have to do and climb up every lap. There's a lovely cricket ground in the grounds of the school as well.
Andrew in bowls, Bushnell forward a ball of good length and plays it to mid-off, and there is no run.
I remember one day doing a live report into our evening sports show from the Tour Series cycle race, and one of my former colleagues who didn't particularly care for cycling much started to take the mick and said, well, they're all household names, aren't they? Because I named a number of the riders who were taking part, and I said, well, actually, there is literally a household name here because the guy who's won the race is called Christian House. So you couldn't get more household than a house, could you?
In comes McAndrew bowls, and Bushnell just lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. I guess Durham, in many ways, you know, very famous for the university. I remember on one occasion, Martin coming up and getting a cab from the station up to the ground and chatting away to the cabbie. And it was during the summer holidays. He said, we're quiet at the minute. He said, you know, the town really relies on the university for an awful lot of its employment. You know, people who, not just tutors, but people who work in and around the university, maintenance people, IT people, a whole army of people. Yeah. So it's a big employer for Durham.
Well, it's the third ranked in the country, isn't it, behind Cambridge and Oxford?
McAndrew in again, bowls. And Bushnell says, that's close. That is close, and he's given out, and Bushnell is on his way.
I thought that was too high.
He was rather trapped on the crease, but Jonathan Bushnell is out. We'll get another look at that in a minute's time, but Bushnell is on his way for 16. And Nathan McAndrew has picked up his 6th wicket of the innings. And Durham are 92 for 6 as Bushnell makes his way off. Well, he took his time having a look at it. There's no benefit of reviews and that sort of thing. But he's on his way.
You're right. I don't think he got far enough forward there.
Yeah, he was rather trapped on the crease. And he's on his way for 16, having sort of given him a big send-up. Jonathan Bushnell has gone. LBW to Nathan McAndrew. So the lead is 90... Where are we, Martin? 92 plus 41. What's that? 133. Which you would think Durham are going to need a few more, but you never know with the great game, and
they certainly are.
Bryden Cass is the new man coming in, and Durham do bat all the way down. Sussex will still know there's work to be done, but Sussex have had a terrific day here. And Nathan McAndrew, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 up for 23, has led the attack.
That was the second highest partnership of the innings, 29, compared to the top With the order, the opening partnership was worth 30. In comes Hunt to start a new over, and he's hit Robinson. Oh, it's gone right through Robinson. I thought he got hit in the stomach there.
I don't think that got up, you know. I think he was looking to swing that one away on the leg side for a boundary, but he... I thought he kept a little lower than he thought.
Hunt in again. Robinson faces. He defends. Durham's record against Sussex over the years was... it took a long time before they actually got a win against them. I think it was something like 2001, something like that. So 9 of Durham's 12 wins have been since 2007. I think the first victory was 2001, something like that. Hunt bowls. Oh, inside edge onto the pad, and he'd gone back into his crease there as well.
I thought that came a little low as well. As you could expect, you could hear the Sussex players all encouraging each other.
Sussex will feel on top, obviously, at the moment, and will feel they're right in this, but Durham are not out of this either, because Durham have seen how the ball's been behaving. It's been nipping around and seaming around.
Yep.
Hunt comes in. This is defended. And the fact they had 41 run advantage might prove crucial in the bigger scheme of things if this ends up now being a low-scoring finale, should we say, given the runs in the first innings on both sides. Got an epic tussle on our hands at the moment.
We have. It's a good game.
In comes Hunt. He bowls. Robinson drives. Pulls his bottom hand off the bat, but he steers it out to the cover boundary for 1. What I've done, and I was wondering whether it was a good plan, I still had about 5 or 6 pages left in my notepad, and I thought, should I start the season with a fresh notepad or use the pages left, because I don't like waste. So I've decided to use the notepad that was left, but now I'm going across 2 notepads in one match, which is going to be a problem. I'll be back in a minute or 2.
Update to do to the listeners in Newcastle. And Sean Hunt is on his way in from the C end here, comes in and bowls and casts his forward. First ball he receives, plays it out into the offside. There is no run. It is the end of the over. We've got 67 overs left to be bowled today, so a lot of cricket to be played in the sunshine. And you'd have to say at this stage of proceedings, if wickets continue to fall at the rate they are at the moment, there's every chance that this game could finish today. However, that being said, we've seen so many games, as Martin was saying, of cricket like this down the years, and a couple of stands and the ball gets a little softer, but credit to Sussex, who have bowled so much better in this second innings than they did in the first. And down the hill, it's going to be Nathan McAndrew in his 11th over. He's really racing in, comes in and bowls to Robinson, and Robinson is forward, plays defensively to mid-off, and there is no run. But in reality, if Sussex were to... The lead now is, 134, which... I mean, you never know what might happen, but Sussex would strongly fancy themselves on what still looks a decent pitch. So much for these Durham batsmen to do here. Lovely sunny afternoon. McAndrew is on his way, bowls, and you'd feel that very much the key to this might well be Ollie Robinson. Taylor able to bat around him. Durham may get to a score that they feel is defendable. Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, and Matt Kuhneman, the players to come for Durham. And wheels around at the far end of the ground, a big block of flats behind him. And he's on his way, racing in down the hill. Bowls. Robinson is forward, bowl of good length. But I have to say, from a Sussex point of view, what's been crying out for Sussex down at home for the last couple of seasons has been an overseas player who can come in and really make an impression, like Nathan McAndrew has done, picking up those 5 wickets, those really important 38 runs not out. He looks a wholehearted cricketer, but perhaps more important than that, a talented cricketer. It's what Sussex have missed. McAndrew shines the ball on his trousers. He's in on his way, bowls. Robinson drives sweetly. That's a good shot. That's a lovely shot. Overpitched by McAndrew. That's a lovely shot by Ollie Robinson, just drilling the ball through mid-off. He goes to 27. Durham to 97 for 6. And a real chance for Ollie Robinson to play a big innings here. He's got all the time in the world, an opportunity to really make an impression on his teammates, having moved from Kent. He's obviously got some fans somewhere in the ground as well, because it was a big cheer as he hit that ball for 4. McAndrew on his way, bowls. Robinson covers up, plays into the offside. They thought about the single, but it wasn't there. Alistair was quickly round to field in the covers. And again, there is no run. Light aircraft somewhere. Makes his way across the ground. I can't see quite where it is. Quite a stiff breeze blowing. The flag on the clock tower scoreboard away to my right hand side is billowing in the wind. The sun is out and Hove is overlooking a picture. As McAndrew is in. Bowls and Robinson drives firmly, doesn't time that. The ball ends up with Tom Haines at mid-on. There's an ooh and an ah. It's the end of the over. The end of Nathan McAndrew's over. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. I wonder how long Cheteshwar Pujara will keep McAndrew going. Finn Hudson-Prentice had a really good spell just before lunch. He picked up the important wicket of David Bedingham. So it'll be interesting to see how long Pujara keeps him going. Hudson-Prentice's figures, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13 before lunch, but for the time being it is Sean Hunt who's running away from us. Around the wicket, bowls to Bryden Cast, who's forward. He's a tall man, Bryden Cast, and he makes sure he gets his foot right forward, right to the pitch of the ball, and plays the ball into the offside. And there is no run. So since lunch, the wicket that's gone down, that of Jonathan Bushnell, who was LBW, to Nathan McAndrew for 16. Looked to me like he got trapped on the crease. Hunt on his way again. Bowls, and Cars is trying to force this one away through the offside. You probably heard the cry of wait in our effects microphone. He played it into the covers, not timed, and fielded there by a combination of Finn Hudson-Prentice, and I think that's Bertie Foreman, who's still out there on 12th man duties. There's somebody not on the field. Not sure who that is. We'll try and see who it is as we just go around the field and see who's on and who's off. But it's not Sean Hunt, because he's coming into bowl around the wicket now to Bryden Cars. He's in and bowls, and Carter lets that go, taken by Carter, and there is no run. Can you see who's off the field?
No, I'm not sure who's there, and sorry I was a little bit absent. Hopefully I didn't leave you for too long. I was just upstairs.
No, not at all. We're waiting to do a football update anyway,
Okay.
Martin, so it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, so I was upstairs on the roof, so just above the media centre, in case you're not here, there's a bit of seating as well, and I just went up and I just wanted to watch McAndrew without the tinted glass, and he was bowling so well.
Here comes Hunt and bowls, and Carswell are playing a miss outside the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run.
It was an interesting perspective because we were a bit higher up on that roof, and you can see it from a different angle. He was just banging the same length non-stop, and it felt like the wicket he got, I don't know if you managed to see it on the stream, I think it just jagged back a little bit. So I think Bushnell was just playing quite a solid defence for the last few balls, and then that one just jagged back in, and because he wasn't expecting, got a little bit trapped on the crease, and really well bowled.
I was saying how well I thought he was batting, Jonathan Bushnell. In comes Hunt, bowls, Cars, plays this into the covers, fielded by Bertie Foreman. You were saying what a good field of Foreman is, and he was round very quickly then to field. And there is no run. So I'm thinking as Ali Orr is on, Tom Haines is
Tom Haynes is who was at extra cover, and I can't see him, so
No, I can't.
is Tom Haynes off? Yeah, 100%.
I can't see Tom.
And the impressive thing about Bertie is his work rate. In between doing 12th man duties, he was on the field a lot this morning. 40 minutes, like Hudson Prentice yesterday. He was on the training pitch just to our right, warming up with James Curtley, so he's non-stop.
Here comes Hunden Bowles, 2 cars, who's 4 down there. Interesting there, because Sussex allowing the single for Bryden Cast, which is an interesting tactic. I mean, there's 2 ways of looking at that. You want your strike bowler to bowl to the new batsman, who is Bryden Cast, and I'm sure Nathan McAndrew will relish bowling at the new player. On the other hand, you could say you don't want to concede too many runs, but it's only a single, so I'm sure in that instance I think that is the right decision.
Absolutely.
McAndrew a chance to bowl at Bryden Cast, who's a perfectly capable batsman coming in at number 8. But it just gives McAndrew a chance to have a look at him. I'm going to carry on commentating, if that's all right, Liam, just because we're going to have an update to give on the radio, I think, probably any time soon. But, please chip in with comments, etc.
That's all right.
We'll just wait for the...
I just think it's interesting because I don't reckon McAndrew has many overs left in the spell, so I just think they're itching to get Cast on strike whilst he's still going.
McAndrew in bowls, Carter, let's go. Pacey delivery taken by Carter around about his midriff. There is no run. That's an interesting point, because I was wondering, Finn Hudson Prentice bowled that lovely spell before lunch, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. I just wondered whether they looked at bowl McAndrew. I mean, it's his first game. He's already in his 12th over of this innings. It's been a mighty impressive debut. You got somebody who can come in and score 38 not out at number 8, take 5 wickets. That's just what Sussex are.
100%.
McAndrew in the bowls, passes forward, pushes to short extra cover fielded there by Ali Orr, who comes racing in. And there is no run. I was thinking probably the last player who Sussex had to fill that sort of gap, and he didn't play much championship cricket the last year he was here, was David Visa. That sort of a player, someone who can chuck the ball to, you're going to get a good reliable spell when he bats. And the Durham 100 is up, 102 for 6, add 44 runs as well. Off the outside edge, the ball runs down to the third man boundary, trickles over the rope, and that's 4 runs, a fortunate 4 runs to Bryden Cast, but he'll take those. He goes to 9. The Durham total goes up by 4 to 106.
Yeah, 106 I think it is, but it was just funny because there was such a big build-up of pressure, and then do you remember that 6 that Robinson pulled for 6? Beautiful
here from Exeter University last week as well, who came up and had a good time and were enjoying themselves in the sunshine, having a couple of drinks no doubt. 2 slips in a gully. McAndrew in bowls, passes forward and plays this into the offside, fielded by the very alert Ali Orr. I just wonder whether that might be the end of Nathan McAndrew. Pujara didn't say anything as he ran past him. He's now running towards Sean. I think he might,
put his finger up.
Did he say one? As if to say one more?
I would pull him.
I
would pull him. Whilst he's had a good spell, his economy's been really good in that second spell. I would take him off because just as a bowler, sometimes you need the captain to take you off.
McAndrew.
Well, just both of them. I just think.
But he looked like he raised one finger there towards Sean Hunt. I thought he might be going to say just one more, Sean. There was a debate, and Sean Hunt clearly. As a bowler, you're going to probably say yes. I just wonder with the Nathan McAndrew whether they might just give him a bit of a rest and maybe bring Hudson Prentice back into the attack.
This is where I would probably have Hunt off now, have a new bowler in, up the hill, give McAndrew one more, and then once you have that first bowler running up the hill, then you can change it out. But let's see if Hunt does well here.
In comes Short on bowls and driven straight down the ground by Ollie Robinson. Doesn't time that at all. Right off the bottom end of the bat. And he looks at his bat ruefully, does Ollie Robinson. I was saying big responsibility here for Ollie Robinson. He needs the tail to bat around him, and a real chance in his debut in the county championship to really make a name for himself for Durham, because they're in a bit of a hole here.
Yeah, he's batted really well, and that 6 he absolutely nailed. So he's seeing the ball well.
Hunt in the bowls. Short pulled away by Robinson. There's a cry of catch, but it's all along the floor down to fine leg, and Robinson picks up his 28th run. Durham to 107 for 6. Leading by 148. Here we go for our update.
How satisfying is that for you? And
2 slips in a gully. Point, cover, mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket. So Nathan McAndrew with 6 wickets in the match. It was quite some debut.
11 games to go. You're just 4 points behind Manchester United.
Sean Hunt
And your opposition on Saturday, Tom.
on his way. He's in and bowls, and Cast plays a nice looking shot through the covers. There's a couple of runs here. Tom Haynes is in hot pursuit, but Bryden Cast picks up a couple of runs. He goes into double figures. He goes to 11. And Durham to 109 for 6.
How important is it you try and contain
It's at 108, Liam. Your eyesight's better than mine.
our game? And we have to think about ourselves. That's
Means the lead is 150.
for us, and that's what we expect.
In comes Hunt.
We will recover.
Around the wicket, he's in and bowls. Cast is forward. He's getting everything behind it. Plays the ball down the ground, and as you know, one of the leading members of the bowling attack, Liam, he's probably thinking, yeah, I want someone to bowl at here, and it's down to us tail enders.
Absolutely, and I
Or,
think
late middle order.
Robinson's there at the other end, isn't he? Just hoping he sees it through. So then I think you'll see Robinson start up in the run rate soon as well.
Even better. We know that.
Yeah, I can't see him taking too many chances at the moment, as here comes Hunt.
The good thing is
Running
that
away from us, he's in and bowls, and Cast drives firmly 4 runs. Lovely looking shot by Bryden Cast. Too much width, slammed away through the covers. He wasn't going to miss an opportunity like that. And Ollie Robinson gives him the 5 high. That was a good shot. 113 for 6. Cast goes to 15 of just 16 deliveries.
I had that gut feel, didn't I? It might be
did.
1 over too many.
Yeah, you did, and there was a long debate between
Yeah.
Pujara and I'm sure as the bowler, Sean Hunt's probably thinking, yeah, I can't fancy one more.
Yeah.
There. But so far cost 7 runs, and Sean Hunt runs away from us. He's in and bowls, Cast up on his toes again. More runs here. In fact, what has had the effect of doing is to move a sweeper back onto the cover boundary, and Bryden Cast is able to go through a comfortable single. Interesting to see. Now we're just going for this update whether we'll see Nathan McAndrew or whether he'll come. I suspect that we may be going to see some Fid Hudson Prentice.
And a bit of spin as well, I reckon. Not seen Carson yet this innings.
Yes, let's just see what happens. Is it going to be Jack Carson?
Looks like Crocombe. But I saw Carson was warming up, so maybe he comes on the bottom end.
Yes, it is Henry Crocombe. So that's the end of Nathan McAndrew for a while. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 35.
It's a goal, and the Seagulls have surely stolen 3 points.
Durham 114 for 6. So leading by 155, and it is going to be Henry Crocombe. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a square leg and a fine leg.
Radio Sussex Trouble.
Breakdown on the M25.
Back to his mark, and it's going to run down the hill, coming into bowl to the right-handed Bryden Cast. He's in and bowls, and Cast clips this one straight to mid-wicket, fielded there by Nathan McAndrew, and there is no run. At least he's put a bit of sunny weather with him, Liam, from Australia. You know, so often these April games you can go. In fact, I think the weather forecast next week is horrible. Probably a good job Sussex aren't playing, actually.
Yeah, and then they're back against Yorkshire. Been
Yes, they
looking
are.
good this week as well.
But I think if we were playing here this coming week, judging by the forecast, I'm not sure we'd have had that much cricket. You never know, of
Absolutely.
course. It's often quite different on the coast.
Yeah.
In comes Crocombe, running in bowls. Cast his 4 ball runs here, at least 1 and possibly 2. Just be the single, I think, as Hudson Prentice chases back quickly. Gets in a good through to Ollie Carter.
We are due some good weather. It's been a long winter, hasn't it?
It
this
has.
year?
15 for 6.
2-3-2.
We'll get this update out of the way. We'll get you on the commentary, Liam.
Yeah, no worries.
It'll be the last update until half-time in the football, I expect. 2 slips and a gully. Sweep on the cover point boundary. Then there's an extra cover and a mid-off. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and covering up is Robinson. Plays down the onside of the track. Crocombe deflects the ball and very nearly concedes a run, but Tom Haynes trots across to field the ball, and there is no run. Lovely afternoon, lots of blue sky around Hove now. Almost ideal batting conditions, to be honest.
I was standing on the roof thinking I'd love to be out there right now. It's starting to look like a nice day.
Crocombe on his way. Downhill ball.
That's massive.
Yes, thanks very much, Tim. Sussex have taken a wicket since you were last with it. The wicket of Jonathan Bushnell, who was LBW to Nathan McAndrew for 16. That's McAndrew's 6th wicket of the innings, and it's been some debut because he was not out 38 in the Sussex first innings. So Durham, in their second innings, are 121 for 6. Ollie Robinson, the wicketkeeper batsman who joined from Kent in the winter, is going along very nicely. He's on 34. Durham leading here by 162. They're 121 for 6. Comes Crocombe running towards us. He's in and bowls, covering up his. Robinson plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. If they were able to take the clean feed off in the studio, that would be great, and they have done. So thank you very much for doing that. The people back there in the studio doing their bit on a Saturday afternoon. It's always busy. Always a busy shift that on a Saturday afternoon with all sorts of games going on in different sports. So thank you very much. As Crocombe comes in to bowl to Ollie Robinson, much depending on Robinson, comes in and bowls. Robinson is forward, plays the onside. You have to get his skates on, but actually it was a well-judged single because Tom Haynes had to move to his right-hand side to field, and there is no run. So the end of the over, Durham 122 for 6, Castle on 17, Robinson on 35. This is a nice little partnership between these two developing. It's worth 30 runs, not a huge amount, but they've looked very confident, these two, and I'm going to leave you with Liam and Martin back with us in a couple of moments' time.
Absolutely, they look very comfortable today, and it's quite strange. Bertie Foreman keeps coming on as 12th man, and Sussex players are rotating on and off the pitch. So
who's gone off there now?
So Ali Orr's now running off. So either they've
is it Ali Orr?
Yeah, either they've got a stomach bug going round and everyone needs to nip to the toilet, or I don't know what they're doing, but everyone keeps nipping off, and Bertie's been on for a lot of the day now.
And we are going to get some spin. It's going to be Jack Carson who's coming into this. Which is quite. I'm a little surprised that Hudson Prentice hasn't bowled since lunch, because I thought he bowled a lovely spell before lunch.
Yeah, he would have been my pick to come on after McAndrew, I'll be honest with you, down the hill. I don't think Crocombe needed to come on. I think you could have gone with a bit of experience of Hudson Prentice, especially when you bring in spin on, bring down that run rate, and unfortunately they've let Cars feel a little bit too comfortable, in my opinion. He's a lower order batter, and they've given him a bit too much, I don't know, a little bit too much disrespect. I don't know. They've brought the field in and given him a lot of runs, and Carson's on here, and we've gone straight to a long on with Ollie Robinson. So they definitely look like they want to get Cars on strike as Carson comes up the hill here, coming round the wicket, and that's a good start, right on the money. Good length ball blocked away by Robinson. Sussex have a slip as a first slip, and they have a short leg in as well.
Thumbs up from Tom Haynes down below us. Got a couple of emails in, actually. I'll read out as we go through the over, and then I'll hand the microphone to Marty.
Sounds good. So yeah, we have Carson coming up the hill again, round the wicket. Good length ball, and that's just gone just in front of short leg for a single, and that looks like the plan. They're hoping to get Carson on strike, and in their last innings, pretty confident that they came down the pitch and tried to hit a big shot and got out earlier on in the innings. So maybe they'll try and tease him again going over the top.
You might be able to help me with this question that's coming from Julian, who's sitting on the top deck in the sunshine. Hope he's got his sun cream out today.
And Carson's into bowl again, and that's blocked away well by Cars.
He says, good afternoon. Today's mystery, what is Sean Hunt's nickname? It sounds like the players call him Bus or Bussy. Is it because he travels everywhere by bus? I've got no idea, Julie.
I think it's because of the size of him. I think he used to be as big as a bus.
Really? Is that right?
I don't know. I'll ask some of the players, to be honest with you. Carson's coming up the hill here again, round the wicket, a little bit of a short delivery, and that's flicked away for one. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that. I'll ask some of the lads, to be honest with you. I thought it was Hunty, to be honest with you, so either I'm mishearing it or...
Actually, it could be Julian, because he is in advancing years, and I have suggested he really probably ought to go and get his hearing tested. So maybe
we're getting a wave as well.
Maybe Julian's got it completely wrong.
A lot of sass there from Julian. He's not happy with that. So now Carson's coming back up the hill, round the wicket. That's a much better length delivery.
Julian is a big Albion fan as well, so we were at the Amex when his season ticket is not far from where we commentate, so quite often I get a packet of chocolate raisins tossed across onto the commentary desk by Julian. So I've missed that today. I'll read this other email at the end of the over, then we'll get Martin back in.
No worries. Well, Carson's just going to finish off the over here, come round the wicket, and that's much better length delivery. Nearly brings short leg into play, but they do flick it for one to deep mid wicket. So that is the over.
So this is from Clive Jacobs. Hello, Clive. He says, it's good to hear you back on air covering Sussex. The first match of the season is turning into a belter of a match. It is good to see Jack Carlson and George Garton back playing, and it's unfortunate for George is out of this match with concussion. I hope this is the end of his bad luck, but he did play his part in a dogged Sussex first innings that hung on and approached parity. With ball in hand, second time around, Sussex found an attack that bowled as a unit, which is nice to see and is long overdue. I hope the attack gained confidence for this strong start to the second innings, and had Ollie and Joffrey been available, maybe Sussex would be better placed, but county games for them will be a rarity, sad to say. Looking forward to an intriguing afternoon of commentary from you this afternoon. Best regards, says Clive Jacobs. Well, that commentary is going to carry on now with Liam O'Brien and with Martin Emerson.
Start of a new over, and bowling down the hill, Crocombe to Robinson, who's batted nicely. I've just described in my afternoon update in Radio Newcastle's sports news about how it was frenetic earlier, and the conditions very good for bowling. And could these two now steer Durham towards calmer waters? Ooh, playing a miss this time from Robinson. And I said, given the amount of wickets that have fallen in quick succession, it wouldn't be a bad thing if these two just steer the game towards the doldrums again. But I don't mean the game just to die stupid, but just to build a partnership methodically, get Durham back on top.
Yeah, take a bit of life out of the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sussex were proper up for it earlier, and it's gone a little bit quieter now.
In comes Crocombe, right arm over. Get after that. That's gone in the upper tier, has it? Oh. Well, that's how you steer the game into the doldrums, isn't it? That's a 6 into the pavilion. There's some very enthusiastic shouting going on this afternoon. I wonder if it's Ollie Robinson's family here again today.
Yeah, there's 4 Durham lads over there on the corner. When he hit his first
Where are they?
So you see this S, the far S.
Yeah.
I think they're the 4
at
just
the
at the top. Yeah, at the back.
All right,
making all the racket.
Yeah. Crocombe in again. That nips back in sharply. Inside edge onto the pad, probably. No run there. So give us a look, see if I can see who they are. Don't recognise them.
But the thing is with his short boundary is he didn't really connect with that, but all he did is he picked up the length early and then just swiveled on it, and I think he came off the bottom of the bat, but it still went for 6, and Crocombe's not got enough pace to be able to be off his line and length by that much, so he's got to be on the money here.
I don't recognise those lads, but they might be from Kent, of course, if they're Ollie's pals. In comes the bowler. This is pushed out into the covers. Importantly, of course, is that 41-run lead, which I said was marginal, but could actually be worth a bit. Money in,
376 is a lot of runs. It's a lot of runs, so they did well in the first innings, and Sussex would be a little bit disappointed not to get closer, I'd say. So this lead's gradually building up.
172 the lead now, 131 for 6, but important from a Durham perspective, this partnership builds. In comes the bowler, that's driven down towards third man. There is a fielder down here, and he stumbles as he comes in to pick it up. Who's that? Number 30?
And that's James Coles.
There's another sub fielder.
Yeah. And that's Foreman running off.
I think Hudson Prentice is just running out, actually. Maybe he's getting his bowling boots
on. Yeah, they're...
And he always coming out.
I said it before, they're just changing around personnel so much. I don't remember any of the games. Most of the games I've had before, you don't even really use a 12th man, and Sussex are using them like crazy at the moment.
We've all got new boots.
Trying to wear them.
Last 5 overs have been going along at 7 and over. Current run rate 3.4. Yep. 60 overs remaining today, which seems a massive amount. 41 this partnership now from 48 balls. Durham 133 for 6.
And Carson's changed the angle he's bowling from, though. He's going to come over the wicket. We still have a long on and a short mid wicket in with a deep square leg now. So it's weirdly attacking and defensive at the same time, this field. As he comes into bowl, good length ball, and that's just blocked away by Cars. So he might be teasing him into trying to do a big shot here, maybe. But Carson's a very clever bowler. Changed up his pace very well, changed up the line he bowls from. So this is going to be a good battle here. So he's coming into bowl again. Fuller length delivery, and that's hit down to mid-on for 1 run. Tom Haynes down here, number 20 at deep mid-on.
Celtic beat Rangers in the Old Firm derby, so they've gone 12 points clear at the top there.
And more importantly, United have won 2-0.
Manchester United, they won 2-0 against Everton. So the Toffees are in a sticky position, aren't they?
But
that was a Toffee-related jog.
Yeah, I got that one. Now Carson's changed angle. He's coming round the wicket to Robinson, who leans forward, and this is too easy at the moment. I'd love to see them bring up mid-on just so they can't knock it for 1.
Can we not just knock it?
Yeah, just build a bit of pressure. And like me personally, it's not a particularly difficult shot just leaning into the ball and hitting it down to mid-on for 1 with the spin. So I'd love to see them keep mid-on up and just try and tease him into going over the top, especially with the pace Carson bowls. It's not an easy shot, but Carson's coming in again to cast here. Right arm over the wicket. Good length ball, a little bit more on the offside, and that's blocked away for a dot ball. But it's going to be tricky saying Carson again, isn't it?
Yeah. Looks like Notts are going to have a losing start on their return to Division 1. Hampshire 64 for 1, need another 68 to win at the Rose Bowl.
So Carson's coming back in again. Right arm over. A little bit of a flatter delivery, blocked away by Carson. Carson's looking very handy here, a little bit like McAndrew was for Sussex.
Surrey ended up with a lead of about 150 or so at Manchester. They're batting again now. They're 94 for 3 against Lancashire and lead by 245.
And Carson's just coming in for the last ball of the over here. More flighted delivery, and that's still blocked away. Not going to tease Carson into a full shot there. And that is the overs, 135 for 6, Durham.
Still in the first innings at Taunton, where they lost the first 4 sessions of that match to a damp outfield. So Somerset made 284. Warwickshire are currently 157 for 2. Essex, Middlesex at Lords, day 3 there. And Middlesex are behind. They ended up about, 84 runs behind, I think, first innings, looking at the maths. And Essex now 155 for 5 in their second innings, lead by 251.
And it's Crocombe to continue. I wasn't sure if you carry on.
Coming down the hill, he's got 1 slip and a gully as he bowls to Robinson, right arm over. Robinson plays the ball off towards deep point. Or is out there 1 run.
He's absolutely nailed that as well. He's seeing it like a beach ball at the moment, it looks like, and he's already on 47. He's rocketing through.
God, he's going quickly, isn't he? What's the 79 balls?
I think he's at 3 sixes as well. And I'd probably only say, if you asked him, he's probably
4 centuries and 11.5 centuries in first-class cricket. So what's that? 15. So this would be, if he gets there, the 16th time. Much needed from a Durham perspective, but it's Cars who's on strike at the moment, and he defends this. Ball runs to Orr at point, fielding on a matted wicket, protecting the strip for the next game.
They're a nightmare as a fielder as well, because your spikes get stuck in them. So it looks like it's flat, but if you were to run across it, it feels like you're running in Velcro or something like that.
And if you've got a ball that is just clipping the mat, you're not sure it's going to clip the edge or not and catch you in the face.
Yeah, nightmare.
Crocombe to Cars, who goes for an expansive drive and misses. Through to the keeper it goes. I used to dread fielding at South Shields Cricket Club and Ashbrook in Sunderland, because there were big rugby grounds as well, and at one end was the rugby pitch, and if you were down there and there was all the stud marks and everything, and you go down to a ball at third man or fine leg, and just as you go down on your knee it pops up and whacks you in the face.
I can relate to that as a youngster playing some of the rugby fields.
Coming again, cut hard by Carson. That's a lovely shot. He's hammered that for 4 behind point down to third man. Really strong wrists through that one.
Character building, isn't it? Playing on fields like that. Used to get the team talk. Just get your body behind it, and then you end up coming home to your mum after playing for the adults for the first time, covered in bruises.
Yeah. They've been struggling. We had a report on the news a few weeks ago. They were starting a fundraising campaign at Sunderland at Ashbrook Sports Centre. So Sunderland Cricket Club play there, the rugby team play there. There were tennis courts, there's bowls, squash, but I think the cost of energy's gone through the roof, and that's not helped. They've struggled for members since COVID. Crow came in again. That's pushed nicely by Course out through the covers on the offside. He's not going to get a 4, but he should get 2 here. He does run 2. So the throw comes back in. I mean, it's a big ground. At one time, there used to be lots of tennis courts down one side, and then they sold those off and they built some nice apartments were built overlooking the ground. It's one of those clubs where they used to have the huge baths. They used to get a whole team in the bath. I think that sort of thing stopped a few years ago now, though, for varying hygiene reasons. But there was ladders down into this big bath. Crocombe to Carse. Carse with a little push off to the woods that covers. He's going for a single here.
So I've never been around when they had them big baths. The only time I realised I had them is when I saw that Mike Bassett film. I don't know if you've seen it.
Oh, yeah. I watched it again recently, actually.
What a film.
Yeah. We were away on holiday a few weeks ago, and it was funny because when you're skiing, everybody's tired come tea time, so you generally have a fairly early tea and then back your room. And so we just downloaded a few films to watch while we were away in the hotel and watched that one.
It gets me to laugh every time when they're on that bus at the start, freezing because they've actually accidentally gone down the motorway. Just always gets me.
Oh, yes, the Norwich parade, yeah. It's
So,
gone the wrong way. Yeah.
Carson's coming back up the slope. That's a great pace ball. Nicely flighted and blocked away by Cars, yeah.
It's about 20 years old, that film now, you know.
I know, I've watched it so many times. It's just, you've gone the wrong way. They're all at the top of the bus shivering.
4-4-2.
So funny. So now Carson's coming in again. Bit of a flatter delivery, flicked away, and they're going to nick a little single here. They're shy at the stumps, but he was comfortably in there. And they're rotating the strike well here, and then they're picking up the odd boundary in between. So
it's 22 years old now, that film.
Just so funny.
Ricky Tomlinson, Amanda Redmond played his wife. Dean Lennox Kelly, he was very good in it. He was like the Gaza type character. He was in that's comedy series on Channel 4 on a housing estate in Manchester.
Who was the guy who played like the angry centre back or something that ended up fighting the fans and stuff like that? Just
Phil Jupiter's played a journalist in it.
So good. Yeah, I remember
the bits where he said goes to see the chief executive of the Football Association. He says, "It's important, Mike." He said, "I'm here for you anytime, but if you just stick a note through my door." And he says, "I have." And he said, "I haven't seen any."
Carson comes in again, right arm over, and instead of having a short leg now, they've got like a really short mid-on along with deep mid-on behind it. So it's a much better plan if they're trying to make him play straight. Makes it a little bit harder to rotate the strike as well. And I used to do the team sheet on the back of a cigarette packet as well. What a film. If you haven't seen it, guys, you've got to go and give it a watch. But that's Carson coming up, right arm over. Much better plan for the field here because he's got to play with a little bit more respect. He can't just lean on it and get one down to deep mid-on. I mean, it sounds like we've got a plane literally just coming over the commentary box. So we've still got 2 balls left.
Shameless, that was what Dean Lennox Kelly was in. Brilliant series that in Manchester.
And so he's in again, and that is flicked away. And yeah, just a much better plan here from Sussex. Instead of having a short leg, because there's not too much bounce in this pitch by the looks of it, they brought in a really short mid-on, so we can't just drive it for one anymore. And then it's protected as well by a short mid-wicket. So much better plan and good captaincy from Pujara here. It's going to be the last ball of the over. Carson comes in, flighted ball, and that is driven away for 4 through extra cover. Carson's going to be disappointed with that. It's a bit of a half volley outside off, and that's going to be the 50 up for Robinson. Excellent innings, really important knock as well for Durham. And his fan club standing up, given that it is that group over there.
Yeah.
It's got a mini
pals
fan
from
club.
Canterbury then, maybe.
It's got to be. And they're saying double up. Famous double up shout. My brother did that last year actually. I think we got a 50 and he shouted over double up, and he didn't realise we only needed 30 to win, so he looked like a right muppet. But hey ho.
So 4 4s and 3 6s there for Ollie Robinson. He got a 50 I think in the T20 last year. He was on loan briefly from Kent, but it's a decent knock from him.
You guys have got a good one on your hands by the looks of it. His glove work was excellent in that first innings, and he's looked good with the bat as well.
16th time in first class cricket.
It's Hudson Prentice to come
And
on.
the partnership's 56 now as well.
Out of nowhere, isn't it? It's gone quick. So yeah, Hudson Prentice coming on. Crocom's, he's going to be disappointed with that spell. He got knocked around a little bit there. And yeah, Hudson Prentice bowled really well in his first spell today, so it's going to be fun to see him bowl again, see if he can get some more jag out of that pitch.
Turned away towards mid-wicket, no run there. So how many balls did he face? 83 balls. For his 50.
Hudson Prentice only went for 2 and over, 2.16 in his first spell. It was a really good shift, to be fair, especially when he wasn't supposed to be playing today. But yeah, unfortunately, Garton, due to concussion protocol, is out of the game, and he came in.
He bowls, defended by Carr. So 148 for 6 is the score. So the lead at the moment is 189. So Durham now starting to get some numbers on the board that you can work with.
Absolutely. And I bet they'll be aggressive when they come on to bowl as well. Building up to a really good day 4 by the looks of things. But there's still loads of overs left. 56 overs left in the day. Hudson Prentice comes into bowl, and that's cut to point. An unbelievable stop there from point. I'm trying to see who that is. Looks like Crocombe. Yeah, Crocombe. Excellent stop there. It's cut hard by Cast through to point, and he dives to his right, stops it dead with his right hand, and then picks up and launches it down to the stumps, and they decide not to run. Excellent bit of work there from Crocombe. And a lot of his players came running over to give him a high five there. So they should.
That light aircraft that we just heard buzzing around as the bowler comes in again. This is left alone. Just off the coast at the minute. It's been ziggy-zagging around down the coast, making pretty patterns, going backwards and forth, round and round and round. But it looks to me like it started its day over in Bristol or somewhere like that. Shipston on Stour.
So how are you tracking that?
In the Cotswolds.
Playing
Morton in Marsh, eh?
Have you got a tracker on the plane?
Yeah. Some Prentice balls again, dot ball. It came about years ago because one day we were commentating at Durham and the Emirates flight was coming in from Dubai, and it came so low over the ground I jumped out of my skin and got the fright of my life because never heard it approaching. Just suddenly there was this wild noise of these engines, and it was right above the ground, and it was back in the days when the airline sponsored the ground, so we were wondering on air if the pilot was trying to show the passengers the ground they sponsored. Bowler comes in, that's left by Carse outside the line of off stump, and anyway, got such a fright, it made such a noise, and we've got a little rifle mic that was a bit like this thing here. It's a very powerful microphone. And then a few minutes later, somebody messaged us to say, oh, the plane's landed at Newcastle. So I said, oh, so-and-so's listening in their car. They must have gone to pick some relatives up at the airport. And they sent me a link to Plane Finder, the app. And, well, we just couldn't stop laughing that there would be such an app in existence. And then what happened was, every time a plane came past after that, somebody would email in, where's that plane from, where's it going to? So I actually ended up downloading the app. There's also a boat one, marine traffic, which is that's quite good for where we live, watching the ships coming in and out of the port and see where they've come from.
There's going to be Carson to continue, and Sussex are sticking with this field, and it's a much better plan from Pujara, so you've got to give him respect for that. Changing things up, and Tom Haynes is down here at mid-on as Carson comes in. And you hear the appeal in the background, but I assure you guys that was sliding straight down leg side. He was the only one to go up there. It was
hit him around the hip.
Flat delivery, and it's just hit him on the hip. And we're disappointed not to actually turn that for one, I'd say. Yeah. So it's going to be Robinson facing here. Carson coming back up the hill over the wicket. Bowls the ball. It's a flatter one again, and he's going to be disappointed with that. It's pretty short delivery, and it's easily just turned for one.
Was Tom Clark in there the previous delivery, or did he just go in there after the LB shout?
No, he wasn't there previous delivery. He's going in now for Cars. So they're changing the plan a little bit for Cars.
I was going to say, he just suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and I thought, where's he come from?
And so they've gone back to the short leg for Cars. So two different plans, and Hudson Prentice in at short mid-wicket's gone a little bit straighter as well. So Carson's into bowl again, and that's blocked away for no run. He's bowling pretty flat at the moment, Carson. And the pitch isn't giving him too much to work with.
Oh, Derek sent the picture. What's that?
Douglas Jardine.
Yeah. Body line.
So right arm over, coming in again. Here's Carson. Very flat delivery. Good glove work there from Carter as it goes down the leg side. And it's going to be another dot ball. My dad used to play in a Sunday League team called the Jardines, and it was named after him. So
well, Derek's reading, I just read a book about Douglas Jardine, his first cricket read of the year, he says.
So Carson's going to continue here over the wicket from the sea end, bowls the ball, and that is just blocked away by Cars. It's a little bit similar to when Kuhneman was bowling yesterday. It doesn't seem like spin's going to be causing too much trouble. It seems like you can kind of just play it with ease unless you want to take some risks, because I find it pretty comfortable at the moment. And so Carson continues here. One ball left in the over. He bowls the ball a little bit more flighted, and that's inside edge.
Yeah.
And it seems like he set him up a little bit. He's gone with 2 flatter balls and then floated it up for the last ball of the over. Inside edge, just over short leg's head. And it's going to end up being a dot ball. So good end to the over there for Sussex. 149 for 6, Durham, and we still have 55 overs left in the day. So long
You always sound appalled when you see that.
I just
welcome
disgusted.
to our world.
I'm trying to think about
At
the
least
time.
you're only sitting here. You're not running around the outfield and having a day in the dirt. Is it practice at Loughborough tomorrow? Are you playing a game?
Playing against Leicestershire Academy tomorrow.
All right.
So I'm at.
Well, when you're there, pop in and see my niece because she's at Loughborough Uni.
Is she?
Yeah. Doing art.
Well, I'll be at the cricket centre, so let her know I'm there. She can come and watch.
Loughborough's just slightly further up the motorway than the Leicester turn-off, isn't it? You've got to go about 10 mile up the motorway.
Our hotel's still in Leicester because it got changed. So
we're in the centre, are you?
Oh, I think so. So it's going to be a long
I'll stop
drive.
staying in Leicester. Here's Hudson Prentice coming down the road, down the hill. It's played off down towards third man for 2 by Robinson. I used to stay in Leicester all the time and stayed in generally the same hotel, and then one time there was a mix-up with the car parking. The lady had put the registration in, but for some reason the car parking firm they used then chased me for silly amounts of money and took ages to sort it out. Tried staying 1 or 2 other places around there, and then I just decided in the end there's a lot of nice countryside around there. Hudson Prentice comes in and bowls. That's a play and a miss to a ball leaving him wide off stump from Robinson. So I've stayed a couple of times, 2 or 3 times in a little village to the north of Leicester, about maybe a 10-mile drive, and there's a cricket ground next door. It's lovely. And in the centre of the ground, right-hand side, and well, this has gone about how I predicted it, really, didn't I?
You did call it, to be honest with you.
I said things might just calm down and a partnership might develop.
I think Sussex have let it happen a little bit. They brought Crowther on, and
the ball softens as well, though, doesn't it? I mean, how many overs have we had now? 45 overs in. Cars leaves that one. The other thing is, I said conditions might be better for batting this afternoon because all the clouds burnt away.
Yeah.
And it's blue skies. It's a lovely sunny day now. It's like a different day compared to this morning when it was nibbling around a lot.
Very true. And that racket is Adrian now coming on to the...
Very watchful initially. But he's certainly giving him and his fellow bowlers something for Durham to bowl at here. Cast in again, bowls, and Cast defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And now with what, 52 overs left
53.2, does that say?
Okay, yeah. So we would lose overs for a change. So, you know, the longer this goes on, the more the chances are we're going to get cricket here tomorrow. As in comes Carson over the wicket, bowls, passes forward, plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Sussex did bowl extremely well this morning, a performance that would have really pleased James Kirtley in particular, the bowling coach. And since lunch it's been the Durham batsmen who are getting on top. Carson in bowls, passes forward, plays into the offside and takes a comfortable single. Plays it into the offside. Frustration there for Jack Carson. He wouldn't have wanted to have conceded a run off the last ball of the over in that fashion, but that's what happened. At the end of the over, Durham are 162 for 6. They're leading by 203 runs, as shown by the scoreboard away to our right-hand side. A very good afternoon, wherever you're listening to. I know at this time on Saturday, probably a lot of people with the football season still going on will be tuned into the various commentaries from around the country on BBC Local Radio. The Albion playing in North London at Tottenham, and Newcastle also playing in London, but in West London at Brentford. So if you may be sort of in the ground listening to those maybe and watching the cricket, who knows. But what we are going to see is Finn Hudson-Prentice coming in from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to the tall figure of Bryden Cast.
Here he comes. Well, Cast goes down the track at him and then nudges one up to mid-off and goes for a sneaky single.
Wow, well that was extraordinary.
What was that all about?
Well, that was extraordinary. He probably took him, he's a tall man, Bryden Cast, but he took 2 steps down the wicket, he drove it really firmly to mid-off, and he set off immediately for the single. There was no danger around it, but I think he rather surprised. Is that Henry Crocombe who's at mid-off? Now, Crocombe's saying something to the umpire there. I wonder what all that was. What if something was said, or the umpire's having a word to Bryden Castle? Who knows? But Henry Crocombe looked a little unhappy about something. Maybe he thought he ran in the line of the stumps.
Comes in again, bowls. This is defended by Robinson.
I just wonder when the ball went to Henry Crocombe whether Bryden Castle almost sort of ran in his line. But I think he was home. He's got long legs, doesn't he, Bryden Castle? He's a tall man, and it was a good bit of cricket, wasn't it? Sort of out of the blue. I can hear some commentary coming from somewhere.
Bowler comes in again, edged
Out.
gone. That's the end of Robinson.
What a
Caught
catch.
at the second slip by Tom Clark. It was low. Robinson stares at the sky in disbelief that he's out, but he has gone for 58. He's batted ever so nicely. Can't really think of any scares until he's just fished for one there outside the line of off stump, and Hudson-Prentice gets the wicket. Robinson gone for 58. Durham are now 163 for 7. And
good catch. That was a really smart catch by
nearly
Tom Clark.
looked like it might just squeeze out of his hands there, didn't it?
Yeah.
So what's the lead? 163 for 7 leads 204.
Heck of a catch by Tom Clark, low down. Good knock by Ollie Robinson, but he'll be disappointed. But he's on his way. See this catch again on the big screen. Actually, it was very low down. It was a good catch from Tom Clark. Robinson couldn't believe it because he turned away in angst.
He's caught it right around his right ankle.
Yeah, he's got a good pair of hands, Tom Clark. I don't know whether Liam knows him, but I've seen him take a number of very, very good slip catches, Tom Clark, and that was an absolute belter. Very good indeed. Ollie Carter has taken this opportunity to run off the field towards one of the little hospitality areas away to our right-hand side, I presume, to go to the loo. In fact, he went to say hello to someone, who knows. But so the new man in is Ben Rain, who is perfectly capable of holding up. Ben Rain came in at number... Well, he did come in at number 9 in the first innings, so no change in the order. So, and Sussex really needed that, but a good partnership between that pair, Martin. Partnership were
71.
Yeah. That's rather large to the innings.
Comes around the wicket to Rain. Rain turns it off his legs. He's off the mark. First ball. He should get 2 here as the ball goes past square leg.
Yeah. You're abreast of things that we probably ought to let people know scores of games. I can certainly hear some commentary somewhere. I'm not sure where that's coming from. It might be down with our effects microphone, actually.
Yeah, well, the ground staff listening to the match on the radio.
Could be.
Rain defends this one. Just pops it on the offside. No run there.
perfectly capable player, Ben Rain. Matthew Potts to come, who's also, well, in fact, I thought all the Durham batsmen, even down to number 11, I thought that Matt Kuhneman looked as if he could bat as well, but we're really down amongst the bowlers.
Well, last season, Ben Rain got his first century in the Championship for Durham. Him and Paul Coughlin were batting together, and they chased each other through the 60s, the 70s, the 80s and 90s, and then Rain got there and over before Coughlin did. Comes Hudson Prentice. This is defended. And it's the end of the over.
One of the old adages in cricket, and it does stand true, is hold your catches, win your matches. And that was an absolute belter from Tom Clark. And if Sussex do win this game, that could be a really decisive moment in the match, because it was a stage in the game where you just felt that Durham were really getting their, I wouldn't say their noses in front, but if those two could have stayed together and added another 30 or 40, that takes the lead around about 250. Still got 30 odd overs until a new ball will be available. It was a crucial part of the match. What a terrific catch by Tom Clark. Jack Carson. Lovely afternoon sunshine is in and bowls and hammering the ball away, and that's going to go for a single. There's a cry of catch. Bryden Cast hit that firmly out towards the offside boundary, fielded out there by, I'm sure that is right, is that Nathan McAndrew? I think it was. So a single taken. Cast moves on to 36. And Ben Rain, the left-hander now, he'll have his eyes on that short leg side boundary, where there is not much protection. So clever field placing here by Pujara. Jack Carson is in. He would be hitting against the spin. And Rain is forward, plays into the offside. He's surrounded by a slipper short leg and a silly mid-off. The rest of the field, a backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a square leg. As Carson waits again in. Bowls to Ben Rain, and Rain hits this one away through backward point. Good diving stop there by Henry Crocombe. The Sussex outfield has been very good. They're coming back for the second. They'll need to get a move on here, but the throw comes in, but Ben Rain comes back with the second. Good bit of fielding by Crocombe. But Ben Rain goes to 4, and Durham to 168 for 7. Lead of 209. Carson again. Into bowls. Rain covers up. Plays quietly down the on-side of the track. Hudson Prentice comes running across. His long flowing locks showing from beneath his cap. There is no run. Carson again. Just waits and he's in and bowls. Full toss, and Rain pulls that one down to my leg, and he's going to get 4 runs. That's not where he intended it to go, actually. He was looking to smack that one square and into the pavilion, but it was a full toss. A really loose delivery by Jack Carson. And in the end, Rain just helped it down to the fine leg boundary to 4, so that was a little bit of a gimme, to be honest, for Ben Rain. He won't mind about that. Durham go to 172 for 7. The lead to 213. Rain goes to 8. You get the feeling here that every run is vital now. Not that it isn't at every stage of the game, of course. That was rather a gimme. Carson in bowls. Rain is forward and steers that one into the covers, fielded by the alert Alior. It is the end of the over. Jack Carson has bowled 9 overs, 3 maidens, and taken... No, he hasn't. But done that at all. I'm looking at the wrong line. 6 overs, no maidens, 0 for 24. As John Morelli, the Sussex physio, makes his way around the outfield. I think he's with Harry Cavalos down there. Harry, who had I think a knee operation towards the end of last season, has been doing a lot of rehab, but looks fit and well. He's chatting away down there on the boundary to... Who's he talking to there? Is that Alior? Either way, far end, it is going to be Finn Hudson Prentice who's coming into bowl in bright sunshine.
Here he comes, pushed away by Course out into the covers, no run there.
So we've got 50 overs after this one left in the day. The Durham lead is 213.
Bowler comes in and bowls. Cast just watches that go through to the keeper.
Yes, indeed, that is Eric Cabelos, who's walking around the boundary edge. Pujara trying to keep the pressure on here, Martin. He's got a slip in a gully, short extra cover, fielder at deep backward square.
He's quick to the crease again here. And this has gone off the edge, and Carson is looking for a single. He's told to get back by rain as it goes to point area and is fielded by Jack Carson.
Yes, he was told to get back. I mean, there was a single there. Well, Ben Ray didn't take that, to be honest, Martin, but he...
Maybe he wasn't expecting it.
Once he decided not to.
Here comes Hudson Prentice again. Cast forward to this one, just defends it, goes out into Carson in short extra cover.
It's interesting, I was talking to Liam earlier and I was saying that when, from the bowler's point of view, we are now amongst the bowlers, it's they're probably thinking we need a few more runs than this if we're going to defend it, so it's in the bowler's interests to just add as many as they can. But Bryden DeCarles has done a really good job for his side here. Fine cricketer. Showing it today.
He bowls once more. Is that a nibble behind? That is the end of Cast. He's been caught behind. He went a long way forward to play to that. There was a reaction straight away from the keeper, and he walks off and he's out for 36, I think that says.
It is.
So suddenly we're back to wickets falling again.
Well, I bought Sussex a wicket there, saying how well Bryden DeCarles was playing. Got a little nick on that one, didn't he? He stood there and the umpire's fig was raised. And Finn Hudson Prentice, having thought he was going to probably play no part today, has picked up 3 wickets and has bowled really, really well. He was speculating he might come in from that Cromwell Road end of the ground. And he has done so. Good knock by Bryden DeCarles, but it's come to an end. And Ollie Carter gets his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th catch of the innings behind the stumps. And it brings Matthew Potts to the crease. Good innings from Cast. And you'll feel at least when Durham come to defend this lead, they've got something to bowl at, but you just feel, well, who knows? I think Sussex would fancy in the time left available in the match. I think Sussex would fancy their chances chasing this down. However, we shall see. There's still 2 more wickets to be taken. The photographer down below is having a nice time, enjoying himself, chatting away. So Matthew Potts can bat, we know that. He's done well for England last season in that series against India. They could do with a few runs today from him.
So 172 for 8, and the lead is now 213.
Yeah.
And if the final 2 wickets do fall quickly, then there's so much time left in this game from the Sussex point of view. They're going to have 4 sessions to chase, not much. Oh, that's a rising ball for Potts. It comes at him about chin high and just rocks back on his heels and lets it go through. End of the over. So good over there from Hudson Prentice, who's playing because George Garton got hit on the head yesterday and is out with concussion. And he's taken 3 for 23 in a match that he didn't expect to be playing in.
Oh, absolutely. There's a huge amount of time left in the match and a huge amount of time left today, Martin. There's still 50 overs to be bowled today.
Yeah.
I mean, if these 2 wickets went down, in the next 3 or 4 overs, Sussex may, who knows what's going to happen. I mean, the danger is you then think, we'll get the game over and done with today and get yourself in a terrible pickle and lose wickets quickly. So, not to speculate on that. In comes Jack Carson, comes in and bowls to Ben Rain, who hammers that into the covers. I thought for a minute he'd put him down. But it bounced in front of Ali Orr, and there is no run. Ben Rain making room, looking to hammer that one away into the covers. A slip and a silly mid-off for the close fielders. Carson is in again. Bowls, Rain is forward, trips onto the onside, and there is no run. Fielded there by the Sussex skipper, Cheteshwar Pujara, who's no doubt very pleased with the way his side have performed today. Carson again. Waits. Is on his way. Bowls, Rain forward, trips this again to middle, gets straight to Pujara. Again, there is no run. The reason Jack Carson might be bowling, I'm looking at the Sussex over rate, and I think that's in the red figures. Is that saying -1 or -3? Can't quite, maybe it's
well, probably minus. It says -1 now. It was -4 after the first innings, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Carson in and bowls. Rain drives firmly down the ground, fielded by Hunt, and there is no run. Sussex were guilty of slow over rates on a couple of occasions last season. And one thing you can't afford to do is to be deducted points. They'll be very keen not to. 4 dot balls in the over so far. Carson waits and is in again. Bowls and forward comes Rain. Plays that to mid on, and again there is no run. And Rain on 8. Matthew Potts yet to score. Brighton cast the last man out for 36. Ollie Robinson having made 58.
Brentford have a penalty.
And comes Carson. Bowls, Rain down the wicket. Ooh, that was risky. He took a step down the wicket. He was going to hit that one. He got the mid on a mid off up. I bet Ollie Carter's eyes were lighting up there. Nonetheless, it's played out into the offside. It's a maiden over from Jack Carson. At the end of that over, Durham are 172 for 8. They lead by 213. Eric Abelos walking around with a nice cup of coffee in his hand. He hasn't seen us behind the glass.
Might be horrible.
Might be. Yeah, might. I don't think he'd be drinking it. But he's good to see him back out and about, because he bowled really well, did Harry, last year towards the end of the season, particularly in the limited over competition. And he looks fit and well, and I'm sure will be playing a part later on in the season. This is very much the man of the minute for Sussex today. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's bowled really, really well, and he's coming in down the hill.
Here he comes. Ooh, left late by Potts. Trying to pull the bat away then. It was almost as if his arms involuntarily sort of bounced back down towards the ball. West Ham have taken the lead at Fulham. A few southern derbies today, isn't there?
There are. A lot of games in London today.
Hudson-Prentice, that's left by Potts, quite a way outside the line of off stump. South Shields have just gone 1-0 up. Looks like Nick Pope might have saved a penalty for Newcastle. He does. He saved a Ivan Toney penalty.
Well, that's unusual.
Yeah. He bowls. This is played by Potts to point. Ivan Toney was formerly with Newcastle. Brighton have had a goal this alone, haven't they?
Well, it's a glorious afternoon. There's a good crowd in, actually. I mean, the very good crowd yesterday for a lot of free tickets given.
Yeah, what did you think yesterday? It was about 2,500, did the thing was in?
Yeah, I mean, nothing like that today, but it's still not bad.
Potts again with another leave. He's only played at 1, I think, so far, hasn't he?
Yes, he's been a little quite if you go past outside the off stump. 5
deliveries, no runs. That's quite a way across. That's about 6th stump, that delivery.
Yeah.
Two balls left of the over. Here's one of them. Play and a miss from Potts. He's played at that a long way outside the line of off stump. Yeah. Similar fashion to the one that got cast just a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, good delivery, wasn't it? Hudson Prentice. He's bowled really well. It's been really pleased for Finn because he's had, this difficult time of injury since he came back to the county. He played up at Leicestershire the season before last, broke his hand in that match, then came back and had all his back problems last year. So he deserves a bit of luck, does Finn Hudson Prentice, and he's bowling really well.
Last ball of the over, defended by Potts. He's forward to that one and plays it to Pujara in the covers. So Durham are 172 for 8 in their second innings. Remember, they had a first innings lead of 41. Took 2.4 overs this morning to bowl that last wicket out of Sussex. So they ended up all out for 335. And then Durham quickly found themselves 63 for 5 in the first 22 overs. At lunch, 70 for 5 and leading by 111. Bushnell went not long after lunch for 16, but then Robinson put 58 on in a partnership of 71 with Cars. Cars eventually out for 36.
Carson bowls to Ben Rain, who thrashes this one away towards Backwell Point. Good bit of fielding here. The Sussex ground fielding has been good today. And they've held their catches. That one that Tom Clark took to dismiss Ollie Robinson was an absolute cracker and just the sort of catch you need if you're going to win a game. Here comes Carson. We can still hear the people. I'm sorry about that. We'll see if we can stop them. Make sure they don't say anything they might regret down below as the photographer and his friend sitting next door to him. I don't think it's the ground staff, actually.
Before today, according to BBC Radio Newcastle's Twitter feed, Ivan Toney had scored 27 of his last 28 penalties.
Yeah, there we are. Good record. In comes Carson round the wicket bowls. A full toss, Rain clips that away, 4 runs. Can't afford to bowl those. That's the second full toss he's bowled, and you just get the feeling it's the sort of match now where I'm not saying every run counts in every game, but it's in this situation it's tight and tense, and that's a gimme 4 runs really, and Jack will know that.
Every run counts in all amounts.
We'll get Liam back on commentary. Tears at 4. We'll have my next report will be halfway.
When's my next report? I've forgotten now. 5 to 5.
Carson bowls clipped away by Rain. That's going to be 4 more. Too much width.
And 5 to 4.
Ben Rain just waiting for that. So clubbed away. A lovely looking shot. So 8 runs coming from 2 loose deliveries, and Jack stands with his hands on his hips. He'll know it's disappointing to bowl those deliveries. Ben Rain goes to 16. The lead extends to 221. Slipping the silly bit off, still in place. Carson bowls. Forward comes Rain, plays to short extra, fielded by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. I think anything less than 250 to win this match on this track, I fancy Sussex. If it goes above that, it just gives Durham something to bowl at. Later today,
221's the lead.
Yeah, another 30 runs, and my feeling is,
what is your feeling, Adrian? Tell us.
My feeling is that Sussex would win if that's chased less than 250 over that. I think it's, who knows. Rain down the wicket, drives. That's a big shot. That's gone all the way for 4 runs. So 3 boundaries in the over. And that's an expensive over from Jack Carson, and I suspect that may bring a change in plan from Cheteshwar Pujara. In fact, he's signalling there. Who is he signalling to? Henry Crocombe, I think. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a change in bowling. So 12 runs off the over, a good over as far as Durham are concerned. They go to 184 for 8. Ben Rain on to 20. Liam is back with us.
Hello.
Just noticed on your phone, is that your dog, family dog?
Yes, it's mine and my girlfriend's.
Oh,
Teddy.
Teddy. What sort of dog is Teddy?
He's a Jack Russell, but he's black and tan.
Right, okay.
And we couldn't think of a name, and I said he looked a bit like a bear, but obviously he was going to be small, so we called him Teddy instead.
Okay, great name.
Nice ring to it as well. And Hudson Prentice is coming into bowl, and he's really impressed me today. And that's a good length ball, and it's been blocked away. I spoke about it a bit earlier, didn't I? He's been really good since he's come back. Bang on the money.
Going to get the ball, and you knew as soon as that
ball, 52 overs old, so it's not going to do as much as a new ball. And he's coming in second spell and got some really.
I think Matthew Potts will be really disappointed with that shot.
Yeah, I got out a few times like that last year, where you wait for a ball like that, and as soon as you get it, you're so eager to hit it, just because it's a bit more pitched up, that you just go through the shot too early, and he was clearly too early on it, hit it on the up, and it's just floated him in off, and he's trudging off disappointed there. He's got to get himself ready now to bowl, and that leaves 1 wicket remain for Sussex. And I listened to you a little bit earlier talking about what kind of lead do you think Durham will need to be able to protect. And we're around that grey area where it's so important how the first spell goes for the Durham bowlers, because there's a bit of life in this pitch with the new ball. So if they get a few early wickets, then 230 or could look like quite a big score to chase down. But if Sussex have a good start, then it could run away from them pretty quickly.
Well, there are 48 overs left after this one in the day. We would lose 2 for a change of innings. So if a wicket were to fall now, there are still 46 overs to be bowled tonight.
Yeah.
I'm not saying just Sussex would chase them to win tonight. They've got 4 sessions to get the runs. But if the umpires thought there was a chance of a finish tonight, if the light were good enough, and that's the big question at this time of year, potentially.
You're already playing the extra half hour.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. So that wouldn't happen. Yes, that wouldn't happen. Well,
Me and Martin have actually started a petition anyways that we have to go home from 7 o'clock or else
yeah. Well, at this time of year,
I'm going to get to Loughborough at 12 o'clock at this rate for tomorrow's game. And now Hudson Prentice coming round the wicket to the left-handed Kuhneman, who's in at number 11, and that's right on the money, straight up. You can hear the sighs from the Sussex players. He's bowled that good length, going around middle stump. I think he's just nibbled in a little bit, and Kuhneman's just played it to square leg for a dot ball. And this is actually going to suit Jack Carson at the other end if they do give him another over. 2 left-handers. It's an off-spinner's dream bowling at 2 left-handers, because they can just spin the ball away from outside the bat and hopefully take the edge or bowl them. So Hudson Prentice has really impressed me today, and this is the angle he was really working on yesterday with James Kirtley, coming around the wicket. And I imagine he's going to try and bring those slips into play, so he's going to angle the ball into the stumps and hopefully seam it away and catch the outside edge as he comes into bowl, and right on the money again. And I believe that is the over. So just quickly to go through, 188 for 9, 53 overs in, and yeah, excellent spell so far for Hudson Prentice. 12 overs, 4 wickets for 27 runs.
Oh, we are going to see a continuation. No, or is it going to be Henry Crocombe? It's going to be Henry Crocombe. So I don't think Sussex could afford another over in which they conceded 12 runs in what could be a very tight game. So Henry Crocombe's going to come back into the Sussex attack, having picked up 3 wickets so far in this innings, and he's going to be bowling to Ben Rain. 9 overs. 3 for 46 for Henry Crocombe.
It's a bit of a shame that that Carson's been taken off, but I imagine that little kind of stroppy throw didn't help him either. I think Pujara just thought, give him a timeout, bring on a little bowling change. And Crocombe bowled really well earlier on up the hill, so it'd be good to see him at a change of ends as well.
It certainly will. So 2 slips in the gully for Henry Crocombe. 20 minutes to go until tea. I'd imagine tea will be at 4 o'clock regardless, I think. In comes Crocombe, bowls wide of the off stump. Let go by Ben Rain. I just had a little look there, but it would have been a one-day, right?
I think now that it's the 9th wicket, they can play on.
Yes, I see. But if a wicket fell now, I think Sussex would have to come back out, wouldn't they? I think tea will be... Yes, I think you're right, Mike. Tea will be at 4 unless...
It's right on the borderline. It's probably the umpire's call, isn't it, to be honest, if they reckon early tea.
They've got the field set back, allowing Rain the single. Here, Crocombe in bowls to Ben Rain, and Rain hammers that to mid-off and decides not to take the single fielded by Cheteshwar Pujara. So we've got one of these games of sort of cat and mouse now, where it's deciding whether to take the single or not.
It's a strange fit, isn't it? So just to explain it to the people listening, everyone in front of square is out, and then they have 2 slips in a gully. So they have everybody deep to Rain here, and then 2 slips in a gully. So it's kind of mixed messages here.
Crocombe round the wicket, bowls, and Rain. Oh, I thought he got a little nick on that. Taken behind by Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. Ollie Robinson's making a suggestion. Sorry, Ollie Robinson. Ollie Carter is making a suggestion from behind the stumps to Cheteshwar Pujara, maybe for a change in the field. As Liam was saying, on the offside there are 3 men set back allowing the single. Tom Haynes is also making a suggestion, and Pujara said, I think we'll leave it as it is for the time being. talk about that in a moment, actually, as in comes Crocombe, and bowls, and Rain tucks out onto the leg side and does take the single on this occasion. Tom Haynes fielding at mid-on. It was interesting when we spoke to Cheteshwar last night, and he was talking about captaincy and how he's enjoying it, but also saying how, he likes to listen to the other players in the side. He likes to listen to Tom Haynes and Tom Alsop, who will be captaining the county side when Cheteshwar is away with India. So, I think it's good to listen to suggestions from other players. You don't want everybody bombarding you because they can get a bit too much. But now,
Absolutely.
3 slips in place. Backward point cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg as in comes Crocombe and bowls, and Kuhnemann is fishing for that outside the off stump. That wasn't a desperately confident shot, and the ball goes through to keeper Carter, and there is no run.
Absolutely. It's interesting you talk about that. So I'm actually captain of, in our disability franchise league, we have the Tridents team, and we managed to win it last year. And the way I had it is I had like a trusted voice that was a bit different to my style. So I'm a little bit more aggressive, and he was a bit more relaxed, and we used to talk. So it's interesting he's got that relationship with Haynes as well.
In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Phil.
What a catch! What a catch that is!
That is a great catch. In there at third slip is absolutely plucked out of the air by Jack Carson.
Yeah, Jack Carson.
And so Sussex are bowled Durham out here for 189. Henry Crocombe picks up his 4th wicket of the innings. The Durham lead is 230, and the Durham players make their way off. And we have got, I think, is that 40?
45 overs it says remain, so we'll go 43.
We'll lose to 43 overs.
Yeah, I'm just watching the replay.
Yes. My feeling is they might take, they may come out for an over.
Yeah, they're talking to the players now.
Yes, I think.
I would take it.
Well, I think Sussex might have to come out for an over, because tea is set for 4 o'clock. In which case, Sussex might have to face an over here.
Maybe Tom Haynes takes a little bit longer to put his pads on. But I've just watched the replay here. It's a pretty soft delivery actually coming around the wicket to Kuhnemann. Kind of a 4-stump line, and Kuhnemann's just kind of prodded at it, to be honest, and it's gone towards Gully at quite a quick pace, and Carson's gone to his left, snaffled it up and launched the ball in the air in celebration. I think it was a bit of release of frustration there as well, because a bit of frustration building up, and that's a great catch. Sussex have been unbelievable in the field today, really impressed me.
Really good. No, I agree. No, they've been excellent.
And the Durham players have trudged off there. I don't think they're too happy with how that's fallen apart. It's a good fight back from Robinson, but then the wickets have fallen pretty quickly from there. So they'll be a little bit disappointed with the way that finished.
Well, they will. So we're going to have a little breather here because we've got various updates to come to our radio set. We'll just wait to see whether we are going to get tea. Now, I think... Well,
people are looking to walk on the field, so I imagine it's tea now.
Well, possibly. We're just waiting for... It would make sense for it to be tea, wouldn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, there's people walking on the field, so either the crowd's gone rogue and they've decided to take it into their own hands. Yeah, it looks like it might be tea, and they're bringing out the roller.
Yes, there's a couple of people here wandering onto the field as well.
And I'm going to have a little trudge and look at the pitch, I think, as well, and see how it's been.
So it very much looks like it's tea here at Hove. Tea was meant to be at 4 o'clock, but people are wandering onto the open, and the stewards are just talking to their little microphones. But the fact that the crowd are coming on, I think Liam's absolutely right, suggests that we are going to have tea, in which case you'd have thought we probably would have the full 45 overs after tea, if the light holds. That's quite a lot of overs to bowl after 4 o'clock, when presumably we will resume. So Liam, Martin and I have a little breather here at tea, with Durham having been bowled out on the stroke of tea for 189 and Sussex needing 231 to win after tea, potentially into tomorrow as well. Yes, we do. A target of 231, Tim, if they're going to win this game. Durham bowled out for 189. Finn Hudson-Prentice taking 4 for 27. Henry Cokum, 4 for 47. Durham bowled out for 189. And just to pick over the bones of that second innings for Durham, you have to give some credit to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who came into the side today as a concussion substitute for George Garton. George, who was hit on the head whilst batting yesterday, he clearly failed the concussion protocols today. Finn Hudson-Prentice came in and he bowled magnificently, taking those 4 for 27. But importantly as well was the Sussex catching as well. Tom Clark getting a terrific catch in the gully to get rid of Ollie Robinson, the Kent wicketkeeper batsman, who was going along nicely on 58. And then to wrap up the innings, a wonderful catch by Jack Carson, who caught out Matt Kuhneman in the gully without scoring. So a really good all-round bowling performance by Sussex. There are still 45 overs to be bowled here in the Sunshine at Hove. Sussex needing 231 to win, so it's not inconceivable that this game could finish tonight. I think it's probably more likely that it'll go into tomorrow. Sussex will be mindful of chasing too hard after these runs. They've got 4 sessions to get these runs, and the bowlers have given them a really good chance of winning this first county championship match of the season. Yes, absolutely it does. I mean, I have to say, on the first day, I saw Sussex bowled really poorly, with the exception of Nathan McAndrew, the overseas Australian, who bowled really well. It was interesting in this second innings that McAndrew opened the bowling, and he bowled with real pace coming down the hill. Now, he didn't take any, well, he took 1 wicket in this second innings, that of Jonathan Bushell. But apart from that, I think he's a big, strong guy who leads the attack well, and that's what Sussex have been missing. And the other bowlers were able to bowl around him, and Henry Crocombe and Hudson-Prentice really came to the party. So you're absolutely right. I think it's a combination of the fact that they've got McAndrew in the side really helped, but also the fact they bowled so poorly in that first innings. I'm sure James Kirtley and Paul Farbrace wouldn't have been happy with that performance, but they've really come out and performed well this afternoon. And the catching as well, the catch that Tom Clark got to dismiss Ollie Robinson in the gully. They say catches win matches, and that was an absolute beauty. And I think from here, Tim, chasing 214 to win on what looked a good wicket, good conditions. They may not do it tonight, but I think Sussex will be really disappointed from here if they don't win this first match of the season.
Here come the umpires for this final innings of this game, which has gone along at a real rate of knots today. We've seen 11 wickets. Durham were 5 down at lunch and then bowled out on what then became tea. So still 45 overs to go today. So in theory, this could be done today, but that would mean Sussex chasing their target of 231 and around about 5 and over. Will they want to do that with the risks that entails, or will they want to be a bit more cautious? Billy Taylor and James Middlebrook, the umpires, out into the middle. I think Billy finishes his career in England midway through this year and is heading abroad apparently. So good luck to him in his new venture. Durham looking for early poles, and I would imagine the adrenaline's racing through the veins of these two batsmen as they head out there. Bright sunny day, so batting conditions are not too bad now. Definitely this morning when the ball was nipping around, we had really heavy cloud sitting over us. Having said that, there's a sort of finger of cloud just starting to poke in our direction from the South Downs. So if that comes here, that might make a little bit of a difference. Matthew Potts, the England bowler, is going to open, he's going to come down the hill and he'll be spitting fire. And taking strike is Ali Orr. At the other end, Tom Haynes. So we're ready to rock and roll. Martin Emerson and Liam O'Brien with you.
I'm excited for this. It's going to be a great session.
I think this could be quite canny.
Bit of life in the pitch as well with a new ball. And Ali Orr's a positive player as well, so could have some action early on. He's just getting ready to go now.
Potts round the wicket, then right arm round, comes in, flicks that in the air. For a second I thought that was going straight to the fielder at mid-on. And it's Carse who chases it. 2 runs. It was just wide of him. But it looked like a bit of a leading edge there, Liam.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit early on it. I think it was a full-length delivery. Potts is just trying to swing it away. And just a little bit of a jittery shot there, but Alior's not going to mess around. I think it's going to be nice and positive early on. It's going to be a really good battle between the two of them.
Plane flying past us along the coast. That cloud is starting to fill in there now a bit. Potts in again. That's left, and it nearly bounces again before it reaches the keeper.
Which is worrying with the new ball as well. There's a loud plane. Martin has a plane
like
tracker
it's
as well.
Coming and dive bombs, doesn't it?
Martin has his plane tracker, so I imagine we'll find out where that's coming.
Well, a lot of the light aircraft come from Shoreham, don't they, around this area?
Yeah, very true. And they're pretty loud by the sounds of it.
Yeah. 2 on the board, or on strike, facing his 3rd ball. Potts in, bowls, all plays and misses. And he's a bit busy in his crease after he's played at that one. He's here, there and everywhere.
Yeah, it was a great length delivery there from Potts, and in his first innings he'll be a little bit disappointed. I think he bowled a bit too far back of a length and didn't really bring the stumps into play, but he's bowling a lot fuller already today, and play and miss. Well bowled.
Brentford are actually leading Newcastle United 1-0. Fulham are losing 1-0 at home to West Ham. What was Brighton's score? 1-1 against Spurs.
Good header from Dunk there at the back post to make it 1-0.
Potts bowls to or drives, and it's up the hill. Carlos is chasing it. He may stop it before it reaches the boundary at the far end of the ground. They'll get 2. Chelsea. Adrian, what do you reckon the score is? They're away at the Wolves. They're losing 1-0.
That's a good shot from Alior as well, with the ball swinging like it is. A confident shot down to mid-on for 2. It's a steep hill at Sussex, so he did time it quite well, but it's not going to quite make it to the boundary. But positive start here.
If you're wondering about the slope, I went and filmed it side on this morning in my preview piece, so you can have a look on that video. Potts in, or leaves that one, steps across his stumps and watches it go through to the keeper.
And if you guys didn't notice, that was a subtle plug from Martin for you to check out his Twitter as well. So,
Yeah, well,
we're going to drop the handle. How are we going to find that video for those new listeners?
at Marty Cricket.
At Marty Cricket. And if you're looking to follow me, at Liam Obs123.
Oh, look at this. My next tweet will be my 87,000th.
Wow.
That's a lot of tweets, isn't it?
That is a lot of tweets.
Potts comes in. Bowls through to the keeper it goes. End of the over. So decent start from Sussex. 4 on the board. No wickets down. So I've tweeted 86,999 times.
It's got to be a good one for your 87,000th.
Yeah.
You're going to start thinking about it now in between balls.
Went on there in 2009, basically to publicise the Durham podcast that I used to do through the BBC Cricket website at the time. Had it for a couple of years and then wasn't able to get to the games regularly back in those days. And so after 2 years it was ended, but given the plethora of podcasts these days, maybe is ahead of its time.
Now we have rain coming up the hill. He started off in the first thing up the hill and bowled well, and he had an eventful over where there was 2 wickets where the first one Tom Haynes drove the ball back and it came off his hand and ran out Alior, and then he nicked off Tom Haynes a few balls later. So let's see if he can get any magic going up this hill at the C end. So bowls the ball here and it's just blocked away confidently by Tom Haynes, who'll be a little bit disappointed with his first innings and has a point to prove. He was away with the England Lions this winter, so I think he's hoping to build on a solid winter. And Rain looked really good with the bat as well. He can hold a bat, can't he, Martin? Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, we've got Martin trying to set up his famous 87,000th tweet.
70,000.
Oh, no. 87,000, isn't it?
87,000, wasn't it? Yeah.
Now Rain's coming up the hill again to bowl. Full length delivery, and that's blocked away by Haynes. That would be comical if you're 87,000. Big build up and you got it wrong.
Yeah, I can't remember what the number was now. I'm going to have to look again.
I think it was 87,000.
Was it? Oops. Where's that gone? 87,000, yeah. Got better memory than me.
You're only out by 17,000 there.
Yeah.
And Rain's just shining the ball pretty hard there, so it must have landed right on the shiny side they were looking to go after. Now he's getting ready to run up. He's coming into bowl here now. Back of a length ball, and Tom Haynes just swatted that away for a 1 bounce 4. Back of a length on the leg side, and he's just pulled that off the front foot for 4 runs. He'll be really disappointed with that ball. Wasn't much pace in it, back of a length, and pretty nonchalantly has just plucked that for a 1 bounce 4. It's a short side of the boundary towards the members there. That was a positive start from Tom Haynes. Both openers, touching wood, are looking pretty good at the moment, and Rain's disappointed with that. So interested to see how he answers back here. Just getting ready in his stance now. And now he's coming into bowl. Back of a length ball, and that's blocked away well by Tom Haynes. And this is a really important start for Durham with a new ball. We've seen it with Sussex in that last innings. A new ball has a bit of life, does a bit off the pitch, so need to make the most of it here, Durham.
Just wondering where we're at with the match at Old Trafford. Still playing there at the moment. Don't think they've reached tea yet. So the sun is shining here, but cloud is building up to the north of us.
That's Rain coming in, blocked away well by Tom Haynes again. And Tom Haynes looking a lot more assured than he was in the first innings, so he's probably had a good net session in between that. And swiping away now quite aggressively at that pitch, so I think he's trying to get any dust or any residue off the pitch. Now he's getting stance, and there's a bit of noise with the Durham players there trying to get Rain pumped up for that last ball of the over. As he comes running in now around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Haynes, comes into bowl, back of a length ball, and it's just flicked away to deep square leg for a single. So that's going to be 5 off the over. Rain will be a little bit disappointed with some of their balls there, a bit back of a length, and that is Sussex 9 for no wicket.
A couple of overs or so, and he'll be in his rhythm and on the money.
Does he sometimes take a little bit of time to get in his rhythm, do you think?
Yeah, sometimes a couple, 2 or 3 overs, but
well, quite a few overs in that first innings, didn't he? Especially up the hill.
Here's Potts bowling to Tom Haynes, the left-hander. 3 in the slip cordon. Rain is down at 3rd man. Got a fine leg as well, a long leg. Point, mid-off, mid-on. So Potts is really not expecting anything to go out through the leg side in front of the players, in front of the batsman. He comes and he bowls. That is played back to him, 3 or 4 bounces, and he snatches it on the track.
But I like how aggressive the field is. They're defending anything. If they nick down to 3rd man or find out they've got it protected, and they're trying to kind of urge the Sussex batsmen to play a aggressive shot through cover or through mid-wicket. So I like the aggression from Durham. They need some wickets early on.
Potts turns from the Cromwell Road end, coming in down the slope. Right arm round, driven and away for 4, straight through the covers. Over-pitched perhaps there from Potts. Haynes helped himself to it nicely. He's gone up towards the far end of the pavilion.
Definitely the plan there, though, isn't it? To get him driving, hopefully bring out an edge and
half volley way outside off.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's too loose. That's Haynes' strength, I'd say, as through the covers. Normally, he properly leans into them shots and times them pretty well, so he'll be glad to get that one away early.
I can't see anybody on any of the balconies of the flats at the far end of the ground. As Potts bowls again, same shot again, same delivery, same shot, 4 more. Not getting his line right at all there with these last 2 deliveries. 8 runs and 2 balls. Presuming everybody who lives there is out, because otherwise why are they not watching the match? Do they not know what drama's unfolding here? There's nobody there.
Or it might be a little bit breezy and they're watching through the windows.
Maybe.
Or they don't like cricket and they just have a nice location in Hove to walk down to the seafront.
How will Potts respond to this? 17 without loss. He comes in and bowls. Haynes forward to this one, plays it to point. We'll go and get a quick single. Bushnell Fields.
It's good running from Sussex. It's really important sometimes when you do these defensives that you don't just block it and just go, that's nothing. You try and nick a one here or there, because it really does build the pressure up. And then out of nowhere, we've got 9 off the over.
It's the crack. 18 on the board. Newcastle have equalised it. Where were they playing? Brentford.
So how does it work as a Sunderland fan? Are you just hoping they get absolutely battered every game, or
no?
Is it quite nice to see them doing well?
Here comes Potts again round the wicket and bowls. Oh, why's that gone?
Shot.
I've lost track
Mid-wicket.
of that one, it's gone up towards the far right-hand corner of the ground for 4. And this has not been a good over at all. That's the 3rd boundary from it. That's 12, 13 from the over. This is not the pressure bowling I was expecting.
It wasn't really there to do. If you watch that back, it was on like 5th, 6th stump line, and he's just plucked it over mid-on.
There's a plan here to bowl to the slip cordon, but it's not been good enough just yet from Potts. Can you respond with this final
look,
ball?
The line is quite far outside off stump, and
it's too short. It's too short. So we're pitching this up. Last ball of the over. And that's better. That's it. You hear the effort there that he put into that. And it's defended, and now he's having a word with the batsman.
Don't really like that. He's not bowled particularly well over, and then he's chirping at the batsman.
Yeah, put over really.
I'd be getting my jumper and quickly walking off. But maybe he's trying to get himself up for the battle.
Well, that one nipped in off the seam and was defended around about middle stump, so... Does it tell you how many runs are remaining on that board?
I have it here, 209.
Yeah, there it is, to win, bottom corner, bottom right-hand corner.
Oh, yeah, I have it on my screen here as well, just so it saves me having to try and squint. It's going to be rain to continue round the wicket. He tried this earlier on and did get Tom Haynes out in this way, where trying to bowl outside off stump, and he comes into bowl here and then crunches it through cover, but it hits number 10. Is that Clark there? At number cover or bedding?
It's Jones, is it?
Jones, yes, sorry, my bad, Jones, and he's shaking his hand in pain. It got absolutely nailed from Tom Haynes there, straight at him and bounced off his hand. And
it's a stinger.
Yeah, it's a stinger.
Welcome to listeners on 5 Sports Extra. You join us here as Durham are trying to defend just 231 and Sussex in 3.1 overs at 22 for none.
Absolutely. Now Rain's coming into bowl round the wicket, coming into Haynes, who just flicks it to mid-wicket for no run, and they've made a big fielding change here. They've brought in an extra player on the leg side, so I think Rain's going to try and bowl a little bit straighter now and hopefully get a bit of movement off the seam. But they've looked good, the Sussex openers, not messing around.
Previous over from Matthew Potts went for 13, I think, wasn't it, in the end? 3 fours?
Yeah, it was, yeah. He was off the mark though, wasn't he? He wasn't happy at the end of that over.
No.
And he'll be probably thankful that over ended it like it did. So Rain's going to come back now, coming round the wicket to the left-hander, Tom Haynes. As he comes into bowl, Tom Haynes goes to flick it away, and it goes down the leg side for a dot ball. Great glove out from Robinson. He's been really good behind the stumps today. Really good acquisition, I think, for Durham this year.
Looks a tidy keeper.
Big innings as well earlier on, wasn't it? Batted very, very well. Feel like he'll be a bit unlucky to get out the way he did. Great catch from Tom Clark, but he hit some massive sixes over the members' pavilion earlier on. Made 58. So Rain's persisting with coming round the wicket. Getting ready to run up the hill now at Sussex from the sea end. Now, as he comes into bowl, full length delivery, and that's blocked well from Tom Haynes. Great length there from Rain. If there's any movement off the seam, the batsman's in trouble. So great area. That's exactly where you want to be early April with a new Duke's ball.
Newcastle have scored again. They now lead 2-1. Come from behind there. This match, the story of today, Durham bowled Sussex out in their first innings this morning in the 3rd over of the day. They needed the 1 wicket, so they were out for 335 and trading by 41, but the Durham was 63 for 5 in no time at all.
Now, as Rain comes into bowl around the wicket, full length delivery, and that's well blocked again to the newly placed square leg. They didn't have a square leg in the first over, and after Tom Haynes nonchalantly pulled it for a 1 bounce 4, they've moved in a square leg as well, and that was a little bit of a dodgy throwback to the keeper as well. I don't think he's too happy with that. Ollie Robinson, a little apology from square leg as well.
Durham was 70 for 5 at lunch and leading by just 111, all out for 189. with Robinson making 58 in a partnership of 71 for the 7th wicket with Carse. 4 wickets each for Hudson Prentice and Crocombe.
And now Rain comes into bowl here. Back of a length ball, and that is well defended out from Tom Haynes. Good over from Rain there. Complete maiden. I was supposed to say one off it, but yeah, it was a maiden. And that's Sussex 22 without loss after 4 overs.
Just greying over a bit now. We had a cloud cover all through the morning session, and it said it would be 100% cloud cover, and it was. And then after lunch, the sun came out, the cloud moved away, and now we've just got a bit of murky sort of higher stuff drifting back in again. So the sun's just gone in. Potts is coming in to bowl again down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. And he comes in and bowls, and that's played by Orr out through the covers off the back foot. He'll get 1 run towards the pavilion.
And just saw Jones here. He's down next to us near in the commentary box, down at fine leg, and he's rubbing his hands still after that shot from Tom Haynes the over before. Absolutely crunched at him, and he's blown his hands and shown the deep square leg feel to his hand as well. So that was a stinger. Early April. No, thank you.
Didn't have hand warmers when I played. Potts comes into Haynes. Haynes pushes it out towards the covers and goes for a single. Bushnell fields it.
I'll be honest, Martin, I have my hand warmers packed for tomorrow already. Playing up at Loughborough University.
Do you put them back in the hot, and do you boil them or something, or put them back in the microwave to re-energise them? Or
no, so I've got a box online which has about 50 of them, and you just shake them and then they heat up, and I've literally just got the box packed in my kit.
right.
In between every 5 overs or so, if they lose heat, I'll get some new ones sent to me by the 12th man.
Potts bowls pushed away by Orr up to mid-on. That came in a little bit low, and he's played that away around about middle and leg.
I'm a little bit delicate, Martin. Get cold hands very quickly, and then my whole head goes, and I struggle. So if I've got warm hands, I'll be okay. High pain pressure, I don't feel like that. It's just my cold hands. I can't do it. So I need those hand warmers. Take it you didn't need any of them back in your day. Harder
just
still.
using your armpits, didn't you? Try and keep warm. That was all we had back in my day. Potts in again. That's left outside the line of off stump. I don't know when hand warmers first appeared on the scene, really, but I remember a game against Somerset a few years ago. It was probably 2016, and I don't think the temperature got above 3 degrees the entire match. And players wearing beanies out in the outfield, but of course you're not allowed to wear gloves, so the umpires had about 5 jackets on.
And they're not allowed to wear gloves either, because you've got to be able to see their signals and stuff, isn't it?
I think they do wear black gloves, don't they? This is played late by Orr out towards deep square leg for 1. Yeah, they wear black gloves.
How do you know if you've been given out?
Well, you'd be able to see the finger against the white top they're wearing.
Yeah, just shout, you're out.
Yeah.
I've never seen an umpire with gloves.
I'm thinking of Neil... oh, he's gone blank.
Has anyone got a picture, anyone listening, of an umpire giving someone out with black gloves on? I'd love to see that.
Or white gloves.
Like a snooker umpire.
Yeah. Potts bowls, and that's cut towards point. Good stop by Bushnell, because that bounced awkwardly just in front of him.
Ooh, what's Potts signalling about his left ankle? Maybe his shoe's broken? Yeah, it's his shoe. I thought he'd done something to his ankle there for a second, which wouldn't have been good for Durham. But I think it's a change of shoes. That's a great stop at point as well. Tom Haynes leant into that one.
Neil Malander, that was it, from Kevin Howells, yeah. Yeah, Neil wears gloves. Didn't need gloves the last time. I was chatting to him at Grantham last summer. My, that was hot. We were melting.
Was that up in the northeast?
Grantham is in Lincolnshire.
Lincolnshire.
Nottinghamshire play one-day games there occasionally, so they played Durham there in the one-day cup last year. It was about 37 degrees all day long. It was just remarkably hot.
Wow.
At lunchtime, we went to buy pizza from this portable pizza oven thing that people in there was just because they eat inside of that on one of the hottest days of the year. I think it was around that week when South Africa played England in Chester Street, the hottest day of the year.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was a hot one. Now Ray's coming back in round the wicket, over to Alistair Orr, and he's right on the money. Top of off, trying to nibble it around. They've got 2 slips in, short extra, short mid-wicket, and a deep mid-wicket as well, which I've just noticed. So maybe they're worried about Ali Orr on the pull shot, being aggressive, looking to take on the short boundary. So they've got a deep mid-wicket in the 5th over, which you don't usually see in red ball cricket. Looks like Sussex is going to be positive today. As Rain comes into bowl here, right on round the wicket to left-handed Orr, who flicks it down to deep square leg for 1. Well played there, well controlled. They do have a short mid-wicket. He's lively and trying to get about it. So it looks quick in there, so they'll have to watch their quick singles just in case he gets there and tries to show down the stumps. And there's a big conversation going on with Rain here, and do you know who that is at mid-on? I can't see his number. I don't know if is that Kuhneman?
It's
Lees. It's Lees, the skipper. Yeah, I didn't notice him on with them glasses, but there's a big discussion going on at the moment. And Ollie Robinson actually even showed the helmet there, so maybe they're thinking about standing up soon.
Well, they do often stand up to Rain, yeah. And occasionally I used to see them standing up to Rushworth as well if they really wanted to put the pressure on.
Yeah, but they've decided against it. So Ollie Robinson's standing back as Rain comes into bowl. Tom Haynes flicks it to that mid-wicket, 1 bounce into him, and then he fires it into the keeper for a dot ball.
Did Potts go off to change his boot? Because Coughlin's on now, isn't he? He's a 12th man.
Yeah, his left boot went, I think, as he landed. There are loads of protection on these bowling boots, but sometimes after a little while, if you get a little tear, it just goes. So I imagine he's changing his boots.
Oh, and the others won't be worn in yet either, so he'll get a blister probably.
They rotate them quite a lot, to be fair. So you have like training ones and bowling ones, and makes it a little bit easier. As Rain comes into bowl around the wicket against Tom Haynes, full length delivery, and that is blocked away. And funny thing with Ali Orr there is he dived back into his crease straight away as soon as the ball came back to him. In that first innings, Tom Haynes drove one back and it bounced off Rain, hit the stumps, and he was unluckily run out. So I just watched him there as the ball got hit back, and he dived straight back into his crease. So I don't think we're going to see that happen again today, Martin.
Yeah, he'll have to be on his mark, won't he?
And I'm just looking at the keeper. The keeper, Robertson's standing up, so they're speaking about it, and I do like that. It puts a bit more pressure on the batter, just because you've got a keeper in your ear now. As he comes running in round the wicket, good drive from Tom Haynes as it goes through the covers. It didn't even seem that there, but he just leant on the ball, nailed it through cover, and unfortunately Point can't get there, so that's going to be 4 runs. Excellent shot there from Tom Haynes, and it didn't even feel like that bad of a ball from Rain.
No.
4th stump line, and he's just leant into it. Good drive from Haynes, and that's 4 more for Sussex.
Just fractionally short of length, but the pressure that I was expecting Durham to bring on Sussex with the ball early doors hasn't materialised yet. They're 30 on the board, but that's where Durham were. Durham got the 30, and then suddenly they were 42 for 3 and 63 for 5. So
doesn't seem as much intensity from the Durham fielders yet, and they've changed the plan. Robinson's running back with the helmet, so he's going to be standing back now. So let's see if the plan changed. They still have the deep square leg out for Tom Haynes, which they've just moved back. So Rain's coming around the wicket. Shorter length delivery, but it's just blocked away from Haynes. It's going to be the end of the over. That's going to be 5 off the over. Sussex 30 without a loss. Tom Haynes on 19 and Ali Orr on 11.
Martin Emerson and Liam O'Brien with you, who plays for the England DP team and will be playing up at Loughborough. Are you playing for them tomorrow? England PD team up at Loughborough tomorrow against Leicester Academy, and Adrian Harms with us as well on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle, and 5 Sports Extra.
Thank you, Martin. Well, it's been a good start for Sussex, hasn't it? They've been very positive in this run chase so far. Loads of overs left in the day. That's 39 overs left in the day. So for Sussex, would need to score about 5 and over if they're going to win this tonight. I think probably more realistically, just want to take their time. There's lots of time left in the match. 3 sessions tomorrow. Not that it's going to need that many either way. As in comes Carlos Paulson, he's going to be caught at fine leg. Oh, that's a poor shot by Alior, has gone.
Gone at
and that's
30.
Just a breakthrough. You were saying, Martin, that Durham lost their first wicket on 30, and indeed Sussex have as well. And I think Alior will be disappointed because the trap was set, the fine leg was in place, it was pulled down below as Michael Jones came in and took the catch, and Alior is on his way. He's absolutely furious with himself. He's a very attacking player, and in terms of this game and the Sussex having a run chase, if they were to do this today, Alior likes to get after the bowl and be disappointed with that. He was rather fed the ball by Matty Potts. He took the bait, pulled the ball down to fine leg, and Michael Jones, literally just down below us, made absolutely no mistake. So the first wicket goes down, Orr is on his way, and Potts, who has, I don't think he's bowled particularly well so far in this innings, picks up
It's
the
Cars
first wicket.
now. Cars has come.
Sorry, Bryden Cars. And so that change, making all the difference. Off his first ball as well. Off his first ball that he's bowled. Good catch by Michael Jones. It looked like he wasn't expecting it, actually. It suddenly arrived in him, and he made no mistake. That's a big wicket as far as... We saw in the first innings, Alior made 29 in no time at all. He really took the attack to Durham. And Tom Alsop is the new manager, but that's a big breakthrough.
Well, there you are. My 87,000th tweet brings news of Orr's dismissal.
So, 30 for 1, and just as you said it, Martin, perhaps you ought to do the lottery tonight, because...
The worry there was, as I saw the ball coming to Jones, he hurt his finger a few overs ago, didn't he? And,
which is perhaps why he was down
And it took him 2 or 3 attempts to catch the ball there. And I was thinking, is he going to be able to hold on to this? He's going to put it down, sort of bobbling around in his hand.
Well, Bryden Cars has had a good day today because he started with a bat. He made 36 and shared a partnership of 71 with Ollie Robinson for the 7th Durham wicket. And he's come into the attack and taken a wicket with his very first ball. And Alior is on his
just looked at us there.
Michael Jones giving
Michael
him a stick,
Jones, he's tapping his heart as if to say, "Oh, that was a panicky moment."
Yes, I think he just looks as if it was... clearly as a fielder, you'd expect it every time the ball's going to come, but he really looked as if he wasn't expecting that. So, Tom Alsop comes to the crease. He'll be the Sussex skipper when Cheteshwar Pujara is away on international duty. And Cast is racing in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Alsop, and Alsop tucks inside the line. They think about a single. There's a bit of knowing with Tom Haynes at the non-striker's end. Graham Clark chased back quickly and retrieved the ball. And isn't it strange what a wicket does to a fielding side? We were saying that Durham looked a little flat in the field. Martin wasn't sure they were exerting the pressure he expected. All of a sudden a wicket goes down and all the Durham players are clapping their hands and geeing each other up. Gorgeous afternoon here on the south coast. Sussex 30 for 1. Needing 232 to win. As in comes Class. Bowls to Alsop. Alsop clubs this one away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Too much width there from Bryden Class. And Tom Alsop back and across and just steer the ball through the covers to that short boundary on the Spen Karma side of the ground. So nice shot by Tom Alsop to get himself on the way. Goes to 4 and the total to 34 for 1.
Our listeners from Old Trafford have gone back to Old Trafford now. So a brief dalliance on the south coast.
Well, that's the big game in Division 1, isn't it? Alsop waits, so we've got 2 slips and a leg slip. Interesting field placing here. I think they did this in the first innings actually with Tom Alsop, and a short leg as well. Cass in his way, bowls, and Alsop just covers up and plays in front of him. There is no run. Lots of blue sky around. In fact, that sort of darker cloud that was around, sort of gathering over the down, seems to sort of melted away a little bit. So, we might well get the majority of these overs in tonight, Martin.
Yeah. Yeah, where's that gone? That must have gone behind us now, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's just sort of melted away, to be honest. Cast turns.
Maybe it was from somebody's barbecue.
He's on his way down the hill. Bowls, it's a bouncer, taken by Ollie Robinson, and there is no run.
Lees has put himself in as a leg here as well.
Yes, he has. Yeah, interesting field placing from...
Got Clark as a short leg.
Alex Lees.
Kinney is in the slips with Beddingham.
I do like Ali Orr, and I think he's a fine cricketer. I just think with that dismissal, he'll be disappointed. I think he'd rather. It was the first ball from Bryden pass, and he just pulled it straight down the throat of Longleg. But I'm sure he's a fine young player. As in comes Carlson bowled. There's another short delivery. Tom Alsop had to duck a long way there, actually.
His head was nearly underneath the line of the bails. Right, that's the end of Coughlin as 12th man because Potter's now come back on. He's changed his boots.
Yeah, that's interesting how games can. I wonder whether if Matthew Potts hadn't damaged his boot, whether Bryden can't even have been bowling.
Well, probably not that early, no.
So
although we were only 7 overs in, so you wouldn't have expected to see him yet.
No. So it's funny how
got to keep him on now, hasn't he?
Well, he probably has, to be honest. Yeah, he probably won't want to change things around too much.
You're on about the boots and how they have, they rotate the sets of boots. So Rain comes in here, up the hill, short one, left alone by Tom Haynes. Don Topley, who's just appeared in my timeline with a tweet, was telling me a story. We went to watch Suffolk in the minor counties a couple of years ago at Ipswich and Old Copdockians Cricket Club, and one of his former coaches, who he played with, a former teammate who he played with at Essex, actually was telling us the story about when they were playing for Essex in a second team game. So Rain comes in with another shortish one that's gone down the leg side this time. Anyway, they were giving a trial to a bowler who was a former coach here, and he was told he was going to open the bowling. So the story goes, I don't know how true this is, but the story goes, he said, "Would you like me to bowl in swingers or away swingers?" And the coach said to him, "Well, bowl what you want." And he said, "Well, I need to know, because if you want me to bowl in swingers, I wear one pair of boots, and if you want me to bowl away swingers, I wear another pair of boots." And everybody's looking at him thinking, is he taking the mickey or not? And they said, "Are you having a laugh?" And he says, "No, different boots for different styles of bowling." Rain starts his run up. Haynes on 19 is on strike. That's another short one down the leg side, nearly venturing towards wide there. Anyway, they all looked at him, and the coach basically said, "Put one of either on each foot and bowl straight." So.
That's very good. I like that, Martin. Yeah, that's very good. I don't know if this is a tactic here from Durham. Well,
if he gets any bat on this, there's a whole quarter of the ground he can aim at down that leg side there. Yeah. This is on the money and is defended.
I think in terms of this game finishing tonight, I think Ali Orr in full flow, there was a chance it could have done. I rather suspect with Orr back in the pavilion that it'll be. I'm not saying Sussex won't reach their target. I mean, Durham, I think
there's a couple more wickets in the next.
It's more likely it's going to go into tomorrow.
Next 20 minutes, half an hour, then Pujara will come out. He'll play his own game. He'll slow things down. He'll take it in tomorrow, and just concentrate on bagging the points and getting the win. Rain in. This has gone off towards the covers. Jones collects it.
It's a cracking game of cricket to start the season, isn't it? We had lovely weather, a good game that's ebbed and flowed, and that's what you want, and a decent crowd in here on a Saturday over the bank holiday. I suspect whatever happens tomorrow, but if it goes into tomorrow, there may not be a huge amount of cricket to be played, but if it does go to tomorrow, well, I don't know whether the club will allow people in for nothing to watch the game. We'll have to see. But that's a long way away yet.
Don's tweeted this one. This is an interesting one. As Rain comes over the wicket this time and bowls, and played back towards the ball and no run there. That's staying towards leg stump. He said, "Here's one for you." He's hearing that Suffolk and Norfolk are going to combine the talents of some players in order to put a combined over 75s team out. Representative site to play an invitational over 75s team next week at Stowmarket Cricket Club.
Ooh. Michael Jones are still joking away with the Durham people who are in the press box away to our right hand side. Think about that catch that he took. I mean, it was actually straight to him, but he just looked as if he wasn't expecting it. Bryden Cast is going to come in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground in lovely late afternoon spring sunshine and comes in a bowl to Tom Alsop, who lets that ball pass by outside the off stump, taken low down by new Durham wicket-keeper Ollie Robinson, who made 58, top scored for Durham in their second innings. A very important partnership of 71 with Bryden Cast, who made 36. Robinson eventually out to an excellent catch by Tom Clark, low down in the gully. Sussex did catch well. That was a terrific catch, as was the one by Jack Carson to dismiss Matt Kuhneman right at the end of the innings. 2 slips and a leg slip in place. Cast racing down the hill. He's in and bowls and Alsop. This time lets that one go down the leg side, taken by Robinson. And there is no run. So Sussex needing 232 to win. They're 34 for 1. There are 36 overs left in the day after this. Come on, Carsey, says Michael Jones down below us. I've still got Sussex down as a slight favourites here, but a wicket or so. It's terrifically poised. As in comes Cast, bowls, Alsop up on his toes, right in behind that Tom Alsop high right elbow, plays the ball into the floor, and there is no run. The rest of the field, 2 slips, a third man. There's a point, extra cover, mid-on, short leg, and a fine leg down below us. People are sitting in the sunshine. It really is very, very pleasant. Most people have moved out of the Spencama Pavilion now, as they tend to do as the sun makes its way around from east to west, and is now shining directly across the ground down to the Players Club area and the corporate hospitality to our right. Casting bowls, good delivery, pacey delivery. What's really good here, and credit to Ben Gibson and his ground staff, because there's really good carry on that. I mean, we're fairly late in the day on the third day, and that carries all the way through to Ollie Robinson, who takes it sort of waist high. It's been a really good pitch for the first pitch of the season. As Cast wanders back to his mark, Ollie Robinson claps his gloves together. More balls of the over to go. Cast comes in and bowls, and forward comes Alsop, defending, plays into the offside, and there is no run. We don't like to talk too much about football during our cricket commentaries, because we're here to talk about cricket, but I couldn't help noticing that the Brighton manager Roberto De Zerbi has been sent off again today.
Oh, how many times is that now?
I think that's 3 times.
Just had a slow ball penalty not given by VAR as well.
Oh dear, that's not a good day. So, he certainly wears his heart on his sleeve. He's done well. He's been excellent for Brighton. Here comes Cast, running in down the hill, bowls. Also clubs this away to backward point. Backward point prevents the run. It's a maiden over from Bryden Cast, who's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, taken 1 for 4. The wicket taken out of Alior. Of the very first ball that he bowled of this spell, it was short, and Alior pulled him down to fine leg, where a very relieved Michael Jones eventually took the catch. And since then, the scoring rate has dropped. Sussex were rattling along, weren't they? But 9 overs gone. No rush, of course, for Sussex.
Tottenham 2, Brighton 1.
34 for 1.
Harry Kane scored for Tottenham.
Right, that won't please the Albion fans in the
Brentford 1, Newcastle 2.
So, it's going to be Ben Rain. Good spell this from Ben Rain, Martin. 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 10. He's just got the ball there or thereabouts. Very few loose deliveries.
Comes in and bowls, and that's a loose delivery.
A very loose delivery.
The ball bounces way out in the outfield and goes for 4. Does it? Yes, just. Comes to rest on the rope.
Well,
with the shot, just lotting it away. The square cut.
That was a shocking delivery, actually, wasn't it? Outside the off stump and having what he bowled. That was not good.
You put the off him there.
I did also put the kibosh on Bryden Cast earlier on.
You've done it a lot, haven't you?
I did. I said how well Cast was batting, then he got out.
Yeah.
And I think it's the same for Ollie Robinson, actually, so I'm not doing Durham any favours. Maybe I should keep quiet.
Lost his line there. His line in length, that was a half on the outside of off stump. Easy peasy. Haynes moves on to 27. 42 for 1. The target drops to 189 here on the BBC. I can't remember the last time. Rain balls. It's gone off towards midwick. Last year was a draw at Cardiff because there was so much hail came down one day. It stayed on the pitch for. They sort of got this tractor and bulldozed all this hail off the covers and moved it across the ground on the outfield beyond the boundary rope, and it remained there for the rest of the match. It never melted. A really chilly week that.
Was that a couple of years ago?
It was last year.
Right. Okay.
Rain in. This is played to short wicket. Potter's in there now, and you played Nottingham. Didn't you, same week? I think?
Yes, the weather was okay. I do remember, though, the year before our first game was at Old Trafford, and on the Sunday it snowed.
Yeah, well, it snowed in Nottingham that year as well, yeah.
And there were...
It was freezing.
I remember watching Stuart. It was bitterly cold.
10th over, rain around the wicket, he balls, defended by Haynes. Well, that week,
Buys.
I think there was.
Did you get a little nick on that?
There was a touch on that. I heard
leg buys.
Oh, leg buys. I heard it click.
Ollie Robinson dived across to try and prevent it, but the ball's gone away for 4 more. So
bounce just in front of you. Nearly got that in the face there, the keeper.
So the run's starting to flow again for Sussex. 46 for 1. 4 leg buys.
What time are you going to get away, Adrian?
I'm going to leave shortly after 5.
Oh, okay. Well, bring Liam back in now, because I'm going to have to go and do an update next door in a minute or two anyway.
Okay. So we'll bring Liam back in on commentary. As in comes Cast down the hill, bowls. Ball stop. It's hit in front. Is he given out? They think he's got him. There's a loud appeal. He looked as if he did play across the line there, Tom Alsop. He was going to clip it away on the leg side, and Bryden Cast thought he'd got his man. Umpire... we think that's umpire Taylor at the far end, decided it was not out. I can see that Matt Kuhneman's warming up, the spinner. Maybe not surprising after Ben Rain conceded those boundaries in the previous over. Cast is back to his mark. Martin's going to do his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Newcastle. And Cast is running down the hill. He's in and bowls. Oh, and he almost cuts Alsop in half. That was a terrific delivery. And I'll tell you what, this is a really good spell of bowling by Bryden Cast. Liam, he's really bending his back.
He really impressed me in that first innings. And it was weird that I picked him as like the pick of the bowlers, but he was the only one that properly charged in and got some life out of that pitch. Do you remember he was the one that caught the shoulder of Pujara, the shoulder of his bat as it flew over the slips, and he also made him edge one through third man as well. So he properly bends his back and sprints in down that hill, and he really impressed me in that first innings, and he's bowling well again.
He really is. He's really asking questions. In comes Cast. The wicket bowls. Oh, is he caught? No, he's not.
No.
Well, the ball, I don't know if that was bat onto pad, but the ball ballooned in the air. There was a short leg in there who dived forward, who couldn't claim the catch.
Yeah, that's bat. He's got bat on that, and unfortunately...
Well, the short leg dived forward, but it just fell short of him. Let's see if he's in there at short leg. I don't know if it's not McKinney.
Yeah, I've just watched that back, and unfortunately, I think he went to dive too early, and his kind of helmet got in the way, so you couldn't see where the ball had quite gone. But he's going to feel hard done by there, Cast, because that's really well bowled.
Here comes Cast again, racing in. Bowls to Alsop, and Alsop defends. Well done, Tom Alsop, getting right into line. He's a very unruffleable character. I don't know if that's a word in the dictionary, probably not, but you'll get what I mean. It takes an awful lot to upset Tom Alsop.
Well, we're both learning new vocabulary. You're learning heat, smokes, levers, and I'm learning what did you say? Unflappable?
Unflappable.
Flappable, unflappable. No, that works, but he's looking very good. He's got a solid technique, and he's kind of trusting it at the moment, and Cast is bowling well, so sometimes you can't criticise the batsman. You've just got to give Cast the credit, and he's sprinting in at the moment.
He really is. Runs in towards us, bowls, and Alsop flicks this down to fine legger, picks up a single. Michael Jones comes in and fields, and that's a terrific over from Bryden Cast. It really is. Tom Alsop pinches the strike. Well, he wishes he hadn't. 47 for 1. Haynes on 27, Allsop on 5, another 184 needed for Sussex to win, another 34 overs to be bowled. Elsewhere, just to keep you right up to date with the county championship, Hampshire have completed a 3-day victory over Nottinghamshire by 8 wickets down at the Rose Bowl, 132 for 2 seeing them home. Northamptonshire 274 for 7 across the border at Canterbury. Leading Kent by 169, so it looks like a good day's cricket there tomorrow. Up at Old Trafford, Surrey 219 for 5, leading Lancashire by 370. Looks like there could be a declaration there, possibly. Essex made 211 in their second innings, set Middlesex 308 to win, and Middlesex already 1 for 1. Down in Somerset, Warwickshire in their first innings, 229 for 4. They've lost a day there to weather. They're trailing Somerset by 55. In the second division, Derbyshire 159 for 2, leading Worcestershire by 7 runs. So maybe that game heading for a draw. At Cardiff, Gloucestershire 299 for 3, leading Glamorgan by 60. And a good game at Headingley, Yorkshire 45 for 3, leading Leicestershire by 100. Just 147. Rian Ahmed made 85.
Yeah, not many as well.
For Leicestershire today. So he can bowl leg spin and he can bat as well.
I know.
Now, we have got some spin. I speculated that maybe Matt Kuhneman was going to come into the attack. Tom Allsop does like to use his feet to the spinners, so don't be surprised to see this hit down the ground. It's a strong area for Tom Allsop. As in comes Kuhneman bowls and Allsop drives to short extra cover, and there is no run. The field, there are 2 men set back on the leg side. There's a deep backward square and a fielder at cow corner. There's a mid-on and a straightish mid-wicket, as well as a sort of a shortish fine leg and a short leg, then a slip, a deep backward square and an extra cover. Kuhneman is in bowls, and that short pulled away, poor delivery, but he's going to get away with it to an extent because the fielder at deep backward square comes under field, and it's just 1 more to the total. So Allsop goes to 6, and the total to 48 for 1.
This is one of them teasing mid-ons that we were talking about yesterday, where he's not quite in and he's not quite out
Yes,
of the boundary.
no, I agree. Yeah, that was a poor delivery, wasn't it? It was a real drag down, and he was quite lucky that Tom Allsop didn't belt that into the stands for 6, to be honest. But he didn't.
And there's not a mid-off. There's an extra. He's more like a wide, straight extra cover.
Interesting field, isn't it? He's in bowls. Haynes drives down the ground, 4 runs. Well, there's a big gap there, and it was asking to be hit there, so it didn't go to mid-off. But Tom Haynes just skipped down the pitch and hit the ball straight down through mid-on for 4 runs.
I think he was aiming at mid-off, but it had a little bit of turn, and it's ended up just hit the inside of his bat and going for 4. But I like the aggression of Tom Haynes, and as much as it's aggressive, it's kind of controlled aggressive, and percentage-wise, there's not actually that much risk in that shot. It's not overly tried to hit that.
Gilman is in again, bowls, and Haynes covers up and plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. So the Sussex 50 up. 52 for 1, my apologies. Needing 232 to win. We've got another 33 overs after this one tonight. In again, bowls, Haynes just dabs that to short leg. It's fielded, and there is no run. Fielded by a diving, who's in there at short leg?
Someone small. Or he looks small from here.
Yes, might be David Bellingham, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, he was in there first innings, actually.
Kuhneman in bowls. Haynes plays that uppishly towards mid-wicket action. He's completely in control of the shot. End of the over. 5 off of the over. Over finishes 52 for 1. Haynes 31. Allsop is on 6. 33 overs remaining in the day. I suspect we're going to see Bryden Cass, who's been mightily impressive bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
Absolutely, and I always find it quite funny, you know, when they get an overseas player and he's at short leg. It's like, we're going to bring you over, you can wear it for the season, and then you can go off home. But
yeah, thanks very much.
He looks pretty capable in there, to be fair. It's probably not his first rodeo, and long hold run up from Cass, but he builds some momentum and properly bends his back into it.
He does, he really does.
Just a little observation, there isn't a deep square, so if he does put one in short, that is there for Allsop to take on. So Durham teasing him as he comes into bowl. 4-leg delivery, and that is nailed through mid-wicket for 4. A lot more fuller than Cass has been bowling, and Allsop cashes in, and that's really good patience from Allsop. He's had a couple of rough overs, hasn't he, where he's been getting hit all over the place in the thigh pad, a few half chances here or there. A big shout for LBW, and then gets a ball in his area and nails it for 4. He'll be really happy with that.
He will. That was a really good shot.
And if I was a betting man, I would probably say this one won't be in Allsop's half. I reckon this will be a back of a length one, maybe even a bouncer, just to let him know he's not going to get many more full deliveries. And Cass is sprinting down the hill now, comes into his action, and it's a back of a length ball for a dot.
Kept a little low, actually, I thought.
Absolutely, and see Adrian looking at the scores here, and Brighton are going to feel hard done by their 2 goals disallowed due to handball.
Oh dear, did they?
And then Matoma, I saw it on a replay, looked like he had a stonewall penalty, and someone trod on his foot, and VAR didn't even look at it, and Twitter has gone in absolute disrepute, I think the word is, but they're absolutely fuming that it wasn't given as a penalty, and then Kane goes on and scores, so Brighton feel hard done by there, and Cass is now sprinting down that hill, Cromwell end, coming into bowl at Allsop, back of a length ball, and that's just guided down to third man for 1. Well played from Allsop, and
he's a good player, Tom Allsop. He's a very patient player. As you say, he was given a little bit of a working over by Bryden Cass, but he's emerged unscathed, and that was a lovely shot, wasn't it, for 4 runs through mid-wicket.
Absolutely. It's always a good sign when you're starting to get pinned a little bit, and pinned back is how you can then take advantage once you get your opportunity. And Cass has been bowling really well, and it's his first ball that he'll feel like he's slightly over-pitched, and like, I wish you guys could see it here, but he's absolutely creamed it through mid-wicket. So good patience from Allsop, and he's a quality player, but it's going to be a fun battle now watching Tom Haynes versus Cass, because Tom Haynes tried to crunch a few of his shots in the first innings. So as he comes into bowl here, bowls to the leg side, and it's just flicked for 1 to deep square. Tom Haynes didn't time it at all there, but managed just to square it away for 1. And Allsop is back on strike. So we've got 2 balls left in the over. That's 6 off the over already, and I feel like I've been away from the comment shots for about 5 minutes, and Sussex are already on nearly 60 runs, so trying to fly through this total.
How are they going along here? They're going at 5 and over, aren't they? Not far short.
Yeah, it's good going.
And if they carry on like this, they could get home tonight. But there could be a few twists and turns along the way, I think.
No, absolutely. And Cass is running in 2 balls left in this over. Bumper going down the leg side, and that's just a dot ball there. Allsop gets right underneath it, and he's been quite good with that, hasn't he? As soon as he's seen it back of a length or quite short, he's ducked, even to the point where there was one that nearly hit him on the head just because he ducked, and it was quite a full delivery, and he has to get right underneath the stumps. I'm just watching Jones down at fine leg here. He's still flicking his hand as if that one that got hit by Tom Haynes earlier stung. I don't know if he's got it taped up now or something like that, but it's still early April. You've got to remember Sussex ground staff done an amazing job here, making the ground look as good as it does, but it's still a little bit chilly out there. And Cass is coming in for his final ball, the over, back of a length ball. Allsop goes to absolutely nail it and misses it completely. And it goes into the hands of Robinson, and that'll be the over. So Sussex 58 for 1. Allsop off 11. Allsop scoring 11, and Tom Haynes 32 off 39 balls, and I think we'll see Koonman.
Yes, you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. Adrian Harms, Liam O'Brien and Martin Emerson with you. Emails have come in. Ben Wood's been in touch. Lovely to be waking up to a few wickets from Hudson Prentice this morning. This is Ben from San Francisco. And now watch the Sussex openers coming in. Thank you for streaming live and allowing Sussex fans far and wide to live live to the county ground. I paid a flying visit to Hove last week for San Francisco. Had 1 day to visit Sussex for the first warm-up with Surrey. It was a beautiful sunny day on Monday, but there's nobody else to be found in the county ground apart from me, the Sussex players having a practice for themselves and the coaching staff. Nevertheless, I thoroughly enjoyed watching the warm-up as the only one watching from the stands. In comes Matt Kuhneman coming into bowl to Tom Haynes, who's forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Good luck for the 2023 season. Exciting to see Sussex developing leaps and bounds. Sent from my own, and thank you, Ben. Yeah, what a shame that game was called off because it's been so wet over in the UK during March. Kuhneman in again, bowls. Haynes clips to mid-wicket and picks up a single. Out to long on, or also almost cow corner all the way along the floor. Rick Piper says in touch. He says, Adrian, if there's no cricket on Sunday, my wife will get me to do the gardening. Sussex can take it slowly this evening. No need to read out my name, so I won't.
I did though. Yeah, you just stitched him up there.
Sorry about that.
Good email from San Francisco. Is he a big 49ers fan? It'd be great to hear from him.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, because you're very much into your
love my NFL.
American football.
Do you know that the San Francisco 49ers aren't in San Francisco? They're like an hour and a half away.
Are they in Oakland?
No, I think they're a little bit further down in Santa Clara, I think, so miles away.
In comes Coolman Bowles, and a wristily played by Allsop down to deep backward square. Picks up a single. The total advances by 1 to 60 for 1. Don't they play at, is it Candlewick Park or something like that?
They're at the Levi Stadium, but
Oh.
it might have changed because of the sponsor.
Yes,
but yeah, it's in Santa Clara, California, which is quite a long way from San Francisco.
Right. Okay, pretending I know more about American football, I don't decide to not say anything really. Kuhlman in, comes in bowls. Haynes flicks this on the leg side, picks up another single. Sussex picking up these singles quite easily at the moment. And there's another one to Tom Haynes, who goes to 34. And Sussex inching their way towards the total they need here to win this game. 232 needed to win. In comes Kuhlman Bowles to Haynes, who plays onto the long side, and there is no run. Just to let you know, if you're listening in the studio, I'll do the first update, and then it'll be Liam doing the updates for the rest of the evening. In comes Kuhlman, comes in Bowles, and looking to get down the wicket was Tom Allsop. Dreadful throw comes in that Ollie Robinson does really, really well, actually, to prevent going for overthrows, but prevented he did.
Seems like a really nice guy, Ollie Robinson, because I've seen so many keepers when I've done that before absolutely hammer me, and he's just shaking it away and not bothered by it.
Yes, maybe because he's new to the side. Maybe when he gets to know his his colleagues a little better, he may be rather more cross about something like that happening. Nonetheless.
Radio Sussex.
So we're going to get a change of bowling. Tom Haynes and Tom Allsop in deep conversation. And it's going to be Matthew Potts who's going to come in. Yeah, so Matt Potts is going to come in from the Cromwell Road end. There's quite a delay here, actually. There's still 31 overs to be bowled tonight. Whether we'll get all of those in, I'm not sure.
Well, they have a spinner on, so we might do.
Yes, we might do. And there is always the option of the lights as well. Sussex need another 170 to win, so they need to score at 6 and over if they're going to get there. Which
can't
could
see it happening.
Well, you never know.
Unless Pujara goes nuts, but he's pretty mature, slow player, so I can't see it happening. Although, where they're going.
Yeah. The crowd are staying on. There's a good crowd here today.
Yeah, absolutely. There seems a bit more of a buzz around this year with county cricket, doesn't there? Maybe Bazball's transitioning down to a bit more hype in the 4-day stuff as well.
So 2 slips, third man is a point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 men back on the leg side. As in comes Potts, bowls to Haynes, who clips this one away through mid-wicket. That could well go for 4 because Clark's got a lot of ground to make up. They're going to come back for the second, but it is going to be just 2 to Tom Haynes, who goes to 36.
Now, I'm actually surprised they didn't have Potts going up the hill and having Cast coming down the hill, because they've got still quite a new ball. I know it's 14 overs in now, but when Kuhlman started, there was only 12 overs, which isn't actually that much when you think about a Dukes and how hard they are. So I'm surprised they wouldn't have had 2 seamers at both ends, especially with the success that Sussex had doing it.
Potts again. Down the hill. He's in on bowls to Haynes, and Haynes, beautiful shot. That's a lovely shot by Tom Haynes. Well, it was over pitched, and Tom Haynes just helped him drill the ball through the covers for 4, and that's a lovely shot. Tom Haynes goes to 40, and I think Tom Haynes has got his eyes on finishing this tonight, you know.
Absolutely. Well, I spoke about it in the first hit, didn't I? As soon as it's in that area outside off, he's just going to try and lean into it and crunch it, and he's been solid today outside off. A lot more assured.
He's so strong through that offside, I'm quite surprised they haven't got a cover in place, to be honest.
I think they're trying to tease him. Bowl outside off, get a nick, but he's coming out the middle of the bat at the moment. He's seeing it well.
In comes Potts again, he really bent his back there. And he
That was
really
quick.
got going. I think he had a word for Tom Haynes, and I don't know why. He's getting himself a bit worked up here, isn't he, Matthew Potts?
Happened earlier as well, didn't it? Ali Orr hit him for quite a big shot, and then next ball he started giving him a lot of jip, but he'd just gone for 11 in the over or something like that. So some bowlers actually do get themselves worked up just so that they can get themselves going. It's how they bowl best. But at the moment, he seems a little bit frustrated, doesn't he?
Well, just wait a minute, because I think we're going to have a cricket update here. So we'll just wait for Matthew Potts to come racing in, which is from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Tom Haynes, rattles through, taken by Ollie Robinson. 67 for 1. 2 slips, still in place. There's still got that big gap on the offside. There's certainly a point and a mid-off. Potts. On his way. Comes in bowls, and Haynes just plays it off the hip. Down to a fine leg fielded by Michael Jones. Tom Haynes, he missed out in the first innings, but he's batting very confidently here in this second innings. Liam, he goes to 41. And Sussex to 68 for 1.
That's the exact shot Ali Orr should have really played, wasn't it? You know, yeah, I think I've done it before where you just get stuck in your instinct of trying to hit, but they clearly set him up, and if he just rocked and knocked it for 1, he would have still been in.
Potts. Down the hill, bowls. Also up on his toes, plays their way into the covers. I thought for a moment that was going to go for 4 as well, but it was cut off in the covers. And there is no run. End of Potts is over, an over that costs 7 runs. Hasn't got his line and length right. You might be right, perhaps Matthew Potts would be better bowling up the hill, and maybe Bryden Cast bowling down the hill. But Sussex won't worry about that, because at the minute, Sussex look favourites to win this game. You never know what a couple of wickets can do, particularly in a run chase. But I think from this position, Sussex will be really disappointed to lose this game.
No, absolutely. They've set it up really well, and they do have batting to come, and it's kind of worked well for them with Hudson Prentice coming in, to be honest. He's bowled well, and he's a solid batter as well. He's a top order batter, so I don't actually know when he's going to be coming into bat, which is a bit of an interesting thing as well.
It is.
Maybe if there's a quick wicket, maybe he comes in or Pujara comes in towards the end of the day. It'll be interesting to see, but I still think it's a strange move bringing Koeman on this early, but they're going to rattle through some overs today, and it's going to be interesting. Short boundary. Will one of the Sussex batsmen take it on?
They might do. We'll just see, because I think there is going to be a cricket update. So I'll just keep going for a couple more minutes, Liam. Then in comes Koeman, bowls to Haynes. Haynes down the wicket, drives away. Exactly all he does. Drives it all the way for 6 runs. And there's no long off. It's a strange field, isn't it? Just helped himself down the field. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes. He goes to 47. Lovely shot.
That's so risk-free. He doesn't have to overhit that. He just comes down the track, and as long as he gets to the pitch of it, he's good.
They're going along very nicely, Tim. They're 74 for 1, and Tom Haynes, who made runs for the England Lions in the winter, is going along very nicely. He's on 48. Tom Alsop is on 12. The only wicket to fall, that of Ali Orr, who was caught at fine lead, hooking for 11. But Sussex from here will be disappointed if they don't win this game. They're 75 for 1. They need another 156 to win. There are 29 overs left in the day after this over, so there's every chance that this game could finish tonight. But Sussex here going very nicely. A couple of runs to Tom Alsop. They're now 77 for 1. So I'm going to come off commentary and leave you for the day with Liam. Can I just say to Liam, in fact, I'll just finish this over, then we'll just have a natter. So 9 off the over. Koeman comes in again, bowls to Alsop, who flicks this on the leg side, looks for a single, isn't there? Tom Haynes was backing up a long way, actually.
Good intent, though, isn't it? Trying to nick a one there.
Yep, it is indeed.
9 off the over.
Yeah. Slip and the short leg still in place. Durham need wickets. 154 more needed to win. There's a change in his field. He's bringing his sweeper a little finer on the cover point boundary. Tosses the ball from hand to hand and is on his way around the wicket. Bowls. Alsop hits this one straight back down the road. Good save by Koeman, diving across to his right hand side. But certainly Sussex are not allowing the spinner to settle, are they, in his third over?
Absolutely, as they should.
No,
Kuhneman's a big part of their attack. So if you can knock him off the pace early, then they're going to be looking good.
Kuhneman in again, bowls. Forward comes Allsop, played onto the leg side. That is the end of the over. 77 for 1, 14 to Allsop, 48 to Tom Haynes. I'm going to finish for the day because I'm off out. So I'm going to leave you with Liam. And I just want to say to Liam, it's been great to have you on commentary. We've thoroughly enjoyed your company and all of your insights.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you later on in the season. Good luck tomorrow in your game at Loughborough.
Thank you.
Hope it all goes well and that the sun shines. And as ever, good to see Martin down here at Hove. We may be back tomorrow. If we are back tomorrow, it'll be Martin and I. If not, it'll be Liam and Martin who are going to see you through until the close of play, whenever that comes tonight.
Absolutely, and hope Adrian has a good evening, well-deserved rest, and been a good day. So we're just going to change the mics over in case you have about 5 seconds of silence. Just bear with us. Okay, so here we go. That just goes along the floor to deep square leg for 1. So, I think Matt Pott's going to go maybe a bit back of a length. He seems frustrated, a little bit worked up, so don't be surprised if we get a few bounces here in this over. Fielder-wise, apart from that, they have a deep third man as well. 2 slips, mid-on and mid-off are really high up, so I think...
To see Elton John, and the question is, who'll still be standing at the end of this one? See what I did there?
He's been waiting 30 minutes.
That really jarred in there. That clanked its way in, didn't it? The way I thought they would, and other than Koss getting a wicket with his first ball, it's been fairly flat, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, bit of a shame because they were so up for it when they were bowling at Sussex in the first innings.
I mean, 1 wicket changes games, but these are good batting conditions at the minute. The sun's out. It looks fairly straightforward for the batsman at the moment, but can Potts do something about that with a bouncer? No, that's gone through to the keeper. They've just got to keep believing, Durham. They'll go through. You go through spells in matches, don't you, where nothing's happening for you with the ball, and then suddenly somebody nicks one off, or there's a mistake from a batsman.
Completely agree.
I think the thing with what I said was I was worried yesterday that they might be getting too far ahead of themselves with this idea, like come out and attack and try and make a game of it, because they ended up with 376 runs in their first innings, but there were more to be had at the time, and their last 3 wickets went fairly cheaply. And then today they've got out for just 189. So Sussex, having fought back with Pujara yesterday, got to within 41 runs. The question then was, would those 41 runs make a big difference if there were a load of wickets to fall this afternoon? But as I said, at tea, it's a lovely sunny evening now. And the wickets fell this morning with thick cloud hanging over us, didn't it? It's
just suited Sussex a little bit, hasn't it? And I think a few of the wickets Durham will be really disappointed with, fishing outside the off stump, but maybe they could have been a little bit more patient, but they seem really eager to up the run rate earlier on. As Kuhneman comes into bowl, round the wicket, and Allsop blocks it into the offside. Well, don't be surprised here if Allsop's aggressive. Kuhneman's bowling quite full and there's no mid-off. It's like a really straight extra cover. Mid-on's quite tight as well, so there's a bit of room there if he comes down the track just to punch it over the top for 4. As Kuhneman comes into bowl. And he comes down the track, but it's well bowled from Kuhneman. He just blocks it away, back to the bowler for a dot ball.
I was surprised to see Kuhneman come on as early as he did.
Yeah, I thought Cass was bowling really well, so I would have loved to see Potts come up the hill and had a little partnership, because Crocombe had some success bowling up the hill today, had a bit of movement off the seam. It's going to be Kuhneman again to bowl. Also cuts that away, didn't even seem that there to cut, but he's quick on his feet. It's racing down the hill at Sussex, and unfortunately the Durham player can't quite get there in time. It's going to be 4 runs, and that moves Allsop on to 23. So I'll be honest, it's quite a straight ball. He's moved his feet early and managed to get it square. It's impressive.
Michael Jones, the fielder out there, was always chasing a lost cause, but he never gave up, and he crossed the rope and then ended up another 15 yards away, leaning on the advertising hoardings as he tried to slow himself down.
Absolutely, it's the worst one as a fielder when you put 100% sprint in and still can't get there. But Kuhneman's going to reply now. full delivery, and he just nicks a one here. Also, very mature batting. He's got his 4 for the over. Feels a bit like we're on about a one-day game at the moment, doesn't it? The way we're talking about rotating the strike and stuff. But Sussex playing very well, and I'm not quite sure what Durham's plan is here. To be honest with you, they only have 2 fielders in front of the bat on the offside, and he's bowling over the wicket, so it's quite easy to still attack that offside. So it's going to be interesting to see if they change it up at all. They've definitely moved extra cover a little bit straighter into mid-off now, so the cover region's open. And as a result, Haynes rocks back, hits it to cover, and they pick up a 1. And that's a round of applause there, because that's also Tom Haynes going to his 50 off 51 balls, so it's nearly 100 strike rate. Excellent batting. He was captain last year, and they're relieving him of that responsibility just so he can concentrate on his batting, and he's looked excellent so far today. So well batted to Tom Haynes. And a big round of applause. It feels like there's been a few more people coming into the ground later on today. Maybe they heard about how Sussex getting on and have popped down, but opposite us at the far end near the Cromwell end, it's really picking up as Koeman comes into bowl. Allsop blocks that away, and that'll be the over. So that is 6 off the over. Sussex going at nearly 6 and over at the moment, playing very nicely, and Durham need a breakthrough very soon before it gets a little bit out of hand here.
It's a total 88 for 1, is it? 89 for 1? 89 for 1.
Yeah, 89 for 1 so far. Only 18 overs gone as well. 27 overs left in the day, and the way the sun is shining at the moment, I think we're going to get a full day's play again. So it's nice to get as many overs as we're getting in, because usually in these days you do lose overs, don't you? And then you end up not getting all the allocated amount of overs. So it's nice to see they're playing a full game so far anyways. That's going to be Haynes on strike, and just describe the field.
And Michael Jones it is who fields it. The cry of the gull. That baby gull was back outside my window this morning about 6 o'clock.
But do you have a good view then of the sea?
No, because it's on the other side of the hotel. I have a view of the car park. This is pitched in fairly shortish from Potts and stays quite low, defended by Allsop.
So you got the city view, as they would probably call
I'm
it.
away along the Hove end, so just looking out at some terraced houses out the back.
Nice.
I saw a poster in the hotel saying you could upgrade to a sea view for £10 a night.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Didn't fancy it.
No. Potts in, that's defended. I live on the seaside, so it's not... if you were a city dweller and you never saw the sea much, then I could understand why you might want to upgrade for a tenner.
Very true. But it looks better when you FaceTime the missus and, oh, look, I got a sea view. And then you get to rub it in a little bit more. But I guess if you can see the sea anyways, it's not as much. But hey-ho. You might be able to see France from over there, or the Isle of Wight. Sometimes you can see it.
France is a long way from here.
Yeah, I know.
Potts once again comes in and bowls. This is turned away to mid-wicket. No run. There's a comedy series on Radio 4 called Mark Steele's in Town. I think they've had about 12 series of it now, and he visits different towns each episode and does a load of research into it and does a sort of stand-up routine about all the peculiar things that have gone on in these places. And he went to the Isle of Wight. He was in Ventnor. And there's this thing in the Isle of Wight where on certain days, as Potts bowls, this is played to backward point by Allsop. If the atmospherics are right, from the highest point of the Isle of Wight looking south, you can see France upside down.
Really?
Yeah, because something happens and the view is altered by whatever's in the air, and there's this belief that you can see France upside down.
That's amazing.
I mean, how far would France be from Brighton? That's got to be...
It's not as far as you think.
In comes
Shot.
Potts, that's cut off the back foot and away past point for 4. It's just too straightforward for Sussex at the moment from a Durham point of view. They need wickets here. They need to get some control on this, and it is looking very much like they didn't get anywhere near enough runs, but wickets change games. They need them. 94 for 1, 137 left to get. What is the distance?
I'll have a little look. I've got my thing here, my Google. I'll get it up. But you can sometimes see the Isle of Wight from the seafront over here.
Can you?
Yeah. When it's clear, you can see it. And yeah, I wouldn't.
When you get round, if you go around the New Forest in Lymington, the other side of the Solent, you're looking straight across to the Needles Lighthouse, and it's just looks like a few feet away. Feel you could hit it with a driver.
540 miles, but that's by car.
Yeah.
How would I figure it out? Should I click walking and see? 360 miles to walk. But Kuhneman's having a big discussion here at least.
You can get a ferry out of Newhaven, can't you? Just along here.
So, but there's not a boat option on Google Maps. Does any of our listeners know? They could email into Martin or hit us up on Twitter. From Brighton, or let's say from the county ground here at Hove, how long would it take you?
87 miles.
Ooh, there you go. There's the answer. Don't tweet us. That's not far at all, is it?
The Calais to Brighton ferry.
Ooh, as Kuhneman comes in round the wicket. Comes down the pitch here for Tom Haynes. Lees is running round to the offside, trying to collect the ball, and they pick up a quick one. But there's a lot of room on these offsides, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Sussex players start using their feet and trying to create a bit of room, because just to explain this offside field, they have a mid-off, a slip, and a deep cover, and that's it.
60 nautical miles to Dieppe.
Yeah, and Allsop does use his feet, and I think that's off the pad, but Bedingham jumps to try and catch it, and it just goes over his left shoulder, and that's going to be another dot ball. But I like the positivity from Allsop using his feet. We saw it a lot from Pujara in that first innings and had a lot of success from it, and Lees is just waving to a bowler here. So I'm just trying to figure out who he's waving to as Kuhneman comes into bowl. Allsop flicks that away to deep mid-wicket, and that's going to be a single. So they're rotating the strike well as well. I'm just trying to figure out what their plan is at the moment, because at the moment Sussex players are finding it quite comfortable. So yeah, there needs to be a change, something from Durham. And Lees is doing a lot of waving around, so I don't know if he's trying to make a bowling change after this. There's a lot of room on the offside, as it's Tom Haynes cutting the ball over to deep cover for one, just using his feet, backing away, and it's too easy for Sussex at the moment, and it's easy just saying it here, observing, but the plan doesn't really add up. I'd probably, if they're doing this leg side field, have Kuhneman coming round the wicket, just so it's hard for them to give themselves the width in the first place. But him coming over the wicket as a left-hander, all you really need to do is open the face, and you can nick a one there. So they changed the field slightly, putting deep square a lot further behind and bringing up 45 to it in like a short square leg. So it'd be interesting to see if a sweep comes out here from Allsop. He's very good at the sweep. They said he just flicks it, and that's going to be a dot ball to square leg there. So going to have one ball left in the over. It's 3 off the over, and Sussex haven't really had to make much effort getting them 3 either, and I don't think Durham will be too chuffed them going at 3 and over. So Kuhneman's coming in for the last ball of the over, blocked away by Allsop, very mature, and that's going to be a dot ball. So let's see who Lees was waving at. Lees is bringing on 12th man, so I think Lees needs to go off the pitch for a second, and I'm just going to double check. It looks like it's going to be Potts to continue.
I've drawn a map. I've drawn a line from Brighton across the nearest point of the coast, and it's 76.69 miles.
Wow. Would you consider that close?
I don't think you could see that far. This crossing from Dover to Calais is only about 24 miles, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think you can see France just with the angles, to be honest with you. But you can see
you must
Isle of
be
Wight.
able to see the Isle of Wight if you're up on the hills at the back here in the South Downs. I doubt you'd be able to see it from the seafront, can you?
Yeah, I promise you.
All right.
Yeah. It's like, from here it'd be like 2 o'clock if you were looking at a clock, so it'd be like far right, if that makes sense.
Is that British summertime or winter time, Stephen?
Summertime.
Right. Pot in. Took you a while.
Just got that, yeah. Sorry. I've realised he's just
defended by Haynes.
politely mugged me off.
Yeah. Am I the right mugger? Are you?
Bit of noise starting from the Durham players. They need to get up for this. They need a wicket. Nearly 100 up for Sussex as well.
In comes Potts down the hill. Haynes digs out a Yorker length ball. It runs up to mid-off. No run there. Plenty of words of encouragement going on around the field, but Matthew Potts being given lots of encouragement by his teammates. He's on 53 as Potts bowls, and he pulls that out through mid-wicket along the floor to the deep mid-wicket boundary in front of the scoreboard, just on our right-hand side. 2 runs there, and it's a partnership that is denting Durham's hopes here at the moment and keeping Sussex very much on top at the moment. Durham had one decent partnership in their second innings of 71 for the 7th wicket. He just felt they needed to push on and get that partnership up above 100 when Ollie Robinson was caught in the gully. Potts again to Haynes. He bowls. This is defended. Haynes has had runs against Durham in the past, hasn't he? What did he get? 124 at Arundel in 2018. I think we were saying yesterday that was the match where he'd been playing for the second team and he couldn't drive at the time. He didn't have a driving licence, and he was called into the first team, and all his kit was somewhere else.
Yeah.
So his mum had to make an early morning dash to this other cricket ground, recover all his gear, and then get him down to Arundel.
Yeah, wasn't that his debut as well?
Yeah, I think it would have been, yeah. That's gone off to third man, and it's empty, and it's 4 off an edge. Did he make his debut against Durham?
I don't know if it was his debut, but I remember him hitting 100 because he's the same age group as me, and there's a lot of people that, especially on Twitter, that was in my age group.
His third game, that one.
Third game.
I think Phil Salt made his debut that day. That's the 100 up for Sussex as well with that 4.
Still a shame, I think, that Sussex lost Phil Salt. I think they could have really done with him behind the stumps. He's improved his keeping, and he's a gun bat, and he would have been a really good fit for the personalities they have at the moment. So that's probably one they wish they managed to keep hold of.
So they need 128 more to win. Oh, inside edge. Didn't quite drop under the stumps, though. That was the ball. It jammed between the inside edge and the pad, and it went over the stumps to safety. But certainly Haynes was panicking there. He threw his head back quickly to see if it was going to hit his stumps or not. A little moment there. Maybe just signs that Matthew Potts can hold on to. A glimmer of hope from a Durham point of view.
Absolutely.
But at the minute, this is Sussex's game to lose.
Completely agree there, and there's a bit of rough build-up, especially from when Cast was tearing in that first innings. So they're going to be trying to hit that rough, which is why I think they have the short leg and catching mid-wicket as well. But it's not really exploded like they've hoped. So a lot of room on the offside at the moment as Kuhneman comes over the wicket here to Alsop, who blocks a ball away, and it does hit the inside edge and just bounces before bedding him in at short leg. He's probably got to get in a little bit closer if he wants to get a catch, because it's not going to explode up like he's hoping. I don't want to jinx it now, but Durham need a bit of luck here. As Kuhneman comes in, Alsop uses his feet. Haynes sends him back. You can hear it on the mic how loud Haynes was sending him back there, but he tried to poke it into mid-wicket there for 1, and Haynes wasn't having any of that, and probably a good call looking at that as well. So Kuhneman's coming in to bowl his third ball of the over the wicket, pitched up a little bit more flighted, trying to tease him into playing a shot. Alsop's having none of it, and that's blocked away. And Alsop's got about his business quite nicely today. He went through a spell from Cast, which was pretty hostile. Got pinned a few times, but then started picking up from there as Kuhneman comes in again, and he blocks that nicely. And I've watched Alsop in the nets a few times, and he gets really low to the ground when he blocks against spin. So he gets right to the pitch of the ball and kind of dead bats it. So it's quite hard for them to carry, even if he does edge it. So I do enjoy watching him bat as Kuhneman comes in again to bowl. And he dead bats it again. I don't know if you played the game Mushy, but it was like one hand, one bounce, and he's trying to stop his mates from catching him one hand, one bounce by just killing the ball dead completely.
They've gone to tea at the Rose Bowl with Hampshire needing 1 run to win.
what's the point in that?
Exactly.
Kuhneman's coming in now, and Allsop dead bats that again. And when I say dead bat, he's literally getting right over the ball to the pitch of it, and the softest hands ever. So as soon as it hits the bat, it literally just stops dead, and the keeper just picks it up, and that's the end of the over. So Sussex are 103 for 1. Haynes on 59, Allsop on 29. And it's only 22 overs gone. Sussex at nearly 5 and over. They've been impressive today.
Century for Ben, folks. Surrey up at Old Trafford against Lancashire.
Looks like it's going to be a change of bowling. I think it's rain coming down the hill. So maybe they don't want to be bowling Bushnell today, because he bowled right up the hill in his first spell. So surprised they're not bringing him back on.
Well, Rain's more likely to get you a wicket. He's a good partnership breaker.
Yeah.
This is his forte.
You've watched more of Durham than I have, so I'm going to trust you on that. I'm going to hold you to it, but from what I've seen, he loves a bumper as well, just to sneak it in there. So we've got a deep square and a deep fine leg, so I reckon we're going to see a bumper in this over.
103 for 1, 128 to win on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Newcastle. There's 23 overs tonight, and then tomorrow. We're quite at the halfway stage as Rain comes in and bowls. And that's driven.
What a shot.
Well, that'll help Sussex. That's a nice drive past point for 4. Again, Rain's opener, not the best, and dispatched to the boundary by Haynes.
That wasn't that bad of a length ball. That's one as a batter. You're absolutely buzzing. You've nailed that for 4, and you hope someone's taken a picture of that. And he held the pose a little bit longer, but it was about 4/5 stump line, and he just leant into it. It wasn't quite there to drive, and he's just absolutely nailed that through point for 4. Excellent shot.
I did say, didn't I, 231 with that short boundary was going to take some defending.
Yeah, I agree.
Mind you, that probably would have reached any boundary, that shot.
Yeah, he's smoked that. And it wasn't that bad of a ball for his first ball of the over, to be honest with you.
See how he responds then. Right arm round to the left-handed Haynes. That's on the money, and his defender just goes short on the offside.
Been really impressed by Haynes in the last couple of years. So like I said, growing up, he was always fiercely competitive when I was playing against him. He was the same age group as me, and coming into the Sussex squad, obviously he hit that 100 early on in his Sussex career. But it's going to be interesting to see how he progressed, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, especially when Ian Salisbury came in, he just seemed to be crunching these cover drives, a bit like Alistair Cook. You know, whenever it was short and wide, you knew it was going to be 4 runs. It's been impressive how ruthless he's been on the offside today.
Rain balls again, and he's using his feet here, the batsman, to nullify the bounce. He's come a few steps down the track to play that one. It's gone back to the bowler.
It's a beautiful day here in Hove.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
It's what you get when you come down south. You've got to venture down more often, Martin.
Well, the last time I was here, I never saw a ball bowled because it rained for 2 days. It was very cold and miserable on day 1 here. Miserable and misty and wet, and eventually you managed to get going at 1:30 on day 1. So Durham going, two sessions for Durham to score 376 effectively. But if they left runs out there, it would appear at this minute that they have. Rain comes in and bowls. Haynes defends. He's got his boundary first ball, hasn't he? He doesn't really need to worry about any more runs in this over.
It's one of those where if he gets out now, the coach will think, you had your runs for the over, what are you doing playing that shot? But if you're in the form that Tom Haynes is in, if you see a ball in your area, I think he just still commits to it. And he's got nearly a run a ball, and it doesn't feel like he's kind of pushed or made many risks.
63 from 64. I see Ollie Robinson's pals are now around on the deck chairs on the embankment at the far end in the sunshine. They've abandoned the shadows of the stand on our left. Rain balls.
Ooh, wow.
Ooh, bit of a false shot there from Haynes. He just pulled out of that at the last second, dropped his gloves out the line of the ball because that just had a little bit of extra bounce in it.
It's quite funny that we've called them Ollie Robinson's mates. It might literally be someone he has no idea who they are, and now we've just labelled them as his mates now. Very similar to how Haynes got out in the first innings, so he's probably got to be careful with that one. Good ball from Rain, and must have jagged away. I haven't seen it on the replay yet.
There was a group of lads years ago turned up for a Durham North Hants County Championship match, 2017 I think it was, and they just latched onto one of the North Hants players. And Rain comes in again, and this is played back to him once more. And from what I could gather, because I did speak to some of these kids at the end of one of the day's play, they were just enjoying the end of their exams at Durham Uni. They'd come along to watch the cricket. They were from other parts of the country, but I don't think any of them were from North Hants. But they just latched onto this one player at North Hants and became his fan club. And every time Durham played North Hants after that, this group got back together again and had a little reunion in Chesley Street.
Looks like it's going to be Kuhneman to continue. Yeah, I think it's quite funny. I bet as a player it would have been really off-putting as well, suddenly having these fans. Yeah, beautiful day here in Hove. Luckily it's my home club, so I've been here before, but the deck chairs are out, people are loving it, and the Sussex fans are happy. Especially with how they've started this season, by the looks of things. If they can win today, I'm sure we'll hear all about it on Twitter. So it's going to be Kuhneman to continue, going up from the C end. Reverse sweep from Allsop, who edges it, top edge, and the umpire gives that out. He's going to be disappointed with that one. Unnecessary shot.
How many people get themselves into trouble playing that over the years?
I know. Oh, he's going to be really
Fred
disappointed.
Boycott would be turning in his grave there. 29 he made. It was a good catch, actually, because it was in full stretch.
So, yeah, Sussex 107 for 1 here. Allsop just getting out, reverse sweeping it, and he's going to be disappointed with that one. Reverse sweeps it, and it's a top edge that gets caught by, or flicked off the glove of Ollie Robinson, and taken by Slip, who I think is Matthew Potts, but Haynes is still in. 63 off 65 balls. Sussex still in control. I think Pujara is going to be coming to the crease. Still in Sussex's favour, but Durham could do with a few more quick wickets.
77 the partnership was. Was Matty Potts the one with other than Ben McKinney, the longest arms to have been able to reach that? It was a good reaction because he went one way than the other.
And that was my first time going out to Rhoda. That was a bit odd for me, so apologies if I just suddenly stuttered and went into full commentary mode there, but caught me off guard. It looks like Pujara's coming in now, and he's got a bit of confidence about him the way he's warming up. Is that Pujara? It looks like him coming out. Yeah, so Pujara's coming out, and that one of the most impressive knocks I've seen from a batter when I've been watching cricket live in the flesh. Just the way he played, how controlled he was, and there was a 6 that he hit just in front of the commentary box here, where he got a bouncer off Cass, and he just leant back. Oh no, it was off Bushnell. My apologies. Just leant back and let it run off the face all the way down to the side screen for 6, and it was such a confident shot that you can only really make when you're seeing the ball like a beach ball. And yeah, it's a shame Allsop got out the way he did, because he was batting so well, and it was a bit of an unnecessary shot. But if he plays it a lot and backs himself, then he's just going to feel a little bit unlucky. But Pujara comes in at quite a nice time for himself. 124 to win for Sussex. Kuhneman's going to be coming over the wicket. They've got a short extra cover, or maybe a silly extra cover you would call it, because he's very, very close. A first slip. Looks like they're going to bring in a gully as well. So very aggressive field, and you need to get Pujara early before he gets in, because once he's in, he's very hard to get out. And so here comes Kuhneman over the wicket, and solid defence there from Pujara.
This might make it a little bit interesting. I mean, Pujara is the man who I said if there were a couple of early wickets would come in and calm things down. So they still need 124. They're not at the halfway stage here yet.
Absolutely, that's just blocked away from Pujara as well. 124 runs is a lot to get, and obviously it sounds like Sussex are doing it very easily, but if you break up the partnership again and maybe get Haynes and Pujara, still a long way to go. So Kuhneman's coming in round the wicket, flicks it away for 1, and it's so impressive how he just comes down the wicket and uses his feet. And for any of the youngsters listening, when you come down the pitch, you don't always have to try and smash it for 6. Looking at someone like Pujara, he's just using his feet and rotating the strike, and the reason he's using his feet and coming down the pitch isn't so that he can try and get more momentum to hit a 6. It's just so he can get closer to the pitch of the ball and rotate it for 1. So I definitely learned that lesson a few years ago, when every time I came down the pitch, I just tried to absolutely nail it for 12, and then I realised you can still use your feet and rotate the strike, and seeing the way Pujara does it, it really nullifies Durham's attack.
That was one of the biggest lessons that I never really taught myself, that in playing in limited overs cricket all the time, about actually taking your time and occupying.
Absolutely, as Kuhlman comes in and it's flicked away to deep square leg.
And then one day it's sort of just light bulb moment, you know. Don't have to go out there and try and hit everything, and take your time, spend some time in the middle.
Absolutely. A big thing for me is always rotating the strike. If you watch someone like Kohli or something like that, he doesn't actually tee off very often, but he's always going at 1 and over. So a bit like Steve Smith, and then suddenly they have a few boundaries and they're going at 8s. As Kuhlman comes in, over the wicket, and solid defence there from Pujara. And big breakthrough at the end of that over. Tom Alsop's gone and gets Pujara to the crease, with Tom Haines looking very good, having 64 off 67 balls.
Michael Peter Crisp has tweeted, Isle of Wight from Brighton. I have seen it many times myself when it's clear from Brighton Racecourse or other prominent high points on the edge of the city, and, well, obviously from the I-360, which goes miles up, doesn't it? There was quite a few people on that last night when it was dark, and I'm thinking, what would you really see in the dark up there? The red lights of the wind farm out at sea. This is a photograph from Brighton Racecourse that's been sent to us.
Yeah,
that is quite high up there, isn't it?
My local golf course is at the top of the racecourse as well, East Brighton, and you can sometimes see it from there. But I promise I wasn't making it up to try and make things sound extra good about Brighton. But what's your thoughts on the I-360? Is it?
I've not been on it, but I don't know, there's not much I'd want to look at from up there, really.
That's what I mean. Yeah. You end up just being able to see the top of people's buildings. Yeah. It is quite a cool point of view.
Carse into the attack again, bowling to Haynes, coming down the hill. He's replaced Rain. Haynes defends, the ball runs back up. Yeah, I think I was looking at the buildings along, as I was walking back along to the hotel last night. There's this beautiful area of sort of Regency apartments back towards, probably about halfway along, really, down towards the seafront. Looks really nice, and there's some buildings which have been done up there. One of them, I would imagine, was probably a former hospital,
right,
like an infirmary.
What, near Hove?
On the seafront, yeah. Carlson again. Oh, this is a top edge. This should be out. And it is. Snaffled. And Carlson struck again. He got a wicket with his first ball earlier today. He's got a wicket with his second this time. And that is the end of Haynes for 64. And suddenly, things look a little bit different. It was a top edge, flicked out towards deep mid-wicket. Graham Clark with the catch. And he's got a wide-brimmed hat on, which possibly helps, because he would have been staring back towards the sunshine there. And that is a big breakthrough from a Durham point of view. Obviously, Pujara's the man they need to concentrate on now. But if they could take wickets at one end and leave him alone, who knows?
Now, that's a big no-no. If you're the coach, you're going to be absolutely livid. As a player, you know that if there's a breakthrough, you can't take risks and can't play shots like that. You need to rebuild the partnership. And Haynes has gone to hit a pull shot, and he's not looked to be aggressive and go in the air, but pull shot's still quite an aggressive shot when you've got a new bat to the crease, and he's top-edged it, and it's well taken out in deep square leg. But I think Haynes there needs to be a bit more sensible there, a bit more mature, and just rock on the back foot, maybe flick it for one rather than take on the pull shot. And he's livid walking up the slopes, but walking up them steps at Hove. But I think looking
two
back,
wickets for 2 runs in an over.
Yes. I don't think the coach is going to be too happy with that, and that's a big breakthrough for Durham. That's the exact way we were saying, wasn't it, about them getting back into the game. There's 2 quick breakthroughs, 2 quick wickets, and it brings Clark to the crease, who got out early in the innings as well, last innings. So let's see how he gets on. And that's Carse again. I didn't even realise it was a change of bowling, so that's my bad. But Carse into bowl. He's made things happen. The first innings, I was really impressed by him. For those that weren't listening previously or didn't hear me yesterday, he bowled really well yesterday, got some life out the pitch and made Pujara look uncomfortable at times. And today he's had 2 big breakthroughs. The first one with Ali Orr down to fine leg, and then again with the other opener, Tom Haines. And they've just snuck in a leg slip as well, so I imagine it's going to be a bit more of the short stuff to Tom Clark as well.
Here he comes then, bowling to Clark. Oh, and he's had a waft at that one and nearly went first ball. What on earth was he trying to play that for? It was wide of off stump. It was there to be left all day long. and he couldn't help himself.
I think he'd be thanking his lucky stars that he didn't edge that one, or else he'd be getting some funny looks in the changing room, I think, there. This is the exact way Durham get back into the game, is if Sussex start doing some false shots. If you break down the wickets that they've got today, Ali Orr doing an unnecessary pull shot out to deep fine leg when they were looking pretty comfortable, then Allsop doing a reverse sweep, and then Tom Haynes making a pull shot as well, so they need to be a bit more disciplined here.
Carson again. Clark defends on his toes, plays that safely away on the offside. So what do you get? 64.
And there's a lot of cricket still left to be played today. The sun is out, there's no clouds, so I think we're going to get a full day's cricket. 20 overs left in the day, so that's normally about an hour and 10, hour and 20, I'd say, left of the day.
So what are they? 109 for 3. Still not at the halfway point either. Carson once again. Clark, nearly played on there for a second. That was a bit of an optical illusion. We've got Potter's a leg slip, so he's just blocking the stumps. From where I'm sitting, it looked like he'd played that down towards the stumps, but actually the ball found its way to...
Yeah, so he's gone to play it square, hasn't he? And it's just jagged in a bit and gone to rain extra cover, but... You're right, he got out like that in the first innings, didn't he? So, a bit of a lack of footwork early on from Tom Clark. You'd prefer to him to get across and behind it rather than being very handsy with it, but Carson's got his tail up here.
Carson. Oh! A play and a miss. Some dust flies up there. Again, it was Potter obscuring the view of the stumps. I was just waiting for the bails to fly in the air there.
It's a bit further outside off stump than I think you realised.
Well, yeah, just that I couldn't see the stumps because of Potter.
And I can't believe how loud Adrian has that. When you did that, I think you just burst my right eardrum.
Well, hang on, where are you?
The excitement. It's down at the bottom as well, isn't it?
Yeah, well, no, mixer out, so when you need to turn down as well. That's your overall control. Q is that's what you hear from studio. And this is our kit, so you can turn that up and down as well. So
Sorry, yeah, if any of you guys listening, I'm fairly new to this. Is my first time in the commentary stand, and I'm getting taught the lessons, and it turns out I've had Martin on full whack in my ears, so I've had to have one ear on at one point, but it's a lot better in my ear now, as Kuhneman's back in, coming over the wicket to Pujara. It's called a dead ball, and Pujara did a lot of this yesterday, where if someone in the behind the sight screen's in the way, he asks them to move, and he won't bat until it's sorted. And
there's nobody moving there.
I know, but Kuhneman's coming in. It's all been sorted, and that's a full toss. And Pujara doesn't really punish him as he runs down to take a single. He's lifted his head in the air in disappointment, and that was a freebie there. He could have put that wherever he wanted.
Wonder what time you're going to get up to Loughborough tonight. That'll be a couple of hours drive from here, 2.5 maybe.
Yeah, I think it's a 3-hour drive, and I've not got my kit on me as well, because the amount of hand warmers I'm packing, I have to store them all at the house.
A couple of summers ago, I left here to drive up to Radlett, because Durham were due to play a one-day game here on the Sunday, but it just rained all day, so I drove up to Radlett on the Monday. It took me 3 hours.
Wow.
Because the M25 is just always a car park round past Heathrow.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. So I'm up to Loughborough. Got a game tomorrow against Leicestershire Academy, which I'm looking forward to. Hand warmers are packed, don't you worry, guys. And it's supposed to be a nice day. We've got a 2020 first game of the season, so it's been a long winter, hasn't it, Martin? A cold winter this year, so it's nice.
I've hated this winter, really, and still managed to have a couple of nice holidays during it as well, but I just felt rather depressed during the winter.
Yeah, in fact,
February just seemed to drag and drag.
It was a long winter, wasn't it? And I've been on a big old fitness plan for the last few months, so it's been going on non-stop as well, so it feels like it's never ended, so it's nice for it to finish. As Tom Clark now faced Kuhneman, and he looks much more solid there against the spin than he did in that over before. But yeah, I've been on a big old fitness plan, so it's nice to get to the season, not have to worry about that anymore, as Kuhneman comes in again and blocks that away. And so just looking at the crowd, and it's pretty full in the far corner. People finding the sun in the deck chairs. Ooh. And I didn't even realise they have two short legs in there. Bit of bounce there, and it's gone between the two short legs as Clark flicks that away. Kuhneman's definitely finding some spin here. Yes, thank you. It's 110 for 3 here, and Tom Haynes does a pull shot and it goes straight to deep square leg. So we have 2 new batters in. Pujara hit 100 in the first innings, and Clark, who's had a few player misses already. Kuhneman's bowling well at one end, and Cast is really bowling well at the top end. So all to play for now. I hear it here at Hove. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. So it's 121 remaining to win, and we've got 19 overs left in the day. It's bright, sunny skies, so I think we'll get a full day's play as well. So about hours more worth of cricket, I'd say, today.
Tim Durran's there, the sports editor at Radio Sussex. They've been up at the Tottenham Stadium today. What was the final score?
Yeah, it was 2-1 Tottenham, and there's been a lot of unhappy Brighton fans on Twitter today, and I saw it, and there was a bit of a 50-50 handball goal ruled out, and then they had another one ruled out, and then there was a clear penalty on Matova that wasn't given, and then Kane scored about 2 minutes later. So if you're a Tottenham fan, I think you even feel like Brighton have been hard done by today. I saw a lot of comments on Twitter of I'm a Tottenham fan, and that was still 100% a penalty. So Brighton are going to feel hard done by, and they're making a big push for Europe as well. So a bit frustrating for the Brighton fans. I feel sorry for them.
Cast coming down the hill to bowl to Pujara. He's got 3 slips. Pujara turns that towards square leg for a single. Jones is round there with his blue sunglasses up on the front of his cap. And in the shade in the front of the pavilion is a photographer with a orange gilet tabardie type thing on, and that looks quite bright because it's a bit dull over there now. The sun's not getting on that area anymore.
Absolutely, and the shadows are just starting to come over the members' pavilion again, and we mentioned it yesterday, didn't we? It does actually start coming across the crease, which does affect sometimes the batsman's visibility on the ball, so it'll be interesting how the shadows come out today.
Clark facing Cast. He manages to keep that one away with the toe of the bat, steering it to short mid-wicket.
He's not looking too assured here against Cast at the moment.
Does he?
It might be a footwork thing, but he's just been prodding outside the off stump a little bit, and there's a bit of movement in it, and Cast really does hit the deck. So if I was Clark, I'd want to be moving my feet a little bit more and getting in behind it, because he chopped on in the first innings, and he's inside edged a few here already again, so he wants to get in behind the ball.
I might ask for Bryden Cast tonight. Trying to think of people who I can interview at the close of play as he comes in and bowls. Defended. This is a big leap at the delivery stride there, but upwards rather than across the crease, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. Quite Harmison-like, isn't it?
Yeah, it's to give you just that little bit of elevated lift when you're bowling the ball.
Funny story. So with my disability, for those that are new here, I have a disability called clubfoot, and it means I don't have as much range of motion or range of movement in my ankles. So for about 20 years, I was running up, doing this big jump, thinking I was jumping, getting loads of height, and then I saw a video and I was literally going about an inch off the floor. So I thought I was like Harmison, but actually wasn't even getting off the air.
Bouncer this time, taken by the keeper.
So yeah, I always thought I'd run in, and I saw a video of myself coming into bowl, and I did this big action, thinking I was getting loads of air time and coming in and bowling heat, and then it turns out I was literally just barely getting off the ground. So my run-up's changed a little bit since, and I'm not trying to jump as high, and I'm coming through the crease a little bit quicker, but I always thought I was more like Harmison or Flintoff coming into bowl, and then it turns out I was not even getting any air time at all. So that was a fun discovery.
Hampshire have beaten Notts by 8 wickets. Welcome back to Division 1, Notts. Chastening experience for them in their opening game. This is defended. I think by the time Notts actually won games last season and they went on to win Division 2, it had been something like 31 first-class matches without a win.
Wow. And have they got Peter Moore's there as a head coach still?
Yeah.
He's an excellent. He actually did some work with us a few years ago with the England PD team. He's an excellent coach and really nice guy. And the thing I liked about him, he was so personable, and instead of just having these fixed ways, he was trying to coach each individual a different way, which I liked.
Cast bowls. That's gone through low to the keeper this time, and that is the end of the over. There was a single at the start of it from Pujara, and then 5 dot balls. We can see a hose pipe at the far end of the ground, and from this angle, it looks like somebody's firing a hose at the punters in front of them, but they're clearly saturating the grass nets, the outdoor nets.
No, absolutely. Yeah, that's the sprinklers on in there in the back nets.
It's like there's somebody with a hose pipe, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's
Yeah,
one of the
groundsman.
groundstaff. The nets are just sunk down a little bit, so it's not really obvious there. There's a fence, and you can see a bit of a red wall at the back, but so that's the outdoor nets, and then the indoor nets are behind the dressing rooms in the corner of the ground.
Yeah, the thing I like about the nets, especially as a youngster, is you're so close to where the players are batting. So you're literally like next to all the pros batting, and I should love sitting there watching the pros bat as Koeneman comes in for his next over, and it's blocked away well from Pujara. I remember when Australia came on tour here, and they do a few warm-up games here every time they come over, and I remember watching Michael Clark bat, and it was the first time I realised how serious these pros took their net sessions, and he was properly locked in and concentrated, and I took a lot from that, and that's all because of how close I was to the action. As Koeneman comes in and Pujara just rocks on the back foot, and it looks like he's been batting his whole life, because that was just so easy. He's rocked on the back foot, cut it away for 4, and it wasn't that bad of a ball, and he's punished him. Very ruthless there from Pujara, who just makes it look easy all the time, and it's a pleasure to watch him bat in that first innings, and he's looking good again here.
Well, somebody's gone early with this one on Crick Info. Hampshire lay out their title ambitions with a 3-day crushing of Nottinghamshire.
And Pujara comes in again, rocks on the back foot, and it nails into Bedingham at extra cover, because that could have been another 4, and that's a pretty brutal report there.
A Nottinghamshire side who haven't won in the top flight in quite a period of time.
Yeah, strong bit of reporting that.
After one match.
Yeah, Koeneman's coming into bowl, and Pujara rocks on the back foot again, and that's 4 more runs through the cover point region, and Koeneman's going to be disappointed with himself. He's been so good with his line and length today, and Pujara's just rocked on the back foot. 3 out of 3 balls and nailed it for 4.
Well, these two played against each other in 3 test matches in March. Koeneman got 5 for 16 in a test at indoor. He said he was going to look through his notebook to see what guidance he'd been given for tactics against Pujara ahead of this game.
That's really interesting. As he comes in again and bowls, I imagine the guidance wasn't to bowl short and wide, no. As Pujara just comes down the pitch and rocks it for 1. But very different conditions, I would say, isn't it? It's not quite India, I'd say, Hove. It's a little bit different. And
smaller as well. Surrey have declared at Old Trafford at 292 for 6, so they've set Lancashire. What do they need? 244 to win.
As Koeneman comes in again to Clark. Oh, it's hit the bat. And they're running through. And sorry, I was trying to watch what's happening there because I couldn't quite see where the ball had gone from our angle. So, he's giving it his leg bias. So, big bit of rough forming around the off stump of the left-handers, and it's just bounced out the rough, hit the pad of Clark, and bounced up towards fine leg. But Durham do have 2 short legs in, so they were getting excited, and I was just trying to keep track of the ball. But that's going to be the end of the over.
In that little sequence there, 2 boundaries and a leg by and a single. That's the point where they've just gone past the halfway stage in their chase now. So, from Sussex's point of view, that scoreboard doesn't look too bad. Another 110 to win at 121 for 3, with Pujara out in the middle.
Yeah, I agree. But
a man whose calmness personified generally.
A couple of wickets, and they're right in this.
Yeah, but if Durham can concentrate their ideas at the other end,
then that Haynes wicket is more important.
They don't need to get Pujara out, do they? If they can get the others out instead of the other.
I completely agree. That Haynes wicket is so disappointing because it's 2 wickets in quick succession. It just gets Durham right up for it. Just shot selection let him down a little bit there, I think.
Cast round the wicket. Now, he's hit the batsman. He ducked into it. It's come off his back rather than his helmet. That will sting. He put Potts in as a leg slip as well. But Clark's ducked right into that delivery.
I thought that was off the helmet initially, but it's just off the back, wasn't it? He's tried to duck down.
That's going to hurt that, though.
Quick ball there, yeah. He's doing well not to rub it. I'm always so bad when I get hit. It gets me wound up a little bit, and then I try and always nail the next one as hard as I can. So let's see if Clark has a bit more patience than I do.
It's come off his shoulder, I think. Or the back of his shoulder, maybe.
He'll have a great bruise in the morning.
Yeah. Be a red streak. They've brought short legging. So Graham Clark's gone under the helmet at short leg.
Can't imagine this is going to be pitched up. What do you think, Martin?
Here he comes again. It's another short one. Just able to leave that one quite easily. Who's that there? That's Scott Borthwick on the field, I think, in a Lee's top. So has Lee's gone off? I can't see Lee's.
I'm not actually too sure. Yeah,
Lee's is standing skipper. Lee's is the one-day skipper, but he's been looking after the team this week with Scott not playing because of a finger injury. That's played a short leg this time. But Scott Borthwick standing there, directing the fielding positions from mid-on.
I feel bad for Scott Borthwick as well. Like we said, it was such a long winter. It's so annoying when you miss out on a game like this after training, as well as these pros have been all winter. So hopefully he's back very soon. It just felt like such a long winter this year. I don't know if the viewers can relate, but it just felt like every day it was either raining or cold. There's always something. So it's just nice that we're at Hove with the sun out.
In comes the bowler. Oh, fended down into the ground one-handed there, and it's gone to Potts at leg slip. I'm just trying to think. Normally in October, because I always take October off every year, we have a decent bit of weather, and I mean quite a lot in recent years. I've been going for walks in the morning just in shorts, t-shirt, or just a jumper along the seafront. And this year that never really materialised.
You can't be on about the northeast, can you?
Yeah, we get generally fairly dryish where we live.
I've just been really unlucky. Then every time I come up, I get a bit of rain.
Yeah.
Well, I might bring it with me, you might say.
Maybe, yeah, probably like a magnet. Cast balls.
Shot.
That's flicked away. That's a really nice shot. That's going to go for 4, right off the hips. It's gone between two fielders at fine leg and long leg for 4. Really nicely played that.
Loud round of applause as well. I think the Sussex supporters are trying to get behind Clark. He's worn a few in this over and flicks it well for 4. So I think the Sussex supporters are trying to get behind Clark here.
Yeah, what did the weather finish like last year? It was Durham finished at Notts. It wasn't too bad at Notts. It was a bit wet at Leicester. Game at against Sussex at home finished fairly quickly, so that wasn't an issue. Rained a bit at Derby. So the back of the weather after that really hot spell with all those temperatures being broken and wildfires and all that kind of thing. Once we got through that period, the weather sort of broke fairly quickly, didn't it, really?
Yeah, it did, yeah.
Cast comes in again and bowls. That's a similar shot, but he hasn't quite connected with it. It's just going to be 1 run as Bushnell fields that. I remember the August bank holiday weekend, we went on the Shropshire Union Canal and had a few days on the boat, and it was so dry. I don't think it rained at all that week.
Yeah.
And they were complaining, the farmers and whatnot were complaining in that area, it was just too dry. And the dry start of the summer we had last year as well, there was no rain right the way through. It's one of the driest springs again, wasn't it?
No, absolutely.
And it's been different this year. We've had a fairly wettish winter, and although February was dry, March was the wettest since 1981. How many overs left to go today? 16, so that in theory is an hour's worth of cricket.
Absolutely.
And 105 more runs needed at 126 for 3.
Kuhnman's been ratting for his overs again. He's very quick for his overs. He has a short run up, doesn't take too long, doesn't mess around, just walks up, gets it out of his hand. I like his action. He's got a strong action as well. So he's going to be coming over the wickets, Tom Clark, looking for that rough outside off. And Clark uses his feet to try and block the ball away. Maybe change up Kuhnman's length a little bit, and that's going to be a dot ball coming off his pad. And it is so funny how the members here have, now that the shades come up on the left side of the ground, they've all kind of followed the sun and gone into the top right corner of the ground. As Kuhnman comes in again, and he fends it away for a dot ball. And it's a much better plan here from Kuhnman. They've really committed to this leg side field now, but they've got 2 short legs, so it makes a bit more sense. They're a bit more aggressive rather than beforehand. It was a little bit mixed messages whether they're trying to get a wicket or stop the runs. So I like how aggressive they're being here as he comes into bowl again. I thought I've been tricked there. I thought it came off his back of his bat, and Potts has caught it, but it actually came off the keeper's glove. So they've done me there, man. Look silly. I was about to go all big on a wicket, but it was a dot ball. Now Kuhnman's back in. Clark goes away, flicks that away to fine leg for 1 run, and we're at such a weird angle where some of these things we have no idea where the ball's actually gone. You don't know if it's gone past the bat or in front of the bat.
It should be easy to see in brilliant sunshine, but it's not, because there's so, you've got the dark wall at the far end, lots of people in dark coats.
Yeah.
The darkness of the windows in the pavilion and the dressing room, so it's easy to lose the track of the ball.
And also, what people don't think about as well is, as players, because the Dukes is such a dark ball, it's actually quite hard to pick up, especially with a white background like that, with people with dark coats on in the background. If I was someone like Jones, who's here at deep square leg, if a ball went up in the air, it'd be quite hard to pick up.
Well, especially against this sort of hazy sky that we're now getting.
Yeah. And especially with a white ball as well. First time I used a white ball with a stadium like this, and we obviously didn't fill the stands, so there was a lot of white seats. I couldn't pick the ball out from the seats, so you need a good pair of sunnies as well, just to be able to change the tint.
I used to wear cycling glasses when I was fielding, but I had interchangeable lenses, and I used to wear those orange lenses because they help you pick up the ball a bit more.
Exactly, and that's when you see all these pros wearing these ridiculous sunglasses. It's because they're actually just trying to change the colour just so they can concentrate a little bit more. As Kuhnemann comes in against Pujara, who rocks back and nearly edges that straight to the keeper. That was close.
What's he thinking of there? Stumps at Canterbury, bad light has ended day 3 there. Northants 300 for 7, lead by 195 against Kent.
Kuhnemann's in again, and Pujara, he gets forward this time. He's not going to go back and across and risk that happening again. That was a good over from Kuhnemann, and I like the plan from Durham. Lees has been very positive, or it might be Borthwick. I think Lees is back out there by the looks of it. But yeah, they've been very strong with their plan there, and they're definitely hunting for wickets as a Sussex fielder runs out. Your 12th man runs out to talk to the batters.
We questioned, didn't we, why Kuhnemann came on early, and I think it was a gamble by Alex Lees just to try and make something happen, try something a little bit different. And who's he talking to now? Is he bringing Potts back into the attack? Yeah, who's that?
Yeah.
Bushnell, is it? Bushnell.
Well, look, if Durham get back in the game, you've got to give credit to Lees because he made a positive change. And I was criticising it a little bit at the time because Sussex did so well with the new ball that I felt like it's a little bit early. But Kuhnemann's brought down the run rate a little bit here, and Carter's bowled really well down the hill. It sounds like they're making a change. Potts is back on.
Yeah, I've just deleted the page I was wanting to look at. I clicked the wrong bit. Nice little spell from Potts, that, wasn't it? So... he got a wicket with his second ball.
She's got a very kind tweet off Kit Harris as well. Listening to Sussex vs Durham from Hove, very much enjoying the BBC commentary. And the debut of Liam Obbs, who discovered this guy, an absolute natural, and he tags you and Adrian. So thank you, Kit.
In comes Potts round the wicket from the Cromwell Road end.
And I will send you the $5 later for tweeting that, so I appreciate it.
He normally charges a tenner.
Oh, does he? It's because I'm young. I think he feels sorry for me. Times are getting hard.
Clark on 6. I'm just sort of trying to find where he came into the attack and he got the wicket, didn't he? So
how long has Cast been at Durham? Has he been there for a while now? Because I think he came over from South Africa, didn't he?
Yeah, and he was playing for Burnmoor in the North East Premier League when Durham gave him a trial. His father was in England years ago. Was he at Northants or something like that?
He's been really impressive today.
So he came back in and started with a wicket maiden, so 2 for 11 at that point. And at the end of the last over, 2 for 17, so he took 1 wicket for 5 runs.
Wow.
Potts over the wicket now to Pujara. Pujara plays the ball down towards the gully. It's snaffled by Bushnell. Very good fielding there. He was at full stretch. Sliding forwards, managed to get a hand on it. I think had he not, that would have gone for 4.
Yeah.
103 needed to win now for Sussex. They're 128 for 3.
It was a bit like that Kane Williamson dab, you know, where they just open the face and...
Be like that when I played cricket. It was a gentleman's game, you see. None of this appealing from square leg for LBWs and stuff. Potts in again, and this time Pujara turns it to square leg. And he put a lot of effort into that one as well. 1 run.
Yeah, one of the players I was playing with used to play against him year in, year out, and I did this big old grunt when I did this slower ball, and I thought I was unbelievable, no one could pick it. And then once he joined my team, I did one, and he went, Liam, you know, we all know that's your tell because you just grunt really loud. And I was like, oh, Pujara. And Pujara is very smart there, blocks that into cover, and as cover is out on the boundary, he just picks up an easy one and brings Tom Clark on strike. Then Coombs coming over the wicket, but really wide, firing the ball into the rough, hoping that it pops and they can catch the edge of Tom Clark here as he comes into bowl. A bit more flighted there and good patience there from Tom Clark, who just blocks it back to Kuhnemann, who walks and picks up. And so just for the listeners, if you've just popped in, 134 for 3 Sussex are, 97 more to win. And Kuhnemann's just coming into bowl here. Ooh, and he goes back and it spits out the rough, and Clark just blocks that away to the offside. But the Durham players definitely see a bit of encouragement in this deck. It has given it a bit more life than it was in the first couple of days. So causing Clark a few issues, I'd say. As Kuhnemann comes in over the wicket, fires it in again, and Clark flicks that away confidently out to deep square leg for 1 run. But it's still a risky shot because they've got 2 players in there, and if he doesn't nail that perfectly, he could be going to one of them short legs. And now all the players are sprinting across, so I think they're pretty similar plan for Pujara, but they just have to run to the other side of the field. So that's a little bit of break in play as all the players run to the leg side, which is part of the fun of having a left-hand, right-hand combination, is it ties out the team a little bit. If you nick a few singles, you've got the team running from side to side on the pitch as Kuhnemann comes in over the wicket. Pujara uses his feet and just rocks it back for a dot ball. And that's one thing I really am impressed by Pujara, is every time he comes down the pitch, he doesn't have to try and smash it. He's just doing it to put the bowlers off their length, and he can still block it. He's not trying to hit a 6 every time, which sometimes I fall in the trap of every time I come down the pitch, I feel like I'm going on this journey to try and hit the biggest 6 of all time, when actually you could just try and get to the pitch of the ball and rotate it or just block the ball. So Pujara has been very impressive so far, and Clark's going to be facing now against Potts.
How many overs left tonight? 13. So I was saying about 7:05 when we got the last hour, but Potts balls played by Clark out towards the point boundary for 1 in front of the pavilion. With a spinner on at one end, you might get there a little bit earlier. This is the last of the 104 over days, so...
Typical, the last day I'm working as well, isn't it? Couldn't have done it tomorrow. We won't have 104 overs tomorrow anyways, will we? No. Unless something's gone really wrong.
Tomorrow. I'm trying to remember how many overs we lost on the first day. Was it 25?
I don't actually know that, to be honest with you.
I'll have to do the maths later on. Pot in. Pujara edges. Ooh, just drops in front of Lee's in the gully, and it's gone for 4 in front of our commentary position.
And that's the difference, isn't it, with having soft hands. Instead of pushing at the ball and it flying through to gully, Pujara's just got really soft hands there. It's a good ball by Potts, and it's not quite carried. I don't think it's gone down to 3rd man, but yeah, Potts has had so many plays and misses and close chances during this game, hasn't he? He's going to feel hard done by. That's McKinney there. He's a big unit, isn't he?
6'7".
6'7". Yeah, he's just run down to us to come and pick up the ball. And was he captain of the England 19s, wasn't he, when he was away?
There's a few Durham players out there with him, and some of the Sussex youngsters as well.
Yeah, they're Bertie Foreman.
Daniel Ibrahim was there, wasn't he? And Charlie Tier from Sussex.
Yeah, and Bertie Foreman.
Yeah.
And both of them were at our club at the time. Bertie's decided to go and play for Horsham, who also have Tom Clark and Tom Haynes play for them when they're not playing for Sussex. So they've got a serious team if they get a bit of time off with Sussex.
That's a beautiful building, isn't it? Across the road from... as you're going into towards Horsham and you pass Shoreham Air Base first, and you've got the... I'm trying to remember which school it is that's defended back to the bowler. There's a school, isn't there, with the big... It looks like a cathedral, but it's not. I think, isn't it the school library or something, or...
Yeah, I know when you're trying to... you're talking... I don't think it's Lancing College, but it's...
Yeah, it is.
Lancing College,
yes, It is, yeah.
Yeah, that's beautiful there, isn't it? Then they were supposed to have Harry Potter there, but then they turned it away because it put off the students. So you'd be fuming with the head teacher, wouldn't you, if you were one of the students there?
Potts balls. Potter to Potts. Dot ball again is defended by Pujara. Well, Harry Potter is not on my radar as such. I've not read any of them, but all of my kids have. And my oldest daughter's been to Harry Potter World at Watford. Oh, nice. They filmed some of it in Alnwick Castle, didn't they? They filmed some of it at Durham Cathedral. My middle daughter was meant to go to Harry Potter World, and lockdown came, and my youngest daughter's just finishing her first Harry Potter book, so she's quite excited about the whole thing now as well.
I'm not a big book person, I'll be honest, but I enjoyed the films, if that helps.
Potts balls. Ooh, must have been an inside edge there, because that's wrapped into the pad really fiercely, and he threw his arm in the air as if he was going to celebrate. Oh yeah, I think it's just inside edge, which steered it onto the thigh pad, but good delivery to end the over.
Those sting as well. He's got a good poker face there, Pujara, because I felt that just standing there here. Potts put a bit of extra effort into that one as well, and you can see him properly follow through there, and it's just nibbled back, and yeah, that's hit Pujara pretty hard, to be fair. And you can see all these helmets out there at the moment. They've got a couple of short legs to slip. They're really up for this, Durham, and they need a wicket soon. 91 to win. Clark's on 9 off 33 balls, and he's starting to get a little bit more comfortable. I don't want to jinx him, but he's starting to look a little bit more comfortable now. And there is a big bit of rough just outside his off stump as well, which Kuhnemann is trying to fire the ball into as he comes up here to bowl. Full length ball, and he blocks that into the vacant extra cover area, and he's going to pick up a single. That's a bit of a loose ball from Kuhnemann. He's not very happy with himself. He's let Tom Clark get off there, and there's not as much rough for bowling into Pujara, so I think he'll be a bit disappointed there because he's missed a trick. And so Durham have changed the field slightly. Instead of having a short leg, they're going to have a short extra cover, which makes sense with the way that Kuhnemann's spinning the ball as he comes in. And Pujara just uses his feet, gets to the pitch of the ball, and just rocks it to deep mid-wicket for 1 run. Such good experience from Pujara, and like I said earlier, you don't have to come down the pitch every time and try and hit the ball for 6. He just comes down the pitch, knows where the ball's going to be, and then just rocks it into mid-wicket for 1. So very impressive from Pujara. He's eased into 23 of not many. So Kuhnemann's coming into bowl to Clark now, who also uses his feet. Very similar idea, but mid-wicket is up for Tom Clark, so that's just stopped by mid-wicket. That's going to be a dot ball. And Kuhnemann is so quick getting back to his mark as he moves cover a little bit squarer, just in case it's going to be a bit shorter for a square cut. He comes into bowl now. Ooh, and a little bit of a flatter ball, and it's one of those as a batter where you think it's going to be a bit shorter than it is, so you go back on the back foot and then it just slides under, and he blocks that back to the bowler, but that was nearly trapped on the pads there. Good bit of bowling there from Kuhnemann, who's changing up his pace a little bit at the moment. So he's coming into bowl again, and that one's more flighted and well blocked out by Tom Clark, who's got to be quite patient at the moment because they are bowling well to him and surrounding the bat as well, so he can't take too many risks. So we've got the final ball of the over, and they're bringing in... This is a really aggressive field. So they've only got 2 men on the offside. A slip is one of them, and mid-off. So now they've got so many people on the leg side. This is aggressive from Durham, and I can imagine this is going to be pretty leg side, this ball. But I mean, if I was the... I didn't actually know you're allowed this many men on the leg side, Martin. Don't you have to have one over? Or is that only for pace?
It's behind the batsman, isn't it? Behind square, that's the issue.
Yeah, I thought there was a limit on how many you can have on the leg side, but I might be wrong. So
no,
last ball of the over, and that is leg side.
First class cricket. It would be in limited overs cricket,
right?
But not in this. But there is a rule about how many you can have behind square.
Yeah. Okay, so there we have it, and then that's going to be the end of the over. And like I said before, that was definitely going to be a leg side ball to Tom Clark there, who just blocks that away for 1. And we have some of the Durham staff, including Scott Borthwick, walking in front of us here.
James Hilditch, one of the new coaches who was working at the Netherlands with Ryan Campbell with his blue sunglasses on, and Alan Walker, the bowling coach, has been with Durham for years now. Started his playing career with Northampton and came to Durham.
Comes across well, doesn't he, Scott Borthwick? Seems like a nice guy.
Nice lad, yeah. Oh, he's from Sunderland, you know.
Is he? I'll take it back.
Right, here's Potts, who's also from Sunderland. 2 slips in a gully, comes in, bowls. Pujara plays us to point, picked up by Bushnell, who went to Durham school. Shadows just starting to creep towards the wicket now, or the track, for those of you who don't like the use of the word wicket, meaning the wicket that they are playing on.
Talking about the North East and Sunderland and Durham and that, I've only played a couple of courses. Are you big into your golf up that way?
I used to play a lot of golf until my back went, yeah.
Oh, sorry to rub it in, my bad.
Yeah. Potts balls, This is defended. In fact, it rolls away up the hill for the single to Pujara.
Good timing there. Yeah, I played up at Rockcliffe Hall. I don't know if that's anywhere near you. That's more Middlesbrough.
Rockcliffe Hall's, isn't that Middlesbrough's training ground? Isn't it Rockcliffe Hall?
Might be my cousin signed for Middlesbrough a few years back and he stayed there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it must be.
That's
I stayed there a few times.
Yeah. It's in Darlington, actually, just on the outskirts of Darlington.
Beautiful course there. And then there's Close House up that way as well. If you
Played there, yeah.
Beautiful up there. And then there's Slaley Hall as well. I don't know if
Played
that's
there, yeah.
way.
That's all. Whenever I've played at Slaley, I've always found it wet. Doesn't drain very well.
Yeah.
They had the European Tour event there a few years ago, and I think the last day of play got abandoned. It was a really wet summer, possibly 2007. Pots round the wicket, bowls. Where's that gone? That's pulled by Frog out of deep mid-wicket. He's going to get 4 for that. One man out on the boundary over there, Bushnell, and it was miles away from him. Yeah, the bunkers ended up just saturated, and they had to abandon the event. I used to present drive time on a Friday. In the seniors tour, I was there one year, so I presented the whole show from the course, and varying people came up to do interviews. Ian Woosnam and a few other players. It was good crack. Enjoyed it. Potts comes in and bowls. This is a quick single off towards point from Clark.
Good cricket. I just had a look at that change room there, and they clapped more for that single than they did the boundary. So I think they're really happy with how Clark's then gone for a boundary, and instead of just sitting on his bat and playing out the over, he's then rotated the strike. So they seem really happy with that.
I used to play a lot of golf. Played at the Ramside near Durham for a few years, and then moved to South Shields, which is... There's 2 courses at South Shields, and it's up on limestone, sort of chalky hills.
Right.
So they drain really well. Whitburn and South Shields are next to each other. Potts to Pujara. He bowls. Oh, inside edge onto the pad again. Bit of a gap between bat and pad as well on that occasion. Yeah, so the greens at South Shields were phenomenal, and they used to run true, and the course drained really well, so even in bad weather the fairways were generally decent.
Yeah.
Occasionally in the winter you would have a temporary green, but there weren't many. Some of the other courses around about, you would have to take a tee mat with you in the winter, or temporary tees and temporary greens.
Yeah, I did that at St Andrews, and it's not. You don't have the same feel if you're playing off a mat, do you? It's not the same.
100 and 48 for 3. Pujara forward bat and pad again. 1 or 2 noises from the slip cordon, but he certainly got a lot of bat on that.
Yeah, there's beautiful golf courses up that way. My home course actually is similar, but they never have temporary greens. It's quite impressive, the ground stuff. But it just means that every course nearby that floods and gets wet, everyone comes over in the winter and plays it and tries to chop it up, and they don't really repair the pitch marks or anything like that, and it can get a little bit annoying. But it's nice being on a course that you can play all year round, really, especially as a cricketer. You don't actually get that much time off in the summer, and when you do have your rest days, the last thing you want to do is be walking on a course for 4 hours. So normally I end up playing all my golf in the winter, so it's nice to have a course that drains that well.
I played for years and had a handicap, got down to about 15. I won a competition one time, had the odd really good day where everything you hit went well, and then the next round you'd play, you're putting it in the bushes first hole and thinking, well, how does this work? And I had a relatively newish set of clubs, but I had a disc issue in my back, and it got to the point where I couldn't even lean over the putter. The fairway shots weren't the issue, it was leaning over the putter. And I eventually had part of the disc removed, but we then had 3 children, so I don't think I've been a member of the golf club since probably something like 2014, 2015, something like that.
Wow.
But I used to enjoy playing. It's good crack, and just playing for the crack rather. I hated playing with people who were really serious, and because it's all about going for a walk and having a bit of crack and chat on.
Yeah.
Those who are sticklers for the committee types.
I know, I can't stand people like that. As Kuhlman comes in, and if you are a committee type, we're not trying to dig you, we're just saying lighten up a little bit. Enjoy, you have decided to be a member of the golf course. Be happy. It's a beautiful course. Make things happy. Don't need toxicity with the members. Don't need any drama. As Kuhlman comes in for the second ball and blocks it away.
I think the last full round I played was in 2016, and had my golf clubs with me, and I went to Burnham-on-Sea. on overlooking the Severn Estuary, and I played with Anthony Gibson, who's the Somerset commentator.
Okay.
So that's where he plays, and that was a fabulous course.
Nice.
Big sand dunes around there.
And Koeman comes in, and Clark uses his feet, and he went to call through Pujara, who immediately said no. Is that Burnham and Barrow, that one, or?
Yeah.
Beautiful course. So that's near Somerset Way, isn't it?
Yeah, when you're
Just
looking
above.
out right across the Severn Estuary back towards Wales, it's beautiful.
Awesome.
And I did take, at the end of that season, I took my golf clubs all the way down to Southampton, and me and Kevin James drove to a course in the New Forest, and it was just absolutely lashing down, so we had a sandwich and drove home.
Typical. Now Koeman's back in, and Clark finally gets a bit of width, and like I said, there's literally nobody in the offside, so Slip's going chasing after the ball, and they pick up a couple. I don't think Clark wanted to overhit that. He just knocked it easily for 2. Yeah. Do you know what course it was trying to play in the New Forest? It's turning into a bit of a golf channel.
Somewhere around near Leamington, something like that.
Yeah, okay.
Can't remember. There were wild ponies wandering around.
And Koeman comes in again here. And that's definitely a lot more leg side. So when you say wild ponies, does that just mean they've not been looked after, or they were just absolutely wild?
You have wild ponies in the New Forest. They just roam around, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
See, I'm too city-fied for that, aren't I?
Yeah.
Not country enough, unfortunately.
You just have one in your front garden, do you?
As Koeman comes in again to bowl, comes off his pad, and you can hear a big appeal and everything like that, but a bit of a commotion over nothing. It bounces off his pad to short leg, and that's going to be the over. So Sussex 150 for 3. Game is really nicely poised at the moment. Pujara on 24, Clark on 17. Sussex need 81 to win, but Durham aren't too far out of this if they get a couple of quick wickets.
Koeman, I think, has bowled 13 overs straight through, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's not. It's been his spell the whole time.
Yeah. What's he taken? 1 for 45. If you ever get up to into Northumberland, there's some beautiful courses on the coast there. Dunstanburgh Castle is absolutely stunning. There's a par 3 where you're hitting towards the castle, which is Castle Ruin on an outcrop right on the coast.
Oh, nice.
Incredible view.
Sounds lovely.
Potts coming in here. Bowls, defended by Pujara. Goes back to Potts, who flicks it up with the instep of his right foot and collects it. And Goswick Sands up near Berwick. That was a lovely course. The sand dunes there just gone for miles. Close house. I've played there loads of times before. Graham Wiley took it over and remodelled it and spent a lot of money doing it. And the last time I was there, I was actually covering the European Open. I think it was the European Open, was it?
They've had a few events there, haven't they?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's another uppercut from Pujara. Now, he hit the 6 doing that yesterday. Today, it's gone for 4. But it was a short ball from Potts. He rocked back on his heels and just lifted it on its way down towards our commentary position.
The interesting thing there, which some people might not realise, is Potts sometimes bowls Jofra Archer also does this. Bowls his bouncer seam up, so when it lands, it actually then just seams in towards the batsman. So Pujara's gone to cut that, and it seams in towards him, suddenly at his head, and he's had to lean his head back and play that over the slip cordon. But it's one of those things that you don't realise, but he's actually nibbled that back into his head there.
Potts in again. This one's gone short on the leg side this time. No run.
That was a quick ball as well. Properly can't get it.
But you're up against a really good Test batsman, aren't you? You'll have seen lads like Matty Potts before.
Yeah, and he's gone at 6 and over at the moment, Matty Potts. So he'll be a little bit disappointed with that. He's a better bowler than that.
I think it's Durham are throwing everything at this because there's only 77 more now for Sussex to win. They've got to try and just throw everything they can at this to make something happen here. Pujara waits as Potts bowls, and he turns this down to square leg for 1 run. How many overs are left tonight? So there's still 8.2 overs to go. So 76 to win tonight. The current run rate, or the run rate in the last few overs, they've been going along at 4.2. So going to be nearly there or thereabouts, aren't they?
Yeah.
Another 35, 40 runs tonight, and then they're coming back looking at 35 tomorrow, something like that.
Look at this. They've 3 deep fields on their leg side.
Clark's on 17 from 46 balls as Potts comes round the wicket to him. Drops it short. Oh, now then.
Oh, no.
Could be a run-out chance here. Oh,
Oh, my
Pujara was
God.
in absolutely no man's land there. But unfortunately, the throw towards the stumps from Graham Clark in the covers, his path to the stumps at the bowler's end was blocked. I think Potts got in between him and the stumps. And if he'd hit, Pujara was in no man's land there. That would have been a massive wicket.
Durham would have gone absolutely mental there, wouldn't they? And Clark immediately puts his hand up to apologise, and Pujara couldn't see it. So then as soon as he tried to make eye contact with Pujara, and as soon as Pujara looked, he apologised again. So I think they're over it now.
Tom Clark on strike, and it was Graham Clark with the throw. Potts in again, and this is cut down towards third man. There's no one there. It's gone for 4. More applause from the Sussex balcony, bearing in mind this is a club here, Sussex, who've won 1 championship match only in each of the last 3 seasons. So they've had a really torrid time in the last few years. They've gone for a much younger squad, trying to bring players through the academy. Finances have been tight, and some senior players have moved on to other clubs or retired.
Yeah, it's a really important time as well. And one thing I don't think is spoken about enough is if Sussex do start developing these youngsters, they've got to stick with them, haven't they? Where you've seen it before, where clubs will develop these youngsters, and as soon as their time for a new contract is up, they let them go. And it's like, what's the point in building them up for all this time if they're just going to let them go? So it'd be nice to see them stick with them. And Clark obviously signed a new contract this year. Allsop's here to 2025. So it looks like they're committing a little bit more now to keeping the youngsters here and building more of a younger squad, which is really good to see. And so just having a look here, it's still Kuhneman to bowl. Having a look at the field, same field as always to Pujara, short extra with an extra cover behind there. They've got a deep mid wicket and then kind of a standard ring field from there with a deep cover. Who just uses his feet. It's like a trademark. I feel like I'm getting bored saying it now. Every time Kuhneman bowls, Pujara just comes forward, uses his feet and flicks it through mid wicket, and it's for 2 this time because he timed it so well that Jones had to sprint round and pick it up, and Pujara was very quick there in between the wickets. But Pujara was just so good at using his feet, and I think they're really trying to land it in the rough, and every time Kuhneman bowls, he just uses his feet and manages to rock it for 1 or 2 through mid-wicket. So it's really impressive stuff here from Pujara. Very mature innings, captain's knock as they would call it, and then he's just had a ball there from Kuhneman which he rocks back and just blocks it back for a dot. So now Kuhneman in again to Pujara, and there's a big appeal there from Kuhneman.
That got louder and bigger, didn't it?
Martin laughed because I don't think that was out, but Kuhneman really wanted that wicket.
It's hit his inner thigh pad and gone to the first slip, hasn't it?
It looks like from here it's landed outside leg, but I need to see it again. But big appeal there, very good. He's rehearsed that one, I reckon. Kuhneman comes in again, bowls it. Pujara rocks on the back foot and plays that just behind point. He's timed that really well. He's done well to get it that fine, and that's another 4 runs from Pujara, who's just impressively ruthless. I've just watched that back on the replay, and that's landing about a leg stump, coming over middle stump, and he's managed to get that behind point with enough momentum up the hill to hit it for 4. He's got very good hands. And did you manage to have a look at that LBW shot? Was it close? Or?
I thought they were appealing for a catch at first slip.
Oh, right.
The belief it might have got an inside edge under the pad.
It's an LBW shot as Kuhneman answers back.
Oh, he's got him.
Oh, no, I think he managed to get back.
I thought
Spits out the rough. No, so they've actually gone for the stump in there, and I saw his back foot move.
Ooh, I'd like to see that from side on.
Yeah, I saw his back foot move, but unless you're sure. But in fairness,
he was quick with the gloves there, Ollie Robinson.
But it spun so much that Pujara probably had enough time to get his foot back by the time it got into Ollie Robinson's gloves. But encouraging signs for Kuhneman, because that's a lot of turn there. So he's going to come in for the last ball of the over. I imagine he'll be using his feet. No, instead it's a fast ball, and it's blocked back by Pujara. So entertaining over that. Lots going on.
And I don't think they showed us a replay there, did they?
No, we didn't get a replay of it. So to the Sussex staff, if you're listening, please, can we see another one for that LBW? But that is the over.
We would, not the LBW, the stumping. We wouldn't have the side-on view anyway, but... Right then, what we got left? 7 overs to go tonight. 66 needed a win. Durham need a wicket here. They need Pujara gone.
And you can hear the announcement. I don't know if you heard it in the background from the outside mic, but that's a change in bowl, and we've got Rain coming back on, who Martin earlier called the wicket taker, like the partnership breaker.
Well, he does break partnerships. He's very good at it. They need to break this one, don't they? Because what's it got to now? 56. They've got a 56 partnership here.
Yeah, out of nowhere really as well. That's the impressive thing about Pujara. He just gets about his work so easily.
Rain, right arm round to the left-handed Clark. Clark guides the ball to... Oh, it's been stopped in the second slip. I thought that I was looking for that going down to third man there.
He did actually play it to third man, but he hit it straight into the ground, so I think it held up a bit by the dust in the ground, and Slip managed to get round before it went down to third man.
20-7 on this Easter Saturday. Back here in the morning if needs be, and I would imagine probably not for much more than maybe an hour or so. Rain in and bowls. A slower ball out the back of the hand. It's gone up to mid-on.
Did you manage to pick that from here? I thought that was out the front. That's impressive stuff there, Martin.
Just brings it out there, doesn't he?
Yeah, I don't think it was at the back of the hand, but...
Slower ball. Anyway.
It was definitely slower, yeah. I was going to say, if you managed to pick that up from there, you should be paid a lot more. That'd be an impressive spot. But the shadows are coming across the pitch again, aren't they?
Yeah.
Across that square. And
well, he's running from the sunlight into a shadow and then coming back into a bit of light to bowl. But when his arm's in the air and he's delivering the ball, it's in the shadow, isn't it?
Yeah, which as a batsman, it doesn't sound that challenging, but it's just hard with a dark Duke's ball. As
Here
Rain
comes again. He cuts his fingers around that one. It's played up to mid-off, no run.
But yeah, just to explain it to the listeners, if there's shadows on the pitch, because the Duke's ball is so dark, as the ball's coming out the hand, it's coming out, and the ball is the sun in the background, everything is light, so you can see the ball nice and clearly, and then it just goes into a dark spot, and because the ball's so dark, you just lose track of it a little bit, and it just makes it a little bit trickier as a batsman, especially if it's swinging and seaming, just to keep track of it. And it's not like a massive safety issue or anything like that, but if the ball's swinging and seaming, it's hard to trap the ball the whole way. So
here comes Rain again, and takes a pace off that one as well. It's played up to Lees at mid-on, 1 run. Is that Lees? I think it is. Yeah,
it is Lees. And we had this last year at training where the sun used to set, and we had these big nets with the big metal bars over the top. And because we had so many metal bars and the way the sun was setting, you just held these black lines across the pitch. And then it used to be our running joke where pretty much all the batsmen for that evening couldn't see a thing because the ball would always land in that little dark spot from the metal pole. And funnily enough, Martin, you'll believe it or not, with fast bowlers, there was one little metal pole that was just short of a length where they seemed to find it every time, and I think I got about 30 bumpers that evening where they all seemed to enjoy putting them past my helmet.
Bumpers. What song was that again?
Yeah, bumper as well, by the way, guys, is bouncer, but for some reason I like to jazz it up and call it a bumper. Along with Jaffa, and I think I've brought out a few different vocabulary points that Adrian Harms spoke about yesterday. Levers, bowling some good heat, he smoked it. You've all probably heard those terms before, but I think I use them a little bit more casually than most.
Rain to Pujara. Pujara plays the ball back towards Rain, no run there. Beddingham's gone into quite a close gully here. Got one slip in, Ben McKinney.
They need to make something happen, don't they? So if they get an edge, I think they want to make sure it carries, even if it hits Beddingham in the head or something like that. But I've been close at gully before, and it's so hard to pick up if a ball comes quickly because of the angle you're at. So they've chucked the overseas in. So like, you can do this job. We don't want to do it. But he must have a good set of hands if he's a short leg as well. Has he taken some good catches in his time?
Yeah. Raining. Played by Pujara to Bushnell at point. Beddingham was generally thought was biding his time to play for England, but he gave an interview to I think the lad from the Press Association a couple of weeks ago at Media Day and said he's now decided he needs to strike while the iron's hot because careers don't last forever. I think is he 31 or something now? When is he? No, he's 28. So he basically says now is the time he needs to be playing international cricket, not waiting until he's 31 when he'd be eligible for England.
Yeah.
Because it might be too late then. The ship might have sailed.
So is he going to make a big push for South Africa then, do you reckon?
Well, that's what he said. He would like to play for South Africa.
Definitely good enough. He looked like a quality player earlier on today. You can just tell, when someone takes their stance and the way they play and time it, he looked really good.
He scored in one match 257 plus 53 against Derbyshire. Got 310 a couple of years ago, the first Durham player to score more than 300 in a game.
And we're disappointed with how he got out today. A little bit of a loose shot, nicked off, and he was batting so well before them. As Koeneman comes into bowl here to Tom Clark, over the wicket, still searching to find that bit of rough. Martin's going to drop off, so you're left with me, which is pretty brave. This could go anywhere now, guys. I'm joking. Koeneman's going to be coming in now. Left arm over, and Tom Clark used his feet really well, but he actually turns it into a Yorker, so he has to block the ball away. And the game's got a little bit flat again. Tom Clark's just waving at the changing rooms. I think he needs a new set of gloves. But Durham could really do with a wicket now and get some new batters in just before the close of play today. We've got 5.5 overs left. Koeman's now coming in over the wicket, finds a bit of rough, and there's a big shout there. They're celebrating because the umpire puts his finger up, and that looked stone dead. Clark goes back, tries to play it through mid-wicket, and the ball shoots through, hits him in the middle of the pad, and I'm just watching the replay here, and he's shouting at himself as he's walking off. I don't think he's happy with himself, but it's been coming. He's been doing that shot a few times and bailed himself out, and unfortunately he got wrapped on the pads there, and that looks stone dead. And it was a good appeal by Durham as well, which doesn't sound important, but I promise you guys, if they didn't go up as loud as they can, sometimes the umpires don't feel like it's as close. It's a hard one to explain, but they've gone up really loud there, and it was kind of like a celebration appeal, and the umpires put his finger up, and Bertie Foreman's running out now to Pujara to give him a new set of gloves, I think. And that's going to be Ollie Carter striding to the crease. Ollie Carter batted very well in the first innings. Just trying to have a little look here. He got 41 of 96 balls. He had a bit of a scratchy start and then really looked comfortable. And then a little bit of a loose shot against Koeneman. And unfortunately, he was caught behind. But two right-handers isn't going to be ideal for Koeneman, which sounds strange, left arm over, spin the ball away. But there's this big patch of rough on the leg side for the right-handers that he's been trying to land the ball in. And they've just been comfortably coming down the pitch. And
back into his crease as well, though, didn't he? That's the other thing.
That is not Ollie Carter. That looks like a night watchman there. Is that? Yeah, it's Sean Hunt coming in. So my apologies. We've got a night watchman in Sean Hunt, who can definitely hold a bat. And interesting decision from Sussex, because the pitch is pretty flat. It's quite a nice time to bat. So what's your opinions on that, Martin? Do you think a little bit early for a night watchman, or?
I never believe in the night watchman. I think it's absolutely futile, because if he's out in the next over or so, somebody else has got to come in, and it's failed. So, and it fails about 95% of the time, does it not?
It's kind of how I see it, unless like it was a new ball and it's really overcast conditions, and the next day it would be favourable for that new batter coming in. But still, they're really swamping the bat now. They've got a short fine leg, a short mid wicket, a really close first slip, a really close second slip, and a short extra. So it sounds a bit strange, but if Sean Hunt gets a loose ball here, I'd love to see him climb into one and try and hit a boundary, because it's a really aggressive field here, and there's not much risk if he was to do a little bit of a looser shot, which sounds a bit strange, but if you miss hit one, it's only going to go for one or two. And they've actually changed the field. They can hear me by the sounds of it on the outside, and they've taken out extra cover into mid-wicket now, so comes into bowl, and there's a big shout there, but it's come out the middle of the bat. Hunt blocking that away from Koeneman. Hunt's a solid batter. He won Surrey Academy Player of the Year when he was at Surrey. Been a little bit unlucky with injuries, but he's hoping to build up his career here now at Sussex. As Koeneman comes into bowl, and it's blocked away confidently from Hunt. And you can hear the cries in the background from that mic, but unfortunately, it's just a thing us bowlers do and us fielders do, is when there's a bit of momentum, even if it's come out the middle of the bat, you just shout, oh. I used to give my old third team skipper a little bit of grief because every time the ball he thought was a good ball, he'd just shout, oh, even though it came out the middle of the bat. So it's one of those things. And Kuhnman's coming in, he's changed the angle round the wicket, and Hunt just confidently blocks that away for a dot ball. So that's the end of the over. 40 overs gone now in the Sussex innings. 5 remain in the day. Pujara out there, 35 runs of 40 balls, so an impressive strike rate from Pujara, who's looked as good as ever. And the night watchman Hunt is in to hopefully see out the day for Sussex. So I'm just looking at the other end, and it is going to be rain to continue from the Cromwell end. The sun is starting to really set now, so we're not going to have too long left, but the floodlights aren't on, so we'll get a full day's worth of play. And the crowd's starting to peter out a little bit. I'm just looking in the far right corner where there was a lot of Sussex fans before, and they're all starting to kind of walk off. So everyone's heading home now, and for me, I've got to drive up to Loughborough tonight. I've got a game against Leicestershire Academy for the England PD team. I've got a 2020 game there, so a long way to drive for a 2020. But hey ho, and rain comes coming down the hill here, Cromwell end, and Pujara just blocks that away. And Clark's going to be really disappointed because he's been so good on the front foot, and the few times he's looked like he's been getting in trouble, it's when he rocked back on the back foot against Kuhnman, and that one just slid through. And I haven't seen the replay, but it looked pretty out to me.
Oh yeah, he went into his back. He went back into the crease and it skidded and hit him right in front.
But yeah, I don't think the game's going to be finished there unless Pujara fancies going at 10 and over.
Well, I've just tweeted that they need 65 to win at some point
Rain
tomorrow.
is in here, and that's blocked away nicely. But anyways, whilst there's a little delay in play, where do you reckon Adrian is right now? He's probably halfway up to London. He's going to see Elton John today. And he's had that rearranged so many times. I think it's his farewell tour that's lasted for about 6 years now, because things have been moved back since COVID. But I remember being in Australia when his farewell tour started back in 2019, and he was over in Melbourne, and I thought I was going to go and see him, and then it was...
It's a long way, you know.
Yeah, I didn't go all that way to see him.
If you read Graham Fowler's book, Outfoxed, there's this whole chapter about Elton John, and they became really good pals in the 80s or the early 90s when Fowler was playing for England. Elton John used to time his winter tours to Australia and New Zealand when England were touring out there, because he used to like to watch the cricket.
That's brilliant. I didn't know he was that into his cricket.
Rain down on the hill. Pujara pulls one. Oh, it's gone!
What a catch!
What a catch that is from Michael Jones at short mid-wicket. Pujara's towed it to him, and celebrations from the Durham players. What a wicket to get at the end of the night. And the 12th man's running on with drinks, and racing on with him is Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper, who's not playing in this one. He's dressed in whites just in case. Pujara departs for 35, and that has put the cat right among the pigeons. 65 needed to win at 166 for 5. Suddenly, we have a different game on our hands here.
It's not a good ball from Rain either. It's a poor delivery, and Pujara just climbed into it, and you won't be able to see it, but just phenomenal catch at mid-wicket. It just goes to, I think it's Jones with the catch, but it goes to his right. It's one of those as a fielder where you just throw your hand out and hope it sticks. And it went in so quick. I didn't even see him catch the ball. I just saw everyone celebrate. And Pujara was absolutely livid. He hits the ground in disappointment. Then I saw him shouting and shouting at the ground in anger. He's walking up the steps now very slowly, and it's quite a quiet Sussex dressing room, so I don't think anyone wants to say anything to him as he's walking through the changing rooms. But what a catch, and it's moments like that that change games. And wasn't a particularly good ball from Rain, I'll be honest, guys. Pujara smokes it to mid-wicket, and that's a game-changing catch there. And I mean, 12th man, I don't know if it was Borthwick or something like that, but 12th man sprinted on his celebration. He didn't even have anything in his hands, so that's a big wicket for them, and they're very happy, and they're right in the game. It's funny how things change so quickly, isn't it, Martin? 65 to win, and they only need 5 wickets now. And we've got Sean Hunter in here, who's the night watchman, and coming in alongside him is Ollie Carter, who, like I said earlier, gave him a big build-up. But 41 in the first innings and looked very good before he got out to Kuhnman. So there's a lot of talk going on here, and Durham have gone really aggressive. They're really trying to hunt for these wickets now.
2 for none in an over there. In the space of an over.
Partnership breaker, as you called him.
Oh, yeah. Well, he didn't break the partnership, did he? But he got the crucial wicket.
Very true.
I wouldn't be surprised if the floodlights don't have to come on in a minute or two, because, well, just to say that, the sun's poking out again, but the ground was for a moment all in shade. Rain bowls! Nearly a nibble. The keeper was up dancing on his toes there with his arms raised. He gives the impression he thought he heard something. He said to the others, I'm sure I heard something there.
Well, that was a really good ball there. Just watching that on the replay. Off stump line, really good length ball, and it's just jagged away, and guys looked like they're about to go up, but no one went up with him. So yeah, it's a dot ball there, and it's getting really dark. I'm surprised I haven't even stuck the floodlights on, but energy crisis at the moment. I imagine they're trying to hold off. But yeah, it's starting to get quite dark, and just as a batsman, it's always quite tricky with your eyes adjusting to the different lights. So I'm surprised I haven't just popped them on just to help a little bit.
Raining again. Carter leaves that one. So 65 needed to win. Well, 5 wickets needed to win. Time's your match start tomorrow?
So I've got to be at the ground for 8:45 in the morning. Right. So I think it's a 10:30 start.
Did you say you're playing a T20?
It's a T20, yeah.
That's an early start, 10:30, isn't it?
Yeah, 10:30 will be...
Get it out the road and get back on the motorway then.
Exactly, yeah.
Rain to Carter. Just moves away at the last moment there. End of the over, a big over, a wicket maiden from Ben Rain. Just when Durham needed it.
Yeah, excellent over there, and it's good to see as a neutral watching here is how Durham's attitude has completely changed, and I imagine Martin's very happy now that Durham are back in it, but their attitude's completely changed. It's pretty flat about 10 overs ago when there was Tom Clark looking comfortable and Pujara batting as good as ever, and now 2 quick wickets, and Matthew Potts is coming up the hill. Rain's bowling really well. 4 overs left in the day. I do think we do need the floodlights on. Just in this far left corner of the ground, it's very dark.
When you were saying bumpers and I said bumpers, I was trying to remember the song. It was Daft Punk. Remember them?
Daft Punk, I do. Well, they had a big song called Get Lucky with Pharrell Williams.
Oh, they did, didn't they? Yeah.
So that's where I kind of know them from.
They've eventually called it a day after 28 years. They used to come on stage in sort of space helmets.
Yeah, what a band. I've been starting to get a little bit more into my funk music and stuff like that, and they did a bit of funk back in the day. One of my favourite songs at the moment is a song by Rick James called Give It To Me Baby. I don't know if you know it. Load of trumpets, absolute tune. So for those listening at home, if you get a spare 5 minutes, give it a little listen.
I've probably heard it. It doesn't ring a bell straight away. Here's Bryden Carr. So he got a wicket with his first ball in his first session today, then a wicket with his second in his second. Will it be the third with his third?
I think it's Potts into bowl.
Oh, sorry, it's Potts, yes.
Potts up the hill, and he bowls it top of off, and it's blocked away confidently from Sean Hunt.
They announced cast, didn't they? I was looking at number 35 Potts, but I'm sure I heard cast.
I thought you threw me off there. I thought I'd just given Potts the big old build-up that Durham are going for it, and then they bring on Cast. But the way Cast have been bowling down the hill, I'd be surprised if they give him a stint up the hill. And I'm excited to see Potts up the hill, because I think it would actually suit him the way that the pitch is sloped and the way he swings the ball away. I think it could suit him as he comes into bowl, and it's left very confidently from Sean Hunt. But I am just looking at it. It's so dark over this sight screen here.
Yeah.
But it seems like Hunt's seeing the ball well, and Durham out of nowhere, they're getting in the batter's ears. I imagine that short legs letting Sean Hunt know that you don't want to get out and let the team down just before the close of play today. And entertaining day.
My dad says Pharrell Williams, another one he's driven. That was at the Leeds Festival.
Oh, amazing. And Potts is in, and that's a really, really short ball there.
I can't even see the ball anymore.
I didn't see that at all, and my eyesight's pretty good, to be honest with you. But Sean Hunt managed to get out of the way pretty quickly. Over. Yeah.
Got a big smear of mud on his left knee, Matty Potts.
So I'd love to hear, if your dad's listening right now, what artist do you reckon he's driven that I would know about? Because you name dropped earlier, and I yesterday.
Ollie Mers.
Ollie Mers, yeah. I know Ollie Mers. Yeah. As Potts comes running up the hill here, releases the ball, and that's blocked away confidently, and he calls Ollie Carter through for a single, and that's very loudly clapped by the Sussex bench, so they're happy with that one.
Sam Smith,
yeah.
He made a video in Newcastle, and was it Wallsend? They used an old working men's club, and then it was a video where there was a car on its nose leaning against a house.
Right.
They filmed that in Gosforth, so my nieces heard about it on the grapevine, and they went round to see what was going on. It was near where they lived.
Brilliant. So he's
done the Leeds Festival a few times, and very nice.
big artist there, isn't there?
Oh yeah.
My brother went to
Pick
Reading
them up
for
from
the
the
first
airport and ferry them down to the site and back the airport.
Did he? He must have had a good natter with them as well.
I don't know.
He must have some great stories from them.
I think most of the conversations with Ollie Murs centred around football.
Yeah.
Is he a Man U fan?
Yeah, big United fan, I think. As Potts comes running in the hill, he's found his rhythm, and that's kept low. So we've had a bumper, and then we've had a good one carry through, and then Ollie Carter's left that out the outside the off stump, and it's just carried through to Robinson. So a bit of variable bounce now. We've seen that quite a bit throughout the day, but it's probably just because the deck isn't as hard as they were hoping for, or I say hoping for. It's a beautiful deck for April, but it needs a little bit more sun, and it will fly through here at Hove. And Potts just tells Point to go out deep, and he's talking to fine leg, and there's literally nobody on the leg side here in front of square. They have a short leg, who's probably just square, a leg slip, and a deep fine leg. So my money, if I was a better man, would be on a short ball here, or he's trying to bluff him and sneak one full. So Potts comes in here, and it's a short ball outside off. That was a quick delivery there. He put his back into that, and it's well left from Ollie Carter, and great over there from Potts.
Well, we got 3 to go tonight here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Newcastle. I said it would be around about 7:05. It's going to be beyond that, I think.
Absolutely.
Still no sign of the lights coming on. Although one of the umpires is looking towards them as if to say we need them on now. They do take a minute or two to heat up, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, if I was a batter, I'd be talking to the umpire saying, where are these lights? It is dark, isn't it? And I know these windows are tinted, but you can always tell by if you look in the far right corner how bright the white tents are, and they're starting to look a little bit gloomy as well.
In comes Rain bowling to Hunt. It's defended by the batsman. Alan Price, Marty Wilde, Rick Wakeman, Dave Stewart, Harry Styles, Anton Deck.
Harry Styles is a big one. Yeah. That's a big one, that, Harry Styles. He's been touring the world, selling out. That's a big name drop there. Just casually sneaking Harry Styles there. I have loads of friends who would die to get tickets to see him. Do you know a normal ticket without resale was about £100 to go and see him in there?
Oh, they're daft, some of these prices now, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Mind you say that, and you look at the price for a ticket for a test match at Lord's.
Yeah, I know.
Rain to Hunt. That's a shortish one. Hunt rocks away and lets it go through to the keeper. We've got an interesting field here. We've got 3 slips, 2 short legs. And you've got a short leg and a short mid-wicket, but they're virtually standing next to each other.
At the start of the day, I didn't think I'd be talking about Harry Styles with you and North East golf courses. We've talked about loads. Cantonar. Yeah. We've got through loads today, but it's been a really enjoyable day. And
you never know which avenue you're going to go down during a commentary.
Absolutely. I can't believe it's 7 o'clock. Today's absolutely flown by, hasn't it? Been a great day of cricket.
Rain again. Balls. Hunt's turned it down the leg side. There is a man at fine leg. He'll get a single.
It's getting hard to track the ball, isn't it?
That's interesting that they've gone for the single here, because sometimes at this stage of the day you try to see them farm the strike, don't you, or whatever. But what they have done is they've brought Carter onto strike, so he's probably considered a more sensible option. But it also, in this light, puts him at risk. Well, there you are.
Absolutely.
2.3 overs to go. It's one of the worst things I hate to see is not running. And I mean, they need to take runs because they need another 63.
You're absolutely right. Why not just take the run if it's there and trust your batter? Unless it was a genuine number 11 who can't hold the bat, you've got to trust your batter at the other end. They do enough bowling machine and sidearms to be able to face a bowler, I think. Rain
then coming in to bowl. And that's a leave from Carter. He didn't have to offer a shot there.
It's good discipline from Carter there. It's always quite tempting when the field's in that close, just to trust yourself, throw your hands at a wide ball and trust it's going to go for 4. But good discipline, quite mature from the youngster.
He sent another list now of footballing celebrities who he's driven over the years. Lots of England players and referees, Premier League referees. Jack Charlton, Bobby Robson, Peter Reid, Laurie McMenemy, Frank Worthington, Dave Watson.
Brilliant. I saw
That
Ant and
list
Deck
is
in there.
endless.
Bit of Ant and Deck.
Yeah. Rain in. And Cardiff forward to that one.
They're from your neck of the woods, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they started off. I don't know if you'll be old enough to remember a programme on the BBC called Biker Grove. Can you remember that?
No, that was before my time.
It was a children's drama series filmed in Newcastle about a youth club in the West End of Newcastle, and they were two of the characters who were in it. And it was filmed in a place called the Mitre, which is not too far away from where our studios are. In fact, quite a few of my colleagues in TV worked on it for quite a number of years. Into Carter forward to that one, and it's gone back up towards the bowler's end, and that's the end of that over. 2 overs to go here on the BBC tonight. We're probably going to be finishing about 7:10, just after that. Anyway, they found fame with that, and then they started with started singing songs, didn't they? Let's Get Ready to Rumble and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, let's get ready to rumble. Yeah, I remember that.
And then they became TV game show hosts.
There you go. You just had a little performance from me as well, guys, before we head off for the day. But yeah.
But I had to go up and do it. I did a feature on the on Biker Grove, and I was a journalist at the Shields Gazette. It was my first job, so I was about 18 or 19, and I'd never watched it because I was too old to watch a show like that in those days.
Well, as Potts is coming in up the hill. And Hunt backed away there a little bit, didn't he?
He did. I don't think he saw that till late. He got a bat on it, though. Yeah. What they used to do was they used to take the kids who were all the actors and actresses from local theatre groups. So there was one in Fulwell near us, and my daughters actually went to it for a period, and one of my daughters ended up in the last episode of George Gently, the detective show. I went up to do this feature because a number of kids who lived around our area were regulars in Biker Grove.
Oh, brilliant. So, Potts is coming in again, and he gets a bumper there, and Sean Hunt just leans out the way and lets that go past his right shoulder. But there's a weird glint as well. I don't know if you can see it. So there's a little glint of sunshine just going towards the batsman's eye line. So when he goes in, there's like this little small... Yeah, exactly. And but that's a little bit off. But I'm trying to give him all the excuse in the world, but it is really dark here, and then it's to our left, wasn't it?
Yeah. 1 over left in the day. And then we'll get our torches out and try and pick our way across to the pavilion.
Absolutely.
I've just put a picture on of what our view looks like through the window here, but unfortunately the camera tends to try and lighten what it's looking at. So it's not really a true reflection, but... Of the mark, he's faced 8 balls. We have got a silly point, a short leg, a short mid-wicket, 3 slips, rain coming into bowl. He defends this one. 5 balls to go this evening, and 63 still needed to win for Sussex. So basically, since Clark went in the 39th over, 40th over, and we're now in the 45th, they've only added 2 runs. They've lost 2 wickets with him and Pujara departing. Tomorrow is another day.
Today's kind of panned out exactly how we'd hope if you want a good game of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah. Been a square leg. So everybody's more or less on the square.
Which is why Potts is in so close at gully. I wouldn't really want to be there myself with how dark it is in the